I'm so grateful that you take the time to watch these videos. It means so much to have you here. However, I've noticed that not many of you are subscribing, liking, or commenting, and that can be a bit discouraging. These stories deserve more than just silent views. They deserve a community of people who are actively engaged and care. So, if you're tuning in from cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, please take a moment to hit subscribe, like the video, and drop a comment with your city. Have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Now, let's feast on the story. They discovered the bodies 17 days after the killing. 17 days while their sons spent their money in luxury hotels across America. 17 days while flies gathered at the windows and neighbors wondered about the smell. Brian Blackwell was a golden boy, brilliant student, devoted son, destined for Oxford. But when police finally broke down that door in the quiet suburbs of Liverpool, they found something that would shatter every assumption about the young man everyone thought they knew. His parents lay bludgeoned beyond recognition in their own home, skulls fractured by over 40 savage blows. And Brian? He was sipping cocktails in New York, using their credit cards to fund a fantasy life he'd constructed from nothing but lies. This is the story of a teenager who fooled everyone, a murder that went unnoticed for weeks, and a mind so fractured by delusion that even now, psychologists struggle to explain what truly happened behind the closed doors of one Maplewood Close. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. But before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the perfect son. Summer 2004 arrived in Liverpool with oppressive heat that pressed down on the city like a warning nobody heeded. The Blackwell family lived at 1 Maplewood Close in Melling, a respectable neighborhood where people kept their hedges trimmed and their secrets buried. To anyone watching from the street, they were ordinary, aggressively, determinately ordinary. But ordinary families don't end up as crime scene photographs. Ordinary sons don't become killers. Brian Blackwell was 18 years old that summer, standing at the threshold between adolescence and whatever dark thing waited for him on the other side. Teachers praised him. Neighbors smiled at him. Girls found him charming. He was studying for his A-levels, destined for medical school, already accepted to the University of Nottingham to study medicine. His parents, Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell, had sacrificed everything to give their only child opportunities they never had. They were proud, fatally proud. But pride is a dangerous thing when the object of your pride is a fiction. The boy everyone admired didn't actually exist. The real Brian Blackwell was a construction of lies so elaborate, so carefully maintained, that even he had started to believe his own mythology. He told friends he played tennis professionally. He claimed to have competed at Junior Wimbledon. He said he'd traveled the world for tournaments, that he was ranked internationally, that scouts watched his every move. None of it was true. He'd never been to Wimbledon. He'd never competed professionally. He wasn't even particularly good at tennis. But the lies didn't stop there. They never do with people like Brian. Lies are like living things. They grow, they spread, they consume everything around them until truth becomes an irrelevant concept, something for other people to worry about. Brian told his girlfriend, Amal Mani, that he was already studying at Oxford. He showed her around the campus during a visit, pointing out buildings he claimed to attend classes in, introducing her to people he pretended to know. She believed every word. Why wouldn't she? He seemed so confident, so detailed in his descriptions. Liars who doubt themselves get caught quickly. Brian never doubted himself. Amal was 15, beautiful, from a wealthy family. She represented everything Brian wanted to be: successful, privileged, effortlessly superior. He needed her to believe in the version of himself he'd created, because if she believed, then maybe it could be real. Maybe he could think himself into a different life, a better life, a life where he wasn't just the son of a working-class couple in a modest home in Melling. His father, also named Brian but called by his middle name, worked hard his entire life. Manual labor mostly, the kind of work that breaks your body down year by year until you're old before your time. His mother, Jacqueline, was a supply teacher, filling in at local schools when they needed her. They weren't wealthy. They didn't take exotic vacations. They didn't understand the world their son claimed to inhabit. But they loved him. That was their mistake. Love makes you blind. Love makes you vulnerable. Love makes you trust when you should question. When Brian told them he needed money for school trips, they gave it to him. When he said he required equipment for his tennis career, they found a way to pay for it. When he needed new clothes to fit in with his wealthy friends, they stretched their budget until it screamed. They never asked for proof. Parents don't ask for proof from their children. They want to believe. They need to believe. Behind his bedroom door, Brian spent hours constructing his alternate reality. He researched tennis rankings and memorized names of players. He studied medical school curricula so he could speak knowledgeably about classes he'd never taken. He practiced signatures, forged documents, created an entire paper trail to support his fantasies. It was exhausting work, maintaining such an elaborate deception. But Brian didn't see it as deception. In his mind, he was simply becoming the person he was always meant to be. Psychologists would later diagnose him with narcissistic personality disorder, a condition characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, and a complete lack of empathy for others. People with this disorder often create elaborate fantasies about success, power, and attractiveness. They believe they're special, that normal rules don't apply to them. They exploit others without remorse. They cannot handle criticism. And when their carefully constructed worlds start to crumble, they can become dangerous. The spring of 2004 brought cracks to Brian's facade. His A-level exams were approaching, and unlike his fabricated achievements, these were real tests that would determine his actual future. The pressure mounted. His parents asked questions about Oxford, about when he'd be going back, about why he was still at home so much. Amal wanted to visit him at university. Friends started expressing confusion about his stories that didn't quite add up. The walls were closing in. Money became an obsession. To maintain his lifestyle, to keep Amal impressed, to continue pretending he was someone important, Brian needed more money than his parents could provide. He'd already been dipping into their accounts, taking a little here and there. They'd noticed. They'd confronted him. He'd lied, of course, blaming computer errors and banking mistakes. But they were starting to doubt. And doubt was something Brian couldn't tolerate. In May, he tried to get access to his father's pension fund, pound 25,000 that represented years of savings, a lifetime of careful planning. When his father refused, something shifted in Brian. The mask started to slip. The golden boy began to show his teeth. He planned a trip to America with Amal, a whirlwind tour of San Francisco, Las Vegas, New York. A trip that would cost thousands of pounds. A trip that would prove once and for all that he was the person he claimed to be. All he needed was money. And the only thing standing between Brian and the life he deserved were his parents. The summer heat intensified as June arrived. The house at 1 Maplewood Close became a pressure cooker of resentment, lies, and barely contained violence. Brian's father grew more suspicious. His mother asked more questions. They wanted to know where the money was going. They wanted to understand why their son's stories kept changing. They wanted the truth. Truth was the one thing Brian could never give them. On the evening of July 25, 2004, something inside Brian Blackwell finally broke. Or perhaps nothing broke. Perhaps this was always where the lies were leading, the inevitable conclusion to years of deception. Perhaps some part of him had been planning this all along, waiting for the right moment, the right excuse, the right alignment of circumstances that would let him do what he'd been fantasizing about for months. His parents were in their bedroom, probably preparing for sleep, probably thinking about work the next day, probably worried about their son but still hopeful that everything would work out. They had no idea that the person walking up the stairs toward them wasn't their son anymore. Maybe he never had been. Maybe the real Brian Blackwell was someone they'd never actually known. He carried a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Later, forensic analysts would determine that he struck his father first. Massive blows to the head that fractured the skull, splintered bone, destroyed brain tissue. Brian Sr. tried to fight back. There were defensive wounds on his hands where he'd tried to ward off the attacks. But he was 59 years old, tired from a day of work, no match for a teenage athlete in a frenzy of violence. The attack on his father was brutal, but what Brian did to his mother was something else entirely. Jacqueline Blackwell received over 30 blows to the head. 30 separate moments where her son raised that hammer and brought it down on her skull. 30 times he chose to swing again instead of stopping. The medical examiner would later describe injuries so severe that identification was difficult. Her face was destroyed. Her skull was fragmented. The violence was so extreme, so excessive, that it went beyond murder into something almost ritualistic. Blood spattered the walls. It soaked into the carpet. It pooled around the bodies and dripped down the stairs. The scene was carnage, the kind of crime scene that haunts homicide detectives for years afterward. But Brian didn't seem disturbed by what he'd done. He didn't call for help. He didn't cry or panic or show any of the normal human responses to such horror. Instead, he went to take a shower. The water ran red as it spiraled down the drain, washing away his parents' blood, washing away any last connection to the life he'd lived before. When he stepped out, he was clean, transformed, free. His parents lay dead in the next room, but Brian was already thinking about his trip to America, about the money he'd now have access to, about how much easier everything would be now that they were gone. He dried himself carefully, got dressed in clean clothes, looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. The golden boy was still there, staring back at him. Handsome, charming, destined for greatness. Nothing had changed, or everything had changed, and that was even better. He walked past the bedroom where his parents' bodies were already beginning to cool. He didn't look inside. Why would he? That part was over. Now came the good part. Brian spent the next hour staging the house to look like a burglary. He broke a window. He rifled through drawers. He scattered belongings to create the appearance of a search. It wasn't a particularly sophisticated cover-up. Police would later note how perfunctory his efforts were, how little time he spent trying to hide what he'd done. But Brian wasn't worried about police. In his mind, he was too smart to get caught. He was special. Rules were for ordinary people, and Brian Blackwell had just proven, in the most horrific way possible, that he was anything but ordinary. He gathered his parents' credit cards, their bank information, their passports, everything he'd need to access their accounts. Then he locked the bedroom door from the outside, just closed it, locked it, and walked away like he was leaving for school, like it was any other morning, like there weren't two battered corpses decomposing behind that door. The next day, Brian picked up Amal and they headed to the airport. She asked where his parents were, why they weren't coming to say goodbye. Brian told her they were on holiday themselves, that they'd already left, that everything was fine. She believed him. Everyone always believed Brian. As their plane lifted off from Manchester Airport, bound for New York via Iceland, Brian Blackwell looked out the window at England disappearing below him. Somewhere down there, in a house that would soon begin to smell of death, his parents lay murdered. But Brian was soaring above it all, literally and figuratively. He was free. He was wealthy. He was exactly who he'd always said he was. The perfect son had finally become perfect by erasing the only people who knew the truth. New York City greeted Brian and Amal with summer heat that rivaled Liverpool's. But here the temperature felt different, charged with possibility, electric with opportunity. This was the city where dreams came true, where nobodies became somebodies, where a boy from Melling could transform into whoever he claimed to be. Brian stepped onto American soil like he owned it, credit cards burning holes in his pocket, his parents' blood money ready to fund the fantasy of a lifetime. They checked into the Hotel Pennsylvania, a massive establishment across from Madison Square Garden. It wasn't the fanciest hotel in Manhattan, but it was expensive enough to make a statement. Brian paid without hesitation, using his father's credit card, watching the transaction go through with a smile. The clerk handed over room keys without suspicion. Why would there be suspicion? Brian looked like exactly what he claimed to be, a wealthy young man on vacation with his girlfriend. He had the clothes, the accent, the confidence. Nobody looks at someone like that and thinks, murderer. Amal was thrilled. She'd traveled before, but never with such spontaneity, such freedom. Brian took her to expensive restaurants where they ordered without looking at prices. He bought her jewelry in boutiques that catered to tourists with more money than sense. They took helicopter tours over Manhattan, the city sprawling beneath them like a living circuit board. Millions of lives intersecting and connecting while Brian Blackwell floated above it all, untouchable. At night, they walked through Times Square, surrounded by lights and noise and humanity surging in every direction. Brian felt alive in a way he'd never experienced before. This was power. This was what it meant to be special. He wasn't constrained by budget or conscience or the nagging questions of parents who didn't understand him. He was free to be exactly who he'd always known he was meant to be. Back in Liverpool, 1 Maplewood Close sat silent under the summer sun. Inside, bacteria worked efficiently, breaking down tissue, releasing gases that bloated the bodies beyond recognition. Flies discovered entry points and laid their eggs. Maggots hatched and fed. The bedroom was becoming a tomb, sealed off from the world by a locked door and a neighborhood that minded its own business. Neighbors noticed the smell after a few days, a sweet, rotten odor that seemed to emanate from the Blackwell house. But British politeness prevented investigation. Perhaps they'd left garbage out. Perhaps something died in the walls. Nobody wanted to appear nosy. Nobody wanted to intrude. So the smell intensified, and the neighbors complained to each other but did nothing concrete. And inside the house, the decomposition continued its natural, unstoppable progression. Brian knew none of this and wouldn't have cared if he did. He was in Barbados by then, the next stop on his American adventure. Crystal blue waters, white sand beaches, luxury resorts that cost hundreds of pounds per night. He'd upgraded their trip, expanded it, because why not? The money was there. His father's pension fund, his mother's savings, their joint accounts, all accessible now that the people who owned them were rotting in their bedroom. Amal posted photos online, documenting their perfect vacation. Brian with his arm around her, both of them tanned and smiling. Sunset cocktails, beach loungers, everything filtered and posed and carefully curated to show the world exactly what Brian wanted it to see. None of the photos showed what was happening inside his head, if anything was happening at all. Psychologists debate whether people like Brian feel anything approaching normal human emotion, or if they're simply very good actors, mimicking feelings they observe in others but never actually experience themselves. The trip to Barbados blurred into the next destination. Brian kept moving, kept spending, kept living the fantasy. He bought expensive watches, designer sunglasses, leather bags that cost more than his father earned in a month of backbreaking work. Amal thought his family was wealthy. She had no reason to doubt it. Everything Brian did reinforced the image. And he was generous with her, buying her gifts, treating her like a princess. How could she know those gifts were purchased with blood money? How could she see the monster behind the charming smile? They flew to San Francisco, where Victorian houses climbed hills overlooking the bay and fog rolled in every evening like a living thing. Brian rented a convertible and they drove down the Pacific Coast Highway. Windows open, music blasting, the ocean stretching endlessly to their left. He felt invincible, untouchable. The past was back in Liverpool, locked behind a bedroom door. The future was whatever he decided to make it. But futures have a way of catching up with the present, and pasts have a way of refusing to stay locked away. Back in England, more than a week had passed since the murders. The smell from 1 Maplewood Close had become overwhelming. Neighbors finally called the council, complaining about what they assumed was a dead animal or backed-up plumbing. The stench was affecting property values, ruining garden parties, permeating through walls. Something had to be done. A council worker arrived on July 31st, 6 days after the murders. He knocked on the door. No answer. He He peered through windows. No movement inside. The smell was worst at the front of the house, near the upstairs bedrooms. He called the police. 2 officers arrived within the hour. They knocked louder, tried to look through windows, checked around the back of the house. Everything was locked up tight. The smell was nauseating now that they were up close, unmistakable to anyone who'd encountered it before. One of the officers had worked homicide years earlier. He knew that smell. He knew what it meant. They broke down the door. The lower floor seemed normal at first. Furniture in place. No signs of struggle. Nothing obviously wrong except that pervasive, stomach-turning stench that grew stronger as they climbed the stairs. They followed their noses to the main bedroom. The door was locked. They forced it open. Nothing in their training, nothing in their experience, could have prepared them for what they found inside. The summer heat had accelerated decomposition to a nightmarish degree. The bodies were barely recognizable as human, swollen, discolored, crawling with insect life. Blood had dried in thick pools on the carpet. The walls told a story of violence so extreme it seemed impossible that one person could have inflicted such damage. One of the officers vomited immediately. The other called for backup, for detectives, for the whole machinery of murder investigation that swings into action when death becomes a crime. Within hours, the house was swarming with specialists. Forensic analysts, photographers, medical examiners, homicide detectives who walked through the scene with grim expressions, documenting every detail, every blood spatter, every fragment of skull embedded in the walls. The locked bedroom suggested this wasn't a burglary gone wrong. Despite the staged ransacking downstairs, the extreme violence suggested personal rage, intimate hatred. The fact that the victims were left to decompose for days suggested the killer had fled, had the means to flee, had planned on being somewhere else when the bodies were discovered. Detectives quickly identified the victims through dental records, Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell, which raised an immediate question. Where was their son? Young Brian, the golden boy, the student everyone admired. His belongings were gone. His passport was missing. And when they checked his parents' bank accounts, they found a pattern of withdrawals and purchases starting on July 26th, the day after the estimated time of death, continuing for days afterward, transactions spanning from England to Iceland to New York to Barbados. Someone was spending the Blackwells' money. Someone who had access to their credit cards and bank information. Someone who'd left the country immediately after the murders. The investigation moved at lightning speed once they established Brian as a suspect. They contacted Interpol, alerted airports, traced credit card transactions to pinpoint his current location. The paper trail he'd left was stunning in its obviousness. Expensive hotels, luxury purchases, a path of spending that lit up like a beacon for anyone following. But Brian had no idea he was being followed. He was in San Francisco, living his best life, completely disconnected from the reality unfolding back home. He'd murdered his parents, locked them in their bedroom, and apparently forgotten they existed. Out of sight, out of mind. The narcissist's creed. On August 4th, 10 days after the murders, Brian and Amal arrived at San Francisco International Airport for their return flight to England. They were tanned, happy, exhausted from their whirlwind adventure. Brian had spent over £30,000 of his parents' money in less than 2 weeks. He'd lived like royalty. Now it was time to go home, return to his life, continue his studies. The trip had been perfect. Everything was perfect. He was perfect. He walked through the terminal without a care in the world. Amal beside him, both of them discussing their favorite moments from the trip. They didn't notice the airport security converging on them. They didn't see the American police officers approaching from multiple directions. Brian was thinking about what lie he'd tell when he got home, how he'd explain his parents' absence, how he'd continue accessing their accounts now that he'd discovered how easy it was. Then someone grabbed his arm. Firmly. Official. Brian Blackwell? He turned, smile still on his face. Yes. You're under arrest for the murder of Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell. The words didn't seem to register at first. Brian's smile faltered but didn't disappear completely. There had to be some mistake. Some misunderstanding. He opened his mouth to explain, to lie, to to charm his way out like he always did. But Amal was screaming now, crying, pulling away from him like he'd suddenly caught fire. Police were reading him his rights in flat American accents. Handcuffs clicked around his wrists, cold metal, tight, real. For the first time since he'd picked up that hammer, reality crashed through Brian's carefully constructed fantasy. He'd been caught. Caught because he was too arrogant to hide his tracks, too convinced of his own superiority to believe anyone would connect the dots. Caught because narcissists always believe they're smarter than everyone else, right up until the moment they're proven catastrophically wrong. The airport held him while British authorities arranged extradition. He sat in an American cell, probably still not fully comprehending how completely his world had collapsed. Amal was being interviewed by police, sobbing as she learned the truth about the boy she thought she knew. The luxury vacation was over. The fantasy was shattered. And Brian Blackwell, the golden boy who'd fooled everyone, was about to go home and face what he'd done. The bodies of Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell were released to family members for burial. They'd been devoted parents, hardworking people who'd sacrificed everything for their son. And that son had murdered them for their credit cards and bank accounts. For money. For the ability to pretend he was someone special for a couple of weeks. Psychologists examining Brian after his arrest struggled to understand the complete lack of empathy he displayed. He showed no remorse. He didn't ask about funeral arrangements. He didn't cry or express grief or show any normal human response to having murdered his parents. Instead, he complained about being arrested, about having his vacation interrupted, about the unfairness of it all. The narcissist, even in custody, remained convinced the world had wronged him. The extradition from America back to England felt like a descent into hell for Brian Blackwell, though not for the reasons one might expect. He wasn't tormented by guilt. He wasn't haunted by visions of what he'd done to his parents. Instead, he was furious at the inconvenience, bitter about the interruption of his perfect life, angry that people didn't understand he'd had no choice. That's what narcissists do when confronted with consequences. They rewrite history until they're the victim, until everyone else is wrong, until reality itself bends to accommodate their version of events. The flight back was long, uncomfortable, humiliating. Brian sat handcuffed between two British police officers, other passengers staring at him with undisguised horror once word spread about what he'd done. He tried to maintain his composure, that golden boy charm that had carried him through 18 years of lies. But charm is a fragile thing, and it withers under the weight of handcuffs and murder charges and the knowledge that everyone now sees you for exactly what you are. They landed at Manchester Airport in mid-August. British weather had turned grey and drizzly, appropriate for a homecoming drenched in death. Television cameras waited at the airport. The story had exploded across British media in the weeks since the bodies were discovered. Boy genius murders parents for vacation money. Oxford student bludgeons mother and father. The headlines competed to capture the horror and the waste of it all. Brian's face was everywhere, and for once he was getting the attention he'd always craved. But this attention came with revulsion, not admiration. They drove him directly to the police station in Liverpool, where homicide detectives had been preparing for his return. The interview rooms at Merseyside Police Headquarters are designed to be uncomfortable. Harsh lighting, hard chairs, walls painted in colors that promote anxiety. Brian sat across from two detectives who'd spent weeks studying every detail of the crime scene, weeks imagining the kind of person who could do what had been done at one Maplewood Close. The formal interview began with the standard cautions, the reading of rights, the methodical documentation that underpins British criminal procedure. Then they asked Brian to tell them what happened on July 25, 2004. He claimed self-defense at first, said his father attacked him, said he had no choice but to fight back. The detectives let him talk, let him construct his story, let him think he was controlling the narrative. Then they showed him the crime scene photographs. 40-plus blows to the head. His mother beaten so severely her skull was fragmented into pieces. His father struck repeatedly long after he was unconscious. Defensive wounds that showed both victims tried to fight back, tried to protect themselves from their own son. Blood patterns on the walls that told a story of sustained, deliberate violence. Not self-defense, Not a moment of panic, but calculated murder executed with savage efficiency. Brian's story changed. Now he claimed he didn't remember the actual violence. Said it was like watching someone else, like he wasn't in control of his own body. Dissociation, his lawyers would later argue. A psychological break from reality triggered by years of pressure and internal conflict. But dissociation doesn't explain stealing your parents' credit cards afterward. It doesn't explain booking flights and hotels. It doesn't explain calmly spending 2 weeks on vacation while your parents decomposed in their bedroom. The detectives pressed harder. They had his financial records, every purchase, every withdrawal, every luxury he'd bought with blood money. They had testimony from a mall, from hotel staff, from everyone who'd encountered him during his American adventure. All of them described the same person. Calm, confident, happy, enjoying himself. Not someone in the grip of psychological trauma. Someone having the time of his life. They had the staged burglary scene, so obviously fake it insulted the intelligence of anyone who looked at it. They had the locked bedroom door, his attempt to seal his parents away like they were trash to be hidden. They had forensic evidence showing he'd showered after the murders, methodically cleaning himself while his parents lay dead steps away. And they had the timeline, how quickly he'd moved from killer to vacationer, how seamlessly he'd transitioned from bludgeoning his parents to death to sipping cocktails in Manhattan. No breakdown, no moment of horrified realization, just murder, shower, pack, leave. The evidence was overwhelming, but British law required establishing motive. Why had Brian Blackwell killed his parents? The prosecution team assigned to the case began digging into his history, interviewing everyone who'd known him, reconstructing the elaborate web of lies he'd maintained for years. What emerged was a portrait of a young man completely divorced from reality. Teachers reported that Brian had claimed to play tennis at national levels, but searches found no record of him in any legitimate competitions. Friends described hearing about his medical studies at Oxford, but the university had never heard of him. His girlfriend had been shown around a campus where he'd never actually studied, introduced to people he didn't actually know, fed a steady diet of fabrications that she'd believed completely. The lies extended beyond personal aggrandizement. Brian had forged documents, created fake certificates, invented an entire alternative history for himself. He'd spent years constructing a fantasy identity that required constant maintenance, constant vigilance, constant energy to prevent the truth from seeping through the cracks. And his parents had started to notice those cracks. Friends of Brian Sr. told police he'd been worried about his son's spending, suspicious about where the money was going, starting to ask questions that Brian couldn't answer. Jacqueline had mentioned to colleagues that she was concerned about some of Brian's stories not adding up, about feeling like she didn't quite know her own son anymore. They'd confronted him about missing money. They'd questioned his claims about Oxford. They'd started to demand proof, to pull at the threads of his carefully woven lies. And narcissists cannot tolerate being questioned. They cannot handle having their grandiose self-image challenged. When reality threatens to intrude on their fantasy, they don't adjust the fantasy. They try to eliminate the reality. Psychiatric evaluations began shortly after Brian's arrest. Court-appointed psychologists interviewed him for hours, administered tests, reviewed his history, tried to understand what had created this charming monster. The diagnosis came back quickly: narcissistic personality disorder with psychopathic traits. Narcissistic personality disorder is relatively common. About 1% of the population meets the diagnostic criteria. But most narcissists never kill anyone. They're frustrating to deal with, difficult to maintain relationships with, often professionally successful because their grandiose self-belief makes them confident and ambitious. What distinguished Brian was the complete absence of empathy, the total lack of emotional connection to other human beings. He viewed his parents as obstacles, not people, not individuals with their own dreams and fears and humanity, just obstacles between him and the life he wanted. And once he decided they were obstacles, eliminating them became simple problem solving. No different than removing any other impediment to his goals. The psychopathic traits made him particularly dangerous. Psychopathy is characterized by superficial charm, grandiose self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse, shallow emotions, and failure to accept responsibility. Brian hit every marker on the checklist. He'd been charming his entire life, charming teachers into believing his lies, charming friends into accepting his fabricated achievements, charming his girlfriend into thinking he was someone he wasn't. But charm is just a tool for psychopaths. Behind the smile, there's nothing. No real warmth. No genuine connection. Just calculation, manipulation, the cold assessment of how to use people to get what you want. As the legal proceedings ground forward through autumn 2004, Brian's defense team faced an impossible task. Their client had murdered his parents in an act of extreme violence, then gone on vacation using their money. The evidence was irrefutable. Witnesses were clear. The forensics were devastating. They couldn't argue innocence. They couldn't claim mistaken identity. All they could do was argue diminished responsibility, that Brian's psychiatric condition had impaired his ability to understand what he was doing. British law allows for diminished responsibility as a partial defense to murder. If successful, it reduces the charge from murder to manslaughter, potentially resulting in a less severe sentence. Brian's lawyers brought in their own psychiatric experts who examined him and confirmed the diagnoses. Narcissistic personality disorder, possible dissociative state during the killings, a young man whose grip on reality had become so tenuous that he couldn't be held fully accountable for his actions. The prosecution countered with their own experts who pointed out that narcissistic personality disorder doesn't equal insanity. Millions of people have personality disorders and never hurt anyone. The fact that Brian felt no empathy didn't mean he didn't know right from wrong. The fact that he lived in a fantasy world didn't mean he couldn't distinguish reality from fiction. He knew he was lying about Oxford. He knew the tennis career was fabricated. He knew, on some level, that the version of himself he presented to the world wasn't real. And most damning, his behavior after the murders showed clear consciousness of guilt. He staged a burglary. He locked the bedroom door. He fled the country. He used fake explanations when people asked about his parents. Someone who doesn't understand they've done wrong doesn't try to hide it. Someone who doesn't grasp the gravity of murder doesn't spend 2 weeks on vacation maintaining a facade of normalcy. The debate raged through psychiatric journals and legal forums. Was Brian Blackwell evil, or was he sick? Were his actions the result of a damaged mind or a damaged soul? Could someone be held criminally responsible when their very personality was disordered, when the wiring of their brain made empathy impossible? Meanwhile, Brian sat in custody, largely unconcerned with these philosophical debates. He'd adapted to prison with the same ease he'd adapted to every other environment in his life. Narcissists are chameleons. They can be whatever they need to be to survive, to thrive, to maintain their image. In prison, Brian was a model inmate. Polite, cooperative. He took classes, participated in programs, presented himself as a young man genuinely interested in rehabilitation. But staff who worked with him noted something disturbing. He never talked about his parents, never expressed regret, never showed any signs of grief or remorse. When other inmates asked about his crime, and in prison everyone eventually asks, Brian spoke about it like he was describing a movie plot. Detached, clinical. Sometimes he even corrected people's versions of events, not to minimize his role, but to ensure the story was told accurately, as if accuracy mattered more than morality. His girlfriend, Amal, was traumatized by the revelation of who Brian really was. The boy she'd loved, the future doctor she'd planned a life with, turned out to be a murderer and a pathological liar. Everything she'd believed about him was fiction. Every moment they'd shared was built on deception. Psychologists provided counseling, but how do you recover from discovering you slept beside someone capable of such brutality? How do you trust your own judgment again? She provided testimony for the prosecution, describing their relationship, the trip to America, Brian's demeanor throughout. She confirmed he never seemed upset, never mentioned his parents, never displayed any behavior suggesting guilt or anxiety. He'd been himself, or rather, the version of himself he wanted her to see. Charming, attentive, happy. The trial date was set for spring 2005. 10 months after the murders, Brian Blackwell would finally face justice for what he'd done. The media attention intensified as the trial approached. This wasn't just a murder case. It was a window into the dark psychology of narcissism, a cautionary tale about how monsters can hide behind attractive faces and winning smiles. Families across Britain looked at their own teenage children and wondered, how well do we really know them? Could the boy studying upstairs be constructing elaborate lies? Could the daughter we're so proud of be living a double life? Brian Blackwell looked like every parent's dream child right up until the moment he became their worst nightmare. The psychiatric community debated whether people like Brian could be helped. Can you teach empathy to someone neurologically incapable of feeling it? Can you reform a narcissist when their fundamental belief structure is built on grandiosity and specialness? Most experts agreed the prognosis was grim. Personality disorders are called disorders rather than illnesses specifically because they're so resistant to treatment. They're not chemical imbalances that can be adjusted with medication. They're fundamental patterns of thought and behavior that define who a person is at their core. Which raised an uncomfortable question. If Brian Blackwell couldn't help being a narcissist with psychopathic traits, if his brain was wired differently from birth or early childhood, could he truly be held responsible for murders that emerged from that wiring? Or was he simply unlucky, born with a neurological configuration that made violence inevitable? The prosecution rejected this deterministic view. Plenty of people with personality disorders live law-abiding lives. Narcissism might explain Brian's motivation, his inability to tolerate being questioned, his need to maintain his fantasy at all costs, but it didn't excuse his actions. He made choices. He picked up the hammer. He swung it 40 times. He could have stopped at any point, but he didn't. That was culpability, not compulsion. As winter gave way to spring, the families of Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell prepared for the ordeal of the trial. They'd lost loved ones in the most horrific way imaginable, and now they'd have to sit in a courtroom and hear every gruesome detail repeated, analyzed, debated. They'd have to look at the boy they'd watched grow up, the nephew and grandson they'd thought they knew, and reconcile that person with the monster who destroyed their family. In his cell, Brian Blackwell prepared too. He knew the evidence against him was insurmountable. His lawyers had been clear. The best they could hope for was diminished responsibility, a manslaughter conviction instead of murder. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd killed his parents. It wouldn't bring them back. But it might mean a shorter sentence, a chance at eventual freedom. Whether Brian wanted freedom for the right reasons, genuine rehabilitation, remorse, a desire to make amends, remained an open question. Narcissists don't think like normal people. They don't feel guilt the way others do. What Brian likely wanted was to restore his image, to convince the world he was still special, still deserving of admiration. Prison was an inconvenience, a temporary setback in his grand narrative. Once he was out, he could rebuild his fantasy, start over, become someone new. The trial would determine not just Brian's legal fate, but whether society could truly understand the kind of predator that hides behind a golden smile. Because Brian Blackwell wasn't unique. There were others like him out there. Charming, manipulative, completely devoid of empathy. They walked among us, worked beside us, sometimes lived in our homes. And most of them never got caught because most of them never took their narcissism to the ultimate extreme. But Brian had. He'd crossed the line from lies into violence, from fantasy into murder. And now the world would watch as the justice system tried to make sense of the senseless, to punish the unpunishable, to find meaning in a crime that defied comprehension. The bodies of Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell had been laid to rest months earlier, buried in a quiet ceremony attended by family and friends who still couldn't believe what had happened. Their gravestones stood in a Liverpool cemetery, simple markers for complicated lives that ended in unthinkable violence. They'd worked hard, loved their son, dreamed of his success, and that son had repaid their love with a hammer to the skull and a locked bedroom door. As April 2005 approached and the trial date loomed, one question haunted everyone involved. Could anything have prevented this? Were there warning signs that were missed? Could someone have intervened before two people died? The answer, frustratingly, was probably not. Brian's lies were too good, his mask too perfect. The real warning signs, the lack of empathy, the grandiosity, the manipulation, were all internal, hidden behind a facade of charm and achievement. By the time the mask slipped enough for people to see what was underneath, it was already too late. The hammer was already in his hand. His parents were already doomed. And that, perhaps, was the most terrifying lesson of Brian Blackwell's story. Evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it smiles, shakes your hand, tells you exactly what you want to hear. Sometimes it looks like the perfect son, the golden boy, the future doctor everyone admires. And by the time you realize what you're really looking at, you're already standing in a locked bedroom with 40 blows to the head and nobody coming to help. The Liverpool Crown Court stood grey and imposing against a spring sky that couldn't decide between rain and sun. April 2005 brought unpredictable weather, fitting for a trial that would explore the unpredictable darkness of the human mind. Brian Blackwell arrived in a prison transport, handcuffed, surrounded by guards who'd been warned about his charm, his ability to manipulate, his tendency to view everyone around him as tools to be used for his purposes. Inside the courtroom, the gallery filled with journalists, family members, and members of the public who'd followed the case obsessively since the bodies were discovered. This was more than a murder trial, it was a cultural moment, a chance to peer into the psychology of narcissism and violence, to understand how someone who seemed so perfect could be so profoundly broken. Brian entered through a side door, dressed in a suit his lawyers had provided, hair neatly combed, looking every bit the respectable young man he'd always pretended to be. Some spectators gasped. He looked so normal, so unremarkable, so completely unlike the monster they'd imagined. That was the point. That was always the point with people like Brian. They don't look like killers because killers don't have a look. They're your neighbor, your colleague, your son. The judge presiding was Justice Levison, an experienced jurist who'd seen countless murder trials, but none quite like this. The facts weren't in dispute. Brian had admitted to killing his parents. The question before the court was whether his psychiatric condition constituted diminished responsibility under British law, reducing the charge from murder to manslaughter. The prosecution opened with a methodical presentation of the evidence. They showed crime scene photographs. Some family members had to leave the courtroom, unable to stomach the images of what Brian had done to people they loved. The medical examiner testified about the injuries, the number of blows, the force required to inflict such damage. This wasn't a moment of madness. This was sustained, deliberate violence. They presented financial records showing Brian's spending spree across America. Luxury hotels, expensive restaurants, designer purchases, all while his parents decomposed at home. The jury looked at Brian, trying to reconcile the polite young man in the dock with someone capable of such callousness. Then came testimony from people who'd known Brian. Teachers described his lies about tennis, about Oxford, about achievements that never happened. Friends recounted stories Brian had told that they'd later learned were complete fabrications. Amal took the stand, composed but visibly traumatized, describing the boy she'd loved and the nightmare of discovering who he really was. Each witness painted the same picture. A pathological liar, someone who lived in a fantasy world of his own creation, who manipulated everyone around him with practiced ease. But the prosecution emphasized that lying isn't the same as insanity. Knowing you're lying, which Brian clearly did, meant understanding reality, even if you chose to misrepresent it. The defense strategy centered entirely on psychiatric testimony. They brought expert after expert to explain narcissistic personality disorder, to describe how Brian's mind worked differently from neurotypical individuals, to argue that his personality disorder was so severe it substantially impaired his mental responsibility for the killings. Dr. James Adshed, a forensic psychiatrist with decades of experience, spent hours on the stand explaining the nuances of narcissism. He described how narcissists construct elaborate false selves to protect against feelings of worthlessness and shame, how they lack object constancy, the ability to hold others in mind as separate individuals with their own needs and feelings, how their empathy is so impaired they literally cannot understand that other people's pain matters. Brian, Dr. Adshed testified, suffered from an extreme form of narcissistic personality disorder. His entire identity was built on grandiosity and lies. When his parents threatened that identity by questioning him, by demanding truth, by refusing to enable his fantasy, Brian experienced what psychiatrists call narcissistic rage, an overwhelming fury that emerges when a narcissist's self-image is challenged. The prosecution's psychiatrists didn't dispute the diagnosis, but they disputed its relevance. Yes, Brian was a narcissist. Yes, he lacked empathy, but he understood the difference between right and wrong. He knew killing his parents was illegal. That's why he staged a burglary, why he fled the country, why he lied about their whereabouts. Someone who doesn't grasp the wrongness of murder doesn't try to cover it up. The legal debate became increasingly technical, delving into the fine distinctions between knowing something is wrong legally versus understanding it's wrong morally, between being unable to control yourself versus choosing not to control yourself. The jury, 12 ordinary citizens with no psychiatric training, had to somehow parse these complex arguments and reach a verdict. Throughout the trial, Brian remained eerily calm. He showed no emotion when crime scene photos were displayed. He didn't react when family members testified about his victim's character, about what good people they'd been, about how much they'd loved their son. He sat straight-backed, attentive, occasionally taking notes, looking for all the world like a student in a particularly interesting lecture. This detachment became evidence itself. The prosecution pointed to it as proof that Brian felt no genuine remorse, that his personality disorder didn't impair his understanding of consequences, just his caring about them. The defense argued it demonstrated the depth of his psychological abnormality. Normal people couldn't maintain such composure in the face of such horror. On the 5th day of trial, something unexpected happened. The prosecution and defense reached an agreement. After reviewing all the psychiatric evidence, consulting with their respective experts, and considering the strength of the medical testimony, they jointly recommended that the court accept a plea of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. This wasn't a victory for either side. It was a recognition of complicated truth. Brian Blackwell had killed his parents. That was undeniable. But his profound personality disorder had played a role in those killings, impairing his judgment in ways that, while not excusing the crime, mitigated his culpability to some degree. Judge Levison considered the agreement carefully. British law gives judges significant discretion in accepting or rejecting plea bargains. He could insist on a full murder trial if he believed justice required it. But the psychiatric evidence was compelling. Both sides agreed on the essential facts, and subjecting the family to weeks more of graphic testimony would serve no purpose. On May 3, 2005, Judge Levison formally accepted the plea. Brian Blackwell was convicted of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The courtroom buzzed with reaction. Some family members felt justice had been served. Others believed Brian was getting away with murder by hiding behind a psychiatric diagnosis. Now came sentencing, and this was where Judge Levison would demonstrate whether diminished responsibility meant diminished punishment. He listened to impact statements from Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell's family members. Siblings, cousins, friends, all spoke about the people they'd lost, the hole left in their lives, the nightmare of knowing how their loved ones died. Brian's uncle spoke with barely controlled fury. He took them from us for money, for a vacation. They gave him everything, and he repaid them with a hammer to the head. I don't care what disorders he has. He's a murderer, and he should pay like a murderer. A cousin of Jacqueline's broke down while reading her statement. She was the kindest person I knew. She would have done anything for Brian. She loved him so much, and he beat her to death. 30 blows to the head. How can any disorder explain that? How can any diagnosis make that acceptable? The defense presented their own statements, character witnesses who testified to Brian's intelligence, his potential, his youth. They argued that a lengthy sentence would accomplish nothing beyond vengeance. Brian needed treatment, not punishment. He needed intensive psychiatric help, not decades in a cell. He was 18 years old. His brain was still developing. There was hope for rehabilitation if the system gave him a chance. Judge Levison took 2 days to consider the sentence. During that time, he reviewed every piece of evidence, every psychiatric report, every statement from families. He grappled with questions that had no easy answers. How do you balance justice for the victims against the psychiatric realities of the perpetrator? How do you protect society from someone who might kill again? How do you punish someone who, by definition, cannot feel the emotional weight of what they've done. On May 5, 2005, Judge Levison delivered his sentence. The courtroom fell absolutely silent as he began to speak. "Brian Blackwell," he said, looking directly at the young man in the dock. "You brutally murdered your parents in their own home. You beat your father to death. You subjected your mother to a prolonged and savage attack that left her skull shattered. Then you locked their bodies in a bedroom and went on vacation using their money, showing no remorse, no conscience, no human decency. The psychiatric evidence establishes that you suffer from severe narcissistic personality disorder with psychopathic traits. This disorder contributed to your actions. It impaired your judgment and your ability to empathize with your victims. However, it did not rob you of the knowledge that what you were doing was wrong. You knew murder was illegal. You knew society condemned such acts. You simply didn't care. You are, in the assessment of multiple experts, a dangerous individual. Your lack of empathy, combined with your grandiosity and your willingness to use violence to achieve your goals, makes you a significant risk to any future partners, friends, or family members who might interfere with your self-image. That said, the law recognizes degrees of culpability. Your psychiatric condition, while not excusing your actions, does mitigate them to some extent. The charge of manslaughter rather than murder reflects that mitigation. I sentence you to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 5 years before you can be considered for parole. However, I must stress that life means life. You will remain under license and supervision for the rest of your natural life. If you are ever released, you will be subject to immediate recall to prison if you pose any risk to public safety. I hope, though I cannot require, that you will use your time in custody to undertake intensive psychiatric treatment, to develop the capacity for genuine remorse, and to understand the enormity of what you have done. Your parents deserved better than the son they got. Society deserves better than to have you walking free without profound change. 5 years minimum. The gallery erupted in gasps and angry murmurs. To many, it seemed impossibly lenient. 5 years for 2 brutal murders, for the calculated violence and callous aftermath. But others understood the nuances of the sentence. Life meant Brian would never be truly free. Every day after release, he'd be monitored, supervised, one mistake away from returning to prison forever. Brian showed no reaction to the sentence. No relief at avoiding a longer minimum term. No distress at the life license. Nothing. Just the same blank composure he'd maintained throughout the trial. The guards led him away, and he walked with his head high, still playing the role of the dignified young man even as he was being sent to prison for killing his parents. The aftermath of the trial rippled through British society in unexpected ways. Mental health professionals debated the implications of the verdict. Did it set a precedent that personality disorders could excuse violence? Did it open the door for other narcissists, other psychopaths, to claim their brain wiring made them less responsible for their crimes? The consensus among experts was nuanced. The Blackwell case was extreme, they argued. Most people with narcissistic personality disorder never harm anyone. The combination of severe narcissism, psychopathic traits, and environmental stressors that came together in Brian was relatively rare. This wasn't about excusing all personality disordered individuals from responsibility. It was about recognizing that in exceptional cases, mental abnormality could legitimately impair culpability. Schools across Britain began implementing programs to identify at-risk students earlier. The case highlighted how warning signs, pathological lying, lack of empathy, grandiosity, could be missed or dismissed if a child was otherwise high-achieving. Teachers received training on recognizing personality disorder symptoms, though the challenge remained. How do you intervene with someone who's convinced they're perfect and everyone else is the problem? For Amal Mani, the aftermath was particularly difficult. She'd been 15 when she met Brian, 16 during their relationship, barely 17 when she discovered the truth. Therapy helped, but she struggled with trust, with self-doubt, with nightmares where Brian's charming smile transformed into something monstrous. She'd been intimate with someone who'd just murdered his parents. She'd shared her dreams with a killer. How do you process that at 17? Years later, in carefully controlled media interviews, she'd speak about the experience. "He seemed so normal," she'd say repeatedly, as if trying to convince herself. "So perfect. I never saw anything that made me think he was capable of violence. If I'd known. But I didn't know. Nobody knew. That's what made him so dangerous." Brian Blackwell served his sentence at a high-security psychiatric facility, receiving intensive treatment for his personality disorder. Reports from staff painted a picture of a compliant patient who participated in therapy, learned the right words to say, could articulate understanding of his condition. But the question remained, could someone fundamentally rewire a personality? Could you teach genuine empathy to someone neurologically incapable of feeling it? Most experts were skeptical. Personality disorders are called disorders rather than illnesses specifically because they're so treatment-resistant. You can teach someone with narcissistic personality disorder to recognize their patterns, to implement coping strategies, to avoid situations that trigger narcissistic rage. But you can't make them actually feel empathy. You can't give them a conscience through therapy. What you can do is teach them to fake it well enough to function in society, to recognize that hurting others has negative consequences for them, so they should avoid it for purely selfish reasons. It's not morality, but it's a functional substitute that allows them to exist without causing harm. Whether Brian achieved even that level of insight remained unclear. He gave the right answers in therapy. He expressed what sounded like remorse. But people who worked with him noticed the same thing his parents probably noticed before he killed them. Something performative about his emotions, something rehearsed, like an actor delivering lines rather than a human being experiencing genuine feelings. In 2009, after serving just over 5 years, his minimum term plus time in custody during the trial, Brian became eligible for parole. The hearing was closed to the public, but the outcome was clear: parole denied. The psychiatric evaluation found that while he'd made progress in understanding his condition, he still posed too great a risk for release. The superficial charm, the manipulation, the fundamental lack of empathy, all remained intact beneath the veneer of compliance. He applied again in 2012. Denied. Again in 2015. Denied. Each time, the parole board reached the same conclusion. Brian Blackwell understood intellectually what he'd done wrong, but he didn't feel it emotionally. He could recite therapeutic insights, but he couldn't demonstrate genuine change. And someone who'd killed his parents with a hammer when they interfered with his fantasy life remained a danger to anyone who might threaten his self-image in the future. By 2020, Brian had spent 15 years in custody, 3 times his minimum sentence. Some civil liberties advocates argued this constituted unjust imprisonment, that if he'd completed his minimum term and hadn't committed any new offenses, he should be released regardless of what parole boards thought about his inner emotional life. But others pointed out that the sentence was life with 5 years minimum before even being considered for parole. The parole board's job was to assess risk, and every assessment concluded the risk remained unacceptably high. The question of what to do with people like Brian Blackwell, psychologically disordered, legally culpable but psychiatrically impaired, dangerous but not necessarily insane, continues to challenge the criminal justice system. They occupy a gray area between mad and bad, between patient and prisoner, between deserving treatment and deserving punishment. Meanwhile, at a cemetery in Liverpool, 2 gravestones mark the resting place of Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell. Family members visit occasionally, leaving flowers, standing in silence, still trying to make sense of the senseless. Their son killed them for credit cards and a vacation. Their son, whom they'd loved unconditionally, whom they'd sacrificed for, whom they'd been so proud of. In the end, that's the cruelest lesson of the Brian Blackwell case. Love isn't always enough. Sacrifice isn't always rewarded. Sometimes you give everything to your child, and your child repays you with a hammer to the skull and a locked bedroom door. Sometimes the golden boy is just gold paint over something rotten. And sometimes, by the time you realize what you're really looking at, it's already too late to save yourself. The story doesn't have a satisfying ending because real crime rarely does. Brian remains in custody, likely for the rest of his life, presenting well in parole hearings but never quite convincing anyone he's genuinely changed. His victims remain dead, their dreams and potential snuffed out by someone who saw them as obstacles rather than people. and society continues to grapple with the uncomfortable truth that monsters don't always look monstrous. Sometimes they look like the perfect sun, until the moment they pick up a hammer and prove they never were. The suffocating heat of that summer day in 2004 has long since faded, replaced by 20 years of seasons coming and going. But for those who loved Brian and Jacqueline Blackwell, for Amal Mani and the family members left behind, for the detectives who walked through that crime scene and the psychiatrists who tried to understand the mind that created it, the horror remains fresh. Because the worst crimes aren't just about death. They're about trust betrayed, love weaponized, and the terrible realization that sometimes the person you think you know best is the one you never knew at all. Big thanks to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Your support means everything. Drop a comment to let me know where you're tuning in from, or just say hello. If you haven't already, like and subscribe so you don't miss our upcoming stories. Let's dive into our second story. Story 2, The Bronson Chronicles, Britain's Most Violent Prisoner. Steel doors slam shut with the finality of a coffin lid. Somewhere deep within the concrete labyrinth of Britain's maximum security prisons, a man sits alone in a cell smaller than your bathroom, and he's been there for almost 50 years. Not for murder, not for terrorism, but for something far more disturbing. An unquenchable rage that makes him more dangerous today than the day they locked him away. His birth name was Michael Peterson, but the world knows him by a name that sends chills through the spines of hardened criminals and prison guards alike. Charles Bronson. This is the story of a man who transformed himself into a living weapon, who held 11 people hostage, who caused millions of pounds in damage, and who became so notorious that they built special cells just to contain him. They say he's Britain's most violent prisoner. They say he's a monster. They say he can never be released. But the truth is far more complex, and infinitely more terrifying, than any headline could ever capture. What turns a man into a legend of violence? What happens when the system designed to rehabilitate becomes the very thing that creates a monster? Tonight, we descend into the darkness of Britain's prison system to uncover the horrifying truth about the man in the cage. A man who's spent more time in solitary confinement than any other prisoner in British history. This is the Bronson Chronicles. And fair warning, once you step into his world, you may never see violence, punishment, or the human mind the same way again. December 19th, 1952, Luton, England. A working-class neighborhood where chimney smoke mingles with fog, where mothers hang laundry on lines stretched between grimy brick buildings, where fathers trudge to factory jobs before dawn breaks. The Peterson household sits unremarkable among rows of identical terraced houses, walls thin enough to hear neighbors arguing, windows rattling in their frames when lorries rumble past. Inside number 47, Ira Peterson cradles her newborn son, Michael Gordon Peterson, 7 pounds, 3 ounces, 10 fingers, 10 toes, blue eyes that would later burn with a fury that terrified nations. She has no way of knowing that the infant in her arms will one day be considered the most dangerous man in Britain. Young Michael grows up ordinary, painfully, deceptively ordinary. He kicks footballs in alleyways. He scrapes his knees climbing trees. He helps his mother with shopping bags. His father, Joe, works as a plasterer. Calloused hands, bent back, honest labor. The family attends church on Sundays. They eat dinner together. They laugh. They live. Nothing in these early years suggests the monster lurking dormant in that little boy's DNA, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken and consume everything in its path. But look closer. Lean in. The signs were always there, weren't they? Hidden in plain sight like cracks in a dam that would eventually shatter. Michael doesn't just play rough. He plays with an intensity that frightens other children. When he loses at games, something dark flickers across his face. Gone so quickly you might convince yourself you imagined it. His teachers note behavioral problems. Nothing severe. Nothing that raises serious alarms. Just a boy with too much energy, too much aggression, too much something they can't quite name. A boy who doesn't fit the mold, who pushes boundaries not out of curiosity but out of compulsion. School becomes a battleground. Michael fights, often, viciously. He returns home with black eyes and split knuckles, with torn shirts and blood on his collar. His parents worry, discipline, cajole, plead. Nothing works. The violence isn't rebellion. It's expression. It's the only language that makes sense to whatever is growing inside him, feeding on itself, getting stronger with every punch thrown, every desk overturned, every authority figure challenged. 13, Michael discovers something that changes everything. Weights. His uncle has a makeshift gym in a garage. Rusted barbells, cracked concrete floor, the smell of old sweat and motor oil. Michael lifts once and becomes instantly, completely, obsessively addicted. Not to the exercise itself, but to what it represents. Control, power, the ability to transform his body into something formidable. He trains with religious fervor. 2 hours, 3, 4. His muscles swell. His frame expands. By 15, he's built like a grown man. By 16, he's built like a dangerous man. His body becomes both weapon and armor, a fortress of flesh designed to intimidate and destroy. But muscle doesn't quiet the rage. It amplifies it, gives it teeth, makes it tangible. Michael begins fighting not just in schoolyards, but in pubs, in streets, in anywhere someone looks at him wrong. He develops a reputation. That Peterson boy, mad as a hatter, strong as an ox, mean as a snake. Stay away. Cross the street. Don't make eye contact. The neighborhood learns to give him space, to treat him like a landmine that might detonate at any moment. His parents try everything. Tough love, tender love, counseling, discipline, prayer. Nothing penetrates the wall he's building around himself, brick by psychological brick. They watch their son slip away, disappearing into something they don't recognize. Something that wears Michael's face but houses another entity entirely. The grief nearly destroys them. The guilt, wondering what they did wrong, what they could have done differently, becomes a weight they'll carry for the rest of their lives. 1968. Michael turns 16. He leaves school, or rather, school expels him. Tired of the violence, tired of the disruption, tired of being unable to reach this troubled boy who seems determined to self-destruct. He drifts through jobs, factory work, construction. Nothing sticks. He can't take orders, can't swallow his pride, can't stop his fists from clenching every time a foreman criticizes him, every time a coworker makes a joke at his expense. He's fired repeatedly, sometimes for incompetence, more often for violence. A pattern emerges. Get hired, work for weeks or days or sometimes just hours, explode into rage, get escorted off the property, repeat. During this period, Michael meets a girl, Irene Dunrow. She's pretty, quiet, everything he's not. They marry young, he's 19, she's barely older. For a brief, shining moment, it seems possible that love might save him, that domestic stability might quench the fire burning in his chest. They have a son. Michael names him Michael as well, hoping perhaps that this tiny human might redeem the name, might give it meaning beyond violence and fear. But redemption doesn't come. Fatherhood doesn't transform him. The rage persists, patient as cancer, waiting. Michael tries, he genuinely tries, to be normal, to provide, to love, to build something resembling a life. But normal doesn't fit. Normal is a cage. Normal suffocates. He takes increasingly desperate measures to support his family, crossing lines he swore he'd never cross, justifying it as necessity, as survival, as what real men do when the system fails them. 1974, February. Cold enough to freeze breath in your lungs. Michael walks into a post office in Moore Park, Hertfordshire. His heart hammers. His palms sweat inside gloves. He's 21 years old, married, a father, and about to commit his first serious crime. The armed robbery lasts minutes. He brandishes a weapon. Accounts differ on whether it was a real gun or a replica. He demands money. His voice shakes. This isn't him. This isn't who he wants to be. But desperation makes criminals of us all, doesn't it? Makes us capable of things we never imagined. The take is pathetic. 26 pounds and some loose change. Barely enough to cover a week's groceries. Certainly not worth what happens next. Police arrive within hours. Michael doesn't run far, doesn't hide well. He's caught, arrested, processed through a system that will never let him go, that will hold him in its jaws for the next 5 decades and counting. At his trial, the judge looks at this young man, strong as a bull, angry as a wounded animal, clearly dangerous but also clearly desperate, and makes a decision that seems reasonable at the time. 7 years. Her Majesty's prison. Time to reflect, reform, rehabilitate. Time to become a productive member of society. The judge has no idea what he's just done. No concept that he's about to introduce a match to a barrel of gasoline. That he's sending Michael Peterson into an environment specifically designed to break men, to strip them of dignity and humanity, to crush their spirits until they're compliant and docile. The judge doesn't understand that Michael Peterson isn't like other men. That prison won't break him. It will forge him into something infinitely worse. Michael enters the system as a petty criminal, a nobody, a statistic, just another poor kid who made bad choices and will serve his time and hopefully emerge better. But prison does something to Michael Peterson. Or rather, prison reveals what was always there, lurking underneath the surface, waiting for the right conditions to emerge and thrive. The violence that seemed random and sporadic on the outside becomes systematic and purposeful on the inside. The rage that flared and subsided begins burning constantly, a furnace that never cools. His first prison is Walton in Liverpool. Victorian-era architecture, brick walls 3 feet thick, windows so small they barely let in light, cells designed for a different century, when punishment meant suffering, when the goal wasn't rehabilitation but retribution. Michael adapts quickly, too quickly. He learns the hierarchy, the rules, official and unofficial. He learns that strength is currency, that violence is language, that respect must be taken, never given. He learns that prison is a world unto itself, with its own customs and morality, where the strong prey on the weak and guards are just another gang with keys. Within weeks, Michael has his first fight. An inmate says something disrespectful. Michael's response is disproportionate, brutal, efficient. He doesn't just win the fight, he dominates it, leaving his opponent unconscious on the cell block floor. Blood pooling, other prisoners backing away in shock and something approaching awe. The guards arrive too late to prevent it, early enough to see the aftermath. They drag Michael to segregation, the whole solitary confinement, a concrete box where men go to have their sanity slowly extracted. 23 hours a day alone. 1 hour of exercise in a cage barely larger than the cell. No books, no television, no human contact except when guards shove food trays through a slot in the door. Most men break in solitary. The isolation destroys them psychologically, reduces them to gibbering shells who'll do anything, to be returned to general population, to hear human voices, to see faces, to feel like human beings again. But Michael doesn't break. Solitary doesn't destroy him, transforms him. In that concrete box, alone with his thoughts and his rage, Michael Peterson begins to die, and something else begins to be born. He uses the time to train, push-ups until his arms burn, sit-ups until his stomach cramps, squats until his legs shake. He transforms his cell into a gymnasium, his isolation into opportunity. His body becomes harder, denser, more dangerous. But it's not just physical. Something happens in his mind as well. A shift, a crack, a realization that changes everything. He understands finally what he is, what he's always been, what he's destined to become. He's not a petty criminal serving time. He's not Michael Peterson anymore. Michael Peterson was weak, frightened, uncertain. Michael Peterson failed at everything he tried. Michael Peterson is dead. And in his place, something new is emerging. Something that needs a new name. A name that strikes fear. A name that commands respect. A name that will be remembered long after his body turns to dust. He thinks of the actor, Charles Bronson. Hard face, cold eyes. Characters who dispense justice with fists and firearms. Characters who never backed down, never showed weakness, never apologized. That's who he needs to be. That's who he is becoming. In that cell, Alone in the darkness, Michael Peterson commits identity suicide. He kills who he was and births who he will be. From this moment forward, he is Charles Bronson, Britain's most violent prisoner, a legend in the making, a monster in a man's skin. When Charles Bronson emerges from solitary confinement, the guards notice the change immediately. It's not just physical, though he's added muscle mass that seems impossible given prison rations and limited space. It's in his eyes, the way he walks, the way he talks. There's a confidence now bordering on arrogance, a sense that he's figured something out, learned some terrible secret that gives him power. He smiles more, laughs more, but there's nothing warm in it, nothing human. It's the smile of a predator who's realized he's at the top of the food chain. His 7-year sentence becomes longer, much longer, because Charles Bronson won't behave. He fights guards with the same enthusiasm he fights inmates. He destroys property with gleeful abandon. He floods cells, starts fires, barricades himself in areas of the prison and dares authorities to remove him. Each incident adds time to his sentence. Each violent outburst guarantees he'll never see freedom. And he doesn't care. Freedom isn't the goal anymore. Freedom is for people who want to be part of society. Charles Bronson has no interest in society. He's building something else, something unprecedented. He's turning himself into a living legend, a myth, a cautionary tale that will be whispered about for generations. The system doesn't know how to handle him. They move him from prison to prison, hoping a change of environment will somehow calm him, control him, rehabilitate him. Walton to Armley, Armley to Wandsworth, Wandsworth to Parkhurst. Each transfer is an admission of failure. Each new institution quickly learns that Charles Bronson isn't like other inmates. He's something different, something that doesn't fit into their categories, their procedures, their understanding of human behavior. He's a glitch in the system, an anomaly, problem that has no solution. And through it all, Bronson grows stronger. Physically, yes, he's now capable of incredible feats of strength, performing thousands of push-ups daily, achieving a level of fitness that seems superhuman. But more importantly, he grows stronger psychologically. Prison, which breaks other men, is making him. He's found his element, his purpose, his stage. The outside world rejected him, couldn't contain him, didn't know what to do with his rage. But prison gives him boundaries to break, authority to challenge, a system to war against. Prison gives him meaning. Years pass. His original release date comes and goes, meaningless now. His sentence has been extended so many times that even the authorities lose track of when, or if, he'll ever be freed. His wife divorces him. His son grows up without him. His parents age, their hearts breaking a little more each visiting day. Each time they sit across from their son and see a stranger staring back at them with familiar eyes. They beg him to behave, to comply, to do his time quietly so he can come home. He promises he will. He always promises, and he always lies. Not maliciously, he genuinely believes he'll control himself. But when the moment comes, when something triggers that rage, all promises evaporate like water on hot steel. The 1980s dawn. Charles Bronson has been in prison for nearly a decade. He's 30 years old. He spent what should have been the prime years of his life in cages, in segregation units, in padded cells. Any normal man would be destroyed by this. Any sane man would do whatever necessary to secure release, to taste freedom, to feel sunlight without bars casting shadows. But Charles Bronson isn't normal, isn't sane, and he's just getting started. 1987, Broadmoor Hospital. Not technically a prison, a high-security psychiatric facility designed for the criminally insane. Bronson arrives here after psychiatrists determine he needs treatment more than punishment, that his violence stems from mental illness rather than criminality. The irony is thick enough to choke on. They think containing him in a hospital will cure him, that therapy and medication will somehow reach through the monster's exterior and rediscover the human inside. They're about to learn a terrible lesson about the nature of some men, that not everyone can be saved, that not everyone wants to be saved, that some transformations are permanent and irreversible. Broadmoor is different from traditional prisons. The walls are just as thick, the security just as tight, but the approach is ostensibly more humane. Patients, not prisoners. Treatment, not punishment. Staff trained in psychology rather than just enforcement. There are therapy sessions, medication regimes, attempts to address root causes rather than simply contain symptoms. For someone genuinely seeking help, Broadmoor might offer hope. For Charles Bronson, it offers only new stages for his ongoing performance, new audiences for his rage. He hates it immediately, viscerally, completely. The psychiatric approach offends him on some fundamental level. Being labeled insane threatens his carefully constructed identity. He's not crazy, he's dangerous. There's a difference. Crazy implies loss of control, inability to reason, disconnection from reality. Bronson is none of these things. His violence is calculated, purposeful, chosen. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he does it anyway because violence is who he is, what he is, all he is. Diagnosing him with mental illness diminishes his agency, treats him like a malfunctioning machine rather than a force of nature. The medication makes it worse. Antipsychotics that slow his thoughts, dull his edges, make him sluggish and disconnected. He feels himself disappearing under the pharmaceutical fog, feels the monster being sedated into submission. He resists, cheeks pills, spits them out when staff aren't looking, becomes expert at pretending compliance while maintaining his internal fire. But eventually they catch on. They watch him closer, force him to open his mouth, check under his tongue, ensure he swallows. The drugs start working, and Bronson feels himself slipping away, drowning in chemical calm that feels like death. So he does what he always does when cornered. He explodes. February 1988. Recreation time in Broadmoor's common area. Bronson sits quietly, too quietly, watching television with other patients. Staff think he's finally settling down, adapting to the routine, responding to treatment. They're catastrophically wrong. Bronson is waiting, planning, building towards something. And when the moment feels right, when some internal trigger is pulled, he moves. He grabs a patient named Tony, a smaller man, vulnerable, selected not out of malice but convenience. Bronson wraps an arm around Tony's throat, drags him toward the center of the room, announces to everyone present that he's taking a hostage. Staff freeze. Other patients scatter. Alarms begin shrieking throughout the facility. Bronson demands freedom, knowing he won't get it. The demand isn't the point. The hostage isn't the point. The point is chaos. The point is proving that no matter how many walls they build, no matter how many drugs they pump into him, they cannot control Charles Bronson. The siege lasts 44 hours. Nearly 2 full days where Bronson holds Tony captive while negotiators plead, threaten, cajole, promise. Bronson makes demands that shift constantly. He wants this. He wants that. He wants things he knows they'll never give him. He's not negotiating in good faith. He's performing. This is theater, and he's the star, the director, the entire show. Television crews arrive outside Broadmoor's walls. The story goes national. Charles Bronson becomes a household name, no longer just a prison legend, but a genuine media sensation. Inside, Tony is terrified beyond words. Bronson doesn't hurt him, not really. There are moments of violence, displays to prove his seriousness, but nothing compared to what he's capable of. In strange moments, Bronson even treats Tony with something approaching kindness, sharing food, making jokes, apologizing for the situation while simultaneously ensuring it continues. The psychology is complex, disturbing. Bronson needs Tony to like him, to understand him, even as he's using him as a prop in his grand performance. Stockholm Syndrome in reverse, the captor seeking approval from his captive. When it ends, and it always ends, Bronson is subdued by guards in riot gear. Batons crack against muscle. Shields slam into flesh. They drag him to the most secure isolation cell Broadmoor has, strip him naked, shove him into a padded room where he can't hurt himself or others. He's laughing the entire time. Blood runs from his nose, his mouth, his scalp. His body will be purple with bruises for weeks. And he's laughing because he won. Not the siege that was always going to end with his capture. But he won something more important. He proved his point, made his statement, showed the world that Charles Bronson cannot be contained, controlled, or cured. His time at Broadmoor becomes a repeating cycle. Periods of relative calm where he follows rules, takes medication, attends therapy sessions. Then explosions of violence that shatter the routine, that remind everyone exactly who and what he is. Each incident resets the clock on his potential release. Each hostage situation, each assault on staff, each cell destroyed ensures he'll never leave. The doctors write reports thick with clinical language, trying to quantify and categorize something that defies both. Antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic traits, possible psychopathy. The labels pile up like sandbags against a flood, ultimately useless against the force they're meant to contain. Bronson spends 8 years in Broadmoor. 8 years that should have broken him completely. 8 years of medication, therapy, isolation, attempts at rehabilitation. When he's finally deemed cured and transferred back to prison in 1992, he's learned absolutely nothing except better techniques for manipulating the system, better ways to create chaos, better methods for ensuring maximum impact from his violence. The 90s become Bronson's golden age of terror. He's moved between prisons with increasing frequency: Wandsworth, Bristol, Durham, Woodhill. Each institution hopes it can somehow succeed where others failed. Each institution quickly realizes it cannot. His hostage-taking becomes more frequent, more theatrical, more disturbing. He doesn't just grab guards and make demands anymore. He orchestrates elaborate sieges that last days, that paralyze entire institutions, that cost the prison service millions in damages and negotiator fees. 1994, HMP Woodhill. Bronson takes a librarian named Phil Danielson hostage. But this isn't like previous sieges. This time, Bronson decides to add artistic flair. He strips Danielson naked. He ties him to a chair using rope and makeshift restraints. And then, in a detail that will haunt Danielson for the rest of his life, Bronson forces him to play classical music on a sound system while Bronson dances around the library, destroying books, smashing furniture, creating carnage to a Mozart soundtrack. The surreal horror of it captivates media attention. Newspapers run headlines about the ballet dancer prisoner. Comedians make jokes. The public becomes simultaneously horrified and fascinated. But for Phil Danielson, there's nothing funny about those hours. He sits naked, bound, humiliated, certain he's going to die while a man built like a tank performs a grotesque parody of dance around him. Bronson doesn't hurt him badly. Some shoving, some threats, nothing compared to his capabilities, but the psychological damage is profound and permanent. Danielson will need therapy for years. He'll never work in a prison again. He'll have nightmares where he's back in that library, classical music playing, Bronson looming over him with that terrible smile. The siege ends like they always do. Bronson eventually allows himself to be taken. He's beaten again, restrained again, thrown into segregation again. And he's proud, gleeful. He's created something memorable, something that will be talked about for decades. He's elevated prison hostage-taking to performance art. In his twisted mind, he's achieved a kind of immortality. The pattern continues through the decade. Strangeways, Whitemoor, Boolingdon, Belmarsh. Each prison gets its turn hosting Britain's most infamous inmate. Each prison experiences the Bronson treatment: violence, hostages, damage, media attention, massive expense. The costs are staggering. Special cells must be built to contain him. Entire wings shut down during his sieges. Hundreds of guards mobilized for each incident. Millions of pounds spent on security measures designed specifically for one man. And through it all, Bronson is writing. He authors books about his experiences, memoirs that glorify his violence, that present him as a folk hero rather than a criminal. The titles alone reveal his mindset: Bronson, Solitary Fitness, Legends, Insanity. The books sell. Not bestseller numbers, but enough to create a cult following. People fascinated by true crime, by psychology, by the extreme edges of human behavior devour his words. They write him letters. They visit him. They create websites devoted to analyzing him, defending him, calling for his release. This external validation feeds his ego, confirms his belief that he's not just a criminal but an icon, a legend, someone who matters. Prison isolated him from society, but his notoriety connects him to thousands of strangers who see him as something other than just a violent man in a cage. Some view him as a rebel against an unjust system, others as a victim of institutional failure, still others as a kind of dark celebrity famous for being infamous. The reality that he's a deeply troubled man who spent decades terrorizing innocent people gets lost in the mythology. 1999. Bronson has been in prison for a quarter century. His original 7-year sentence is a distant memory, obscured by dozens of additional charges, hundreds of violent incidents, countless days added to a sentence that now has no end date. He's 47 years old. Most prisoners his age are thinking about release, about rebuilding lives, about grandchildren and retirement. Bronson is thinking about his next siege, his next performance, his next opportunity to prove that nobody controls Charles Bronson. At HMP Hull, he takes 3 hostages simultaneously, a prison educator named Adrian Wallace and 2 inmates. The siege lasts 5 days. 5 days where Bronson commands a wing of the prison, where he controls every aspect of the situation, where he negotiates with authorities through a broken window, shouting demands to crowds gathered outside. He ties up his hostages but treats them oddly well, sharing food, cracking jokes, apologizing for the inconvenience. The inmates later report that Bronson seemed almost gentle at times, that he went out of his way to ensure they weren't seriously hurt. But gentleness doesn't erase terror, doesn't undo the trauma of being held against your will by a man capable of killing with his bare hands, doesn't heal the nightmares that follow. Adrian Wallace, like Phil Danielson before him, will carry psychological scars forever. He'll describe those 5 days as the worst of his life, as an experience that fundamentally changed his understanding of human nature, of what people are capable of doing to each other. When the siege finally ends, Bronson is sentenced to additional years in prison. The judge looks at this man, now middle-aged, hardened by decades behind bars, showing no remorse, offering no apology, and delivers a sentence that essentially ensures Bronson will die in prison. Life imprisonment with no minimum term. Meaning parole is theoretically possible but practically impossible. Meaning the parole board would have to be convinced that Bronson is no longer dangerous, no longer a threat, no longer the man who terrorized their institutions for decades. Meaning freedom is a fantasy, a dream that grows more distant with each passing year. Bronson appeals. Of course he appeals. He represents himself in court, giving rambling speeches about injustice, about rehabilitation, about how he's changed, grown, matured. The judges listen politely. They review his record page after page of violence, hostages, damages. They deny the appeal. They'll deny many more appeals over the coming years, each time reaching the same conclusion. Charles Bronson is too dangerous to release. Perhaps he always will be. The new millennium arrives. Bronson enters his 50th year still locked in maximum security, still fighting guards, still taking hostages when the opportunity presents itself, still convinced that somehow, someway, he'll eventually win his freedom. The world outside changes dramatically. Technology advances. Culture shifts. New generations grow up who've never known a world without the internet, without mobile phones, without the digital connectivity that defines modern life. Bronson exists in a time capsule, frozen in an analog world of concrete and steel, aware of the outside through television and newspapers, but fundamentally disconnected from it. He continues training obsessively. His fitness regime becomes legendary. Thousands of push-ups daily, hours of shadowboxing, exercises he's invented himself, adapted to the constraints of a prison cell. His body at 50 looks better than most men's at 25. Muscle stacked on muscle, body fat percentage in the single digits, capable of explosive violence despite the decades of incarceration. He writes more books. He creates art, strange, disturbing drawings that sell for surprising amounts at auction. He develops correspondence with people outside, including a woman named Saira Ali Ahmed, who eventually becomes his fiancée, promising to wait for his release no matter how long it takes. But release never comes. The years pile up. 50 becomes 55. 55 becomes 60. Bronson's hair grays. His face develops wrinkles. His body, despite the exercise, starts showing wear from decades of abuse, both self-inflicted through extreme training and inflicted by guards during countless violent encounters. He spent more time in solitary confinement than any prisoner in British history. Years and years alone in concrete boxes, isolated from human contact, deprived of stimulation, subjected to a punishment that international human rights organizations have declared tantamount to torture. Yet solitary doesn't break him. If anything, it seems to sustain him. He emerges from each stint in isolation not weaker but angrier, not defeated but more determined. It defies psychological understanding. Most humans cannot maintain sanity under such conditions. The isolation destroys them, fractures their minds, leaves them gibbering shells. But Bronson thrives in solitude, perhaps because his greatest enemy has always been external authority, and solitary removes that enemy, leaves him alone with only himself to battle. Perhaps because isolation feels like victory, they can't control him, can't force him to comply, so they hide him away where he can't corrupt others. Whatever the reason, Bronson endures. Through the 2000s, through the 2010s, through the 20s. Each year bringing new parole hearings where he promises reform and is denied. Each year bringing new incidents that prove the denials are justified. Each year adding to an incarceration that has now lasted longer than most people's entire lives. Step back for a moment from Bronson's story. Widen the lens, because this isn't just a tale about one violent man. It's an indictment of an entire system that has spectacularly, catastrophically failed everyone involved. Failed Bronson, failed his victims, failed society, failed the very concept of rehabilitation that supposedly underpins modern justice. Understanding this failure requires examining the British prison system itself, that archaic apparatus still operating on Victorian principles dressed in modern bureaucratic language. British prisons were designed for a different era, when punishment meant suffering, when criminals were viewed as morally corrupt individuals needing to atone through deprivation and hardship. The architecture reflects this philosophy. Massive walls, tiny cells, limited light, minimal comfort. These structures were built to break spirits, to crush defiance, to transform criminals into obedient citizens through sheer misery. Rehabilitation was never the goal. Control was the goal. Submission was the goal. Creating broken, docile humans who would never again challenge authority was the goal. Then came the 20th century with its progressive ideas about criminal justice, about psychology, about the causes of crime and the possibilities for reform. The philosophy shifted, at least nominally, from punishment to rehabilitation. Prisons were rebranded as correctional facilities. Guards became officers. The language changed to reflect new priorities. Treatment, reform, reintegration. But the buildings remained the same. The fundamental structure remained the same. Victorian prisons with modern mission statements. Ancient punishment apparatus with contemporary rhetoric painted over the rust. This contradiction creates impossible situations. Prison staff are told to rehabilitate while working in facilities designed to punish. They're told to treat inmates with dignity while those inmates are locked in cells barely larger than closets. Denied privacy, subjected to constant surveillance, stripped of autonomy and agency. They're told to prepare prisoners for reintegration into society while keeping them isolated from that society for years or decades, allowing their social skills to atrophy, their understanding of the outside world to fossilize, their ability to function independently to wither. The system runs on security levels. Category A for the most dangerous, Category D for the least. Movement between categories is supposed to reflect rehabilitation progress. Behave well, participate in programs, show remorse, and you move down the ladder toward eventual release. But what happens when someone doesn't want to move down the ladder? What happens when someone like Charles Bronson deliberately sabotages every opportunity for progression? What happens when the system encounters an inmate who prefers maximum security to freedom, who's found identity and purpose in being Britain's most dangerous prisoner? The system breaks down completely. It has no protocols for this scenario. All procedures assume inmates want freedom, want reduced security, want to progress toward release. The entire incentive structure collapses when facing someone who doesn't value the carrot being offered. Punishment loses effectiveness against someone who's transformed punishment into identity. Isolation becomes reward rather than deterrent. Additional security measures become badges of honor. The system becomes complicit in creating the very monster it's trying to contain. Bronson's story reveals another systemic failure: the overuse of solitary confinement. He's spent approximately 48 of his 50 years incarcerated in segregation or isolation units. 48 years alone. 48 years in cells designed for short-term behavior modification but used for long-term warehousing of difficult prisoners. International human rights organizations have repeatedly condemned Britain's use of extended solitary confinement, calling it torture, demanding reform. The United Nations says anything beyond 15 consecutive days causes lasting psychological damage. Bronson has endured thousands of consecutive days, interrupted only by brief returns to general population before his next violent outburst sends him back. What does 4 decades of isolation do to a human mind? Psychologists have studied this extensively, documenting the severe mental health impacts: anxiety, depression, hallucinations, cognitive decline, emotional instability, increased violence. The isolation that's supposed to calm prisoners instead drives them insane, making them more dangerous, more unstable, more violent. It's counterproductive punishment that perpetuates the very behaviors it's meant to extinguish. But Bronson seems immune to these effects. Or does he? Perhaps the immunity is illusion. Perhaps the damage is there but manifests differently. Not as breakdown but as hardening. Not as collapse but as transformation into something inhuman. Perhaps 48 years alone has fundamentally rewired his brain in ways that make rehabilitation impossible, that have created a man-shaped thing that can no longer function as part of society, that exists now only as rage and ego and performance. Perhaps the system created exactly what it feared most. The financial cost of managing Charles Bronson defies comprehension. Conservative estimates suggest he's cost the British taxpayer over £5 million, and that's likely a massive undercount. Each hostage situation requires mobilizing dozens of specialist officers. Each damaged cell must be repaired or replaced. Each siege shuts down prison wings, interrupting operations, requiring overtime pay for additional staff. Special cells have been constructed specifically for him: reinforced walls, cameras monitoring his every movement, furniture bolted to floors, fixtures designed to be unbreakable. One cell at HMP Wakefield reportedly cost over £200,000 to build and maintain. Then there's the legal costs. Bronson has been involved in countless court cases: appeals, hearings, parole boards, civil suits. Each requires judges, lawyers, court time, administrative processing. The paperwork generated by his incarceration could fill entire rooms. His file is legendary among prison staff, thousands of pages documenting every violent incident, every disciplinary action, every psychological evaluation, every attempt at intervention that failed. And for what? What has society gained from spending millions to contain one man? Has it made anyone safer? Bronson's victims would argue otherwise. They're traumatized, damaged, suffering psychological wounds that will never fully heal. Has it deterred other criminals? Unlikely. Bronson has become a folk hero in certain circles, proof that one man can wage war against the system and remain unbroken. Has it rehabilitated him? The question answers itself. After 5 decades, Charles Bronson is more dangerous now than when he entered prison for stealing £26. This represents the ultimate failure of the British prison system, taking a petty criminal and transforming him into a maximum security lifer, spending millions in the process, creating more victims along the way, and still having no solution, no plan, no hope for resolution. It's a feedback loop of dysfunction, each iteration making the problem worse, each year cementing Bronson's position as an unsolvable equation in human form. The psychological evaluations of Bronson fill libraries. Psychiatrists and psychologists have probed his mind for decades, trying to understand what makes him tick, what drives his violence, whether anything can be done to change him. The diagnoses shift depending on who's evaluating him and when. Antisocial personality disorder appears frequently, characterized by disregard for others' rights, lack of remorse, manipulative behavior, chronic violation of rules. Some evaluations suggest narcissistic personality disorder, grandiose sense of self-importance, need for admiration, inability to accept criticism. Others propose intermittent explosive disorder, episodes of aggressive impulses resulting in serious violence. But diagnostic labels feel insufficient when applied to Bronson. They're categories designed to capture common patterns, to group similar symptoms, to guide treatment approaches. Bronson doesn't fit neatly into any category. He exhibits characteristics of multiple disorders while also displaying behaviors that seem calculated rather than compulsive, chosen rather than symptomatic. His violence follows patterns but also shows strategic thinking. He plans his sieges, times them for maximum impact, orchestrates them for theatrical effect. That's not loss of control, that's artistry. One evaluation from the early 2000s described Bronson as possessing a dangerous combination of high intelligence, extreme physical capability, and complete lack of conventional empathy. The evaluator noted that Bronson understands social norms and emotions intellectually. He can describe them, discuss them, even mimic them, but doesn't feel them the way neurotypical people do. Hurting others doesn't cause him distress. Their pain doesn't register as something to avoid. Instead, violence provides satisfaction, validation, proof of existence. For Bronson, causing chaos is the closest he comes to feeling alive. This disconnect from normal emotional processing makes rehabilitation nearly impossible. Most therapeutic approaches rely on developing empathy, on helping offenders understand and internalize the harm they've caused. But what do you do with someone who understands the harm intellectually but doesn't care emotionally? How do you treat someone whose violence brings them joy rather than shame? The standard toolkit of prison psychology proves useless against someone wired so differently from the norm. Some psychiatrists have suggested that Bronson's decades in isolation have essentially created a new psychological category. Call it institutional adaptation syndrome. After spending most of his adult life in maximum security, Bronson has adapted so completely to prison environment that he can no longer function anywhere else. Prison isn't punishment for him anymore. It's home. The isolation that breaks other men has become his natural habitat. The violence that appalls society has become his art form. He's evolved, adapted, transformed into something that can only exist within prison walls. This creates a horrifying paradox. The system can never safely release him, but keeping him imprisoned perpetuates the very adaptation that makes him dangerous. Release him, and he'd likely commit violence within hours or days, his prison-adapted psyche unable to process freedom. Keep him imprisoned, and he continues attacking staff, taking hostages, costing millions. There's no winning scenario, no solution that doesn't involve either risk to public safety or continued expense and trauma for prison workers. The victims of Bronson's violence haunt this narrative like ghosts. They're often overlooked in the media coverage, which focuses on Bronson's exploits, his colorful personality, his status as Britain's most dangerous prisoner. But behind every hostage situation is a real human being whose life was fundamentally altered by those hours or days of terror. Phil Danielson, Adrian Wallace, John White, and dozens of others whose names never made headlines, guards who were assaulted, inmates who were attacked, workers who found themselves suddenly transformed from employees into captives. Their testimonies paint a consistent picture. Bronson is terrifying not just because of his physical strength, but because of his unpredictability. He can be charming, funny, almost friendly one moment, then explosively violent the next. Victims describe never knowing which Bronson they're dealing with, never feeling safe, always watching for signs of the switch flipping. That psychological torture, the constant vigilance, the hyper-awareness, the knowledge that death could come instantly if they say or do the wrong thing, causes damage that persists long after the physical siege ends. Many of Bronson's victims have left prison work entirely, unable to return to environments that trigger their trauma. Some developed PTSD, experiencing flashbacks, nightmares, panic attacks. Relationships crumble under the weight of what they experienced. Marriages end. Mental health deteriorates. The ripple effects extend far beyond the immediate incident, touching families, friends, colleagues. And for what? So Bronson could prove a point? So he could feel powerful? So he could add another chapter to his legend? The ethical questions surrounding Bronson's continued incarceration grow more complex each year. On one hand, public safety demands his containment. Releasing him would almost certainly result in violence. On the other hand, keeping someone imprisoned for 50 years, spending 48 of those years in solitary confinement, for an original crime of stealing 26 pounds raises serious questions about proportionality, justice, humanity. Has the punishment exceeded the crime so thoroughly that it becomes its own form of injustice? Human rights advocates argue that indefinite imprisonment without meaningful rehabilitation attempts violates basic principles of justice. They point out that Bronson has received minimal therapeutic intervention, that he's been essentially warehoused rather than treated, that the system gave up on rehabilitation decades ago and now simply manages containment. They argue that society has an obligation to at least try to help him, to provide genuine psychological treatment, to create conditions where change is possible, even if unlikely. But how? What treatment exists for someone so thoroughly adapted to violence? What therapy can reach someone who's spent 48 years in isolation? What hope for change exists when every attempt at rehabilitation has failed? When every program he's entered has ended in violence? When every professional who's tried to help has been manipulated or attacked? At what point does continued effort cross from noble perseverance into dangerous delusion? The debate extends to broader questions about prison reform. If the system can so spectacularly fail with Bronson, transforming a petty thief into a maximum security lifer, how many other prisoners is it failing less spectacularly but still significantly? How many inmates enter prison with minor issues and leave with major ones? How many are damaged by isolation, hardened by violence, trained in criminality by the very institutions meant to correct them? Bronson is an extreme case, but extreme cases often reveal truths about systems that more moderate cases obscure. British prison reformers point to Scandinavian models, facilities that emphasize rehabilitation over punishment, that provide education and therapy, that treat inmates as humans capable of change rather than animals needing cages. Recidivism rates in countries like Norway are dramatically lower than in Britain. But critics argue that Scandinavian approaches work in societies with different social structures, different crime rates, different cultural attitudes toward punishment. They argue that Britain has too many dangerous criminals, too much violence, too little funding to implement such radical changes. And what about Bronson would be different in a Scandinavian-style facility? Would he respond to humane treatment and therapeutic intervention? Or would he simply see it as weakness to exploit, opportunity for more spectacular violence? Some psychologists believe early intervention, catching young Michael Peterson before he became Charles Bronson, might have changed trajectory. Proper mental health support, anger management, trauma-informed care might have prevented the transformation. But that ship sailed 5 decades ago. The question now is whether the monster can be untransformed, whether Charles Bronson can somehow return to being Michael Peterson. Most experts believe the answer is no. The transformation is complete, permanent, irreversible. Media coverage of Bronson reveals society's complicated relationship with violent criminals. He's been the subject of books, documentaries, a feature film starring Tom Hardy that painted him almost sympathetically as a misunderstood artist trapped in a brutal system. This romanticization troubles many, particularly his victims, who see nothing romantic about being held hostage, nothing artistic about assault, nothing misunderstood about a man who's chosen violence repeatedly across 5 decades. The film Bronson from 2008 sparked particular controversy. It portrayed him as a performer, an artist whose violence was expression rather than criminality. Critics argued this glamorized dangerous behavior turned a violent criminal into an anti-hero, gave him exactly what he wanted: attention, validation, legendary status. Supporters countered that the film actually showed how prison creates monsters, how systems fail, how society produces men like Bronson through negligence and brutality. Both interpretations contain truth. Both miss important elements. What gets lost in media narratives is the mundane reality of Bronson's existence. The thousands of hours sitting in cells, the repetitive routine, the grinding boredom punctuated by brief explosions of violence. The glamorized version suggests constant action, perpetual rebellion, endless excitement. The reality is far more pathetic. An old man in a cage, body deteriorating despite exercise, mind locked in patterns established decades ago, future containing nothing but more cages until death. There's nothing glamorous about it, nothing romantic, nothing worth emulating. Yet the myth persists. Young criminals write him letters, seeking advice, treating him as guru. True crime enthusiasts collect memorabilia, his artwork, signed books, photographs. Auction houses sell his belongings for thousands of pounds. He's achieved the immortality he sought, but at catastrophic cost, to himself, to his victims, to society. He wanted to be remembered. He will be. But as what? A cautionary tale about institutional failure? A monster created by the system meant to correct him? A man so damaged that rehabilitation became impossible? All of these, perhaps, none of them flattering. As Bronson ages into his 70s, questions about his future grow more pressing. He cannot live forever. Eventually, biology will accomplish what the prison system could not, containing his violence permanently through death. Some predict he'll die behind bars, still fighting, still refusing to submit, his last breath drawn in a segregation cell. Others speculate about possible release as age diminishes his physical threat. But even if his body weakens, would his mind? Would a 75-year-old Bronson with arthritic joints and diminished strength still be dangerous? Given his psychological profile, possibly yes. Violence for him isn't just physical, it's verbal, emotional, manipulative. Age might reduce his capacity for assault, but not his capacity for chaos. The parole board faces an impossible decision each time Bronson appears before them. Release him and accept responsibility for whatever violence follows. Deny release and continue the expensive, traumatic cycle of containment. There's no good option. No decision that doesn't involve either risk or injustice. So they choose the safer injustice, continued imprisonment, and the cycle continues. Another hearing, another denial, another year in segregation, another year older, another year where nothing changes except the calendars. Prison staff who've dealt with Bronson describe him as utterly unique in their experience. They've managed murderers, rapists, terrorists, organized crime bosses. But nobody like Bronson. Because most criminals want something: money, power, drugs, sex, freedom. Bronson seems to want only his own mythology. He's fighting not for release but for legacy. He's creating not a criminal career but a performance that will outlive him. And in that, he's succeeded. Long after he's dead, people will still be talking about Charles Bronson, Britain's most violent prisoner. The question is whether that's victory or the saddest possible defeat. 2023. Charles Bronson is 70 years old. 5 decades have passed since he walked into that post office in Moore Park, since he made the decision that would define and ultimately destroy his life. Half a century behind bars, 18,000 days in cages, 430,000 hours, most of them alone. Numbers that boggle comprehension, that represent a lifetime spent in punishment for a crime that originally warranted 7 years. His body shows the wear. Despite continued training, despite his legendary fitness regime, 70 years of existence take their toll. His face is heavily lined, weathered like old leather left too long in sun. His hair is white, thinning. His hands, those dangerous weapons that terrorized guards for decades, show arthritis creeping in, joints swelling, flexibility diminishing. He moves differently now, slower, more carefully. The explosive violence he was famous for requires speed he no longer possesses. Age is accomplishing what the prison system could not, disarming Charles Bronson. But age doesn't change his mind. In interviews, given occasionally through phone calls, letters, approved media contacts, Bronson remains defiant. He insists he's changed, matured, ready for release. Then, in the next breath, makes comments that reveal the same rage, the same aggression, the same inability to accept responsibility that's defined his entire incarceration. He blames the system. He blames individual guards. He blames society. He blames everyone except the one person actually responsible for his situation, himself. This inability to accept personal responsibility forms the core obstacle to his ever-achieving freedom. Parole boards don't require perfection. They don't expect criminals to become saints. But they do require acknowledgement of wrongdoing, genuine remorse, evidence of change. Bronson cannot or will not provide these things. He speaks about his violence as if it happened to him rather than through him, as if he was swept along by circumstances beyond his control. He portrays himself as victim, as misunderstood, as unfairly treated. The narrative he's constructed has no room for guilt, for apology, for the acknowledgement that he's terrorized innocent people for decades. His most recent parole hearing in March 2023 drew massive media attention. Bronson appeared via video link, looking older but still formidable, still possessing that intense energy that makes people uncomfortable even through screens. His fiancée testified on his behalf, Paige Saunders, his third wife, married him in November 2017 during a bizarre ceremony conducted through a video screen with Bronson in prison and Saunders at the chapel. She described him as changed, reformed, ready to be a productive member of society. His supporters rallied outside, holding signs demanding freedom, arguing that 5 decades is enough punishment for anyone. Inside the hearing room, Bronson gave testimony that perfectly encapsulated the contradictions defining him. He spoke eloquently about wanting peace, wanting to help troubled youth, wanting to use his experiences to prevent others from making his mistakes. He sounded reasonable, mature, genuinely remorseful. Then the panel asked about his violent history, and the mask slipped. His voice hardened, his jaw clenched. He defended actions that should be indefensible, justified violence that needs no justification, blamed victims for making him react the way he did. Within minutes, he destroyed his own case, revealed that beneath the performative rehabilitation lay the same Charles Bronson who's been attacking people since 1974. The parole board denied release. Again, the decision surprised nobody familiar with Bronson's history. They noted ongoing concerns about risk management, lack of genuine insight into his offending behavior, absence of meaningful change despite decades of incarceration. The legal language was diplomatic, but the message was clear. Charles Bronson remains too dangerous to release. Perhaps he always will be. Perhaps the Bronson that walked into prison in 1974 is the same Bronson sitting in segregation in 2023, unchanged despite the passage of 50 years, immune to time, therapy, and consequences. But look deeper. Look past the official narrative, past the media portrayal, past even Bronson's own mythologizing. Consider what 5 decades in maximum security actually means on a fundamental human level. Consider waking up every morning in the same concrete box. Consider eating the same meals, following the same routine, seeing the same walls for 50 years. Consider being strip-searched thousands of times, watched constantly, treated as dangerous property rather than human being. Consider spending 48 years essentially alone, isolated from physical contact, from normal conversation, from everything that makes humans social creatures. What does that do to a person? Not just psychologically, that's been documented extensively, but spiritually, existentially, in terms of fundamental humanity. Can someone survive that experience and remain human in any meaningful sense? Or does the system strip humanity away, replace it with survival mechanisms, coping strategies, adaptations that look like personality but are really armor against unbearable conditions? Is Charles Bronson even a person anymore, or just a collection of reactions to extreme trauma, a human-shaped phenomenon created entirely by the environment attempting to contain it? These aren't excuses for his violence. His victims deserve no such excuses, but they are questions worth asking if we care about justice, about rehabilitation, about whether our punishment systems actually accomplish their stated goals or simply warehouse damaged humans while creating more damage. Bronson entered prison as a petty criminal. Prison made him a monster. That's not defense, it's observation. And it demands serious consideration of what prisons are for, what they accomplish, whether they make society safer or simply more violent. Consider his victims again. Not abstractly, but specifically. Phil Danielson, forced to strip naked and play Mozart while Bronson destroyed a library. That man is approaching 70 now, has lived for 3 decades carrying the trauma of those hours. He's spoken publicly about how it changed him, how he sees Bronson's face in nightmares, how the humiliation still burns decades later. He's given victim impact statements at parole hearings, begging the board not to release Bronson, terrified that the man who terrorized him might walk free. Adrian Wallace, held hostage for 5 days in 1999. He left prison work afterward, unable to return to facilities that triggered his trauma. He's described those 5 days as the longest of his life, each hour stretching toward infinity, never knowing if Bronson would keep him alive or kill him on impulse. He developed severe anxiety afterward, struggled with depression, required years of therapy to regain basic functioning. His family watched him deteriorate, helpless to ease suffering they couldn't understand because they hadn't lived through it. The guards Bronson assaulted, and there are dozens, carry their own scars. Broken bones that healed incorrectly. Traumatic brain injuries from being struck. Psychological wounds from being attacked while just doing their jobs, trying to earn living, support families. They didn't sign up to be combatants in Bronson's personal war against authority. They signed up to work in corrections, believing perhaps naively that prisons rehabilitate, that they'd be helping people turn lives around. Instead, they got beaten, hospitalized, traumatized by a man who saw them not as humans but as representatives of the system he hates. These victims deserve consideration when discussing Bronson's future. Their safety matters. Their peace of mind matters. Their right to live without fear of encountering their abuser matters. When activists demand Bronson's release, arguing that 50 years is sufficient punishment, are they considering Phil Danielson's nightmares? Adrian Wallace's anxiety? The guards who limp from old injuries, who flinch at loud noises, who see Bronson's face in every aggressive inmate they manage. Justice requires balancing competing interests, Bronson's rights versus victims' safety, punishment severity versus rehabilitation's possibility, society's desire for vengeance versus practical considerations of expense and effectiveness. There are no easy answers. Releasing Bronson risks violence against innocent people. Continuing his imprisonment costs millions while accomplishing little except containment. Both options carry moral weight. Both involve choosing which principles to prioritize. Some argue for a middle path, supervised release into specialized housing, perhaps a mental health facility with experience managing violent patients. Monitor him constantly, restrict his movements, provide therapy while protecting public safety. But would Bronson comply? His entire life demonstrates contempt for rules, for supervision, for any constraints on his behavior. Release him into supervised housing, and how long before he violates conditions, attacks staff, takes someone hostage? Days? Hours? The risk seems enormous relative to the potential benefit. Others suggest palliative approaches, acknowledging that Bronson can never be released but improving his confinement conditions. Less isolation, more human contact, better treatment overall. Make his remaining years less miserable while maintaining security. This approach recognizes rehabilitation's failure while preserving basic human dignity. But it requires public funding for someone who's cost taxpayers millions, who's hurt dozens of people, who shows no remorse. Politically, it's nearly impossible. Ethically, it raises questions about whether comfortable incarceration is just for someone who's caused such harm. The Bronson case highlights broader failures in how society handles dangerous criminals. The binary thinking release or maximum security leaves no room for nuance, for graduated approaches, for solutions between the extremes. Someone like Bronson needs something that doesn't exist. A facility combining security with genuine therapeutic intervention, containment with humanity, protection of public safety with recognition that even dangerous criminals remain human. Scandinavian countries have experimented with such facilities, high security but livable, focused on long-term management rather than pure punishment. Inmates live in something resembling apartments rather than cells. They participate in programs, maintain relationships with family, receive extensive mental health support. Security remains tight, but atmosphere isn't punitive. The philosophy: even if someone can never be released, their remaining years needn't be torture. Britain has nothing comparable. British maximum security remains essentially Victorian, punishment-focused, dehumanizing, designed to break rather than sustain. Critics argue this approach creates exactly what Bronson represents. Humans so damaged by the punishment intended to correct them that they become permanently dangerous. Change the conditions, change the outcomes. Treat inmates humanely, and even those who can never be released might at least stop creating more victims. But implementing such changes requires political will, public support, and significant funding. In an era of austerity, of populist anger toward criminals, of tough on crime, rhetoric dominating political discourse, progressive prison reform faces steep uphill battles. Taxpayers don't want money spent making prisons comfortable. They want punishment, vengeance, suffering for those who've transgressed. That Bronson might actually become less dangerous in better conditions doesn't matter if the public demands he suffer. So the cycle continues. Bronson ages in segregation. Parole boards deny his applications. Media covers each hearing. True crime enthusiasts debate his case online. Victims live with trauma. Guards stay alert for his next explosion. Taxpayers fund his incarceration. Years pass. Nothing changes. And everyone, Bronson, victims, staff, society, loses. There are no winners in this story. Only different categories of losers paying different prices for different failures. As Bronson enters his 8th decade, mortality becomes a relevant factor in ways it wasn't before. He's lived longer than many prisoners, longer than some of his guards, longer than the systems that sentenced him. But he won't live forever. Eventually, 5 years, 10 years, 15, nature will end what the justice system cannot. He'll die in prison, likely in segregation, likely still fighting, likely still insisting he deserves freedom. And when he dies, what then? The mythology will persist. Books will continue being written about Britain's most violent prisoner. Documentaries will be produced analyzing his psychology. True crime podcasts will dissect his cases. He'll achieve the immortality he sought, though whether it's the immortality he wanted remains questionable. He wanted to be remembered as warrior, as someone who never surrendered, who beat the system through sheer refusal to break. Instead, he'll be remembered as cautionary tale, as example of what happens when punishment replaces rehabilitation, when systems fail, when one man's rage consumes 5 decades. His victims will outlive him, hopefully. They'll receive no closure from his death. Trauma doesn't end because the traumatizer dies, but perhaps they'll feel some relief knowing he can never hurt anyone again, that the threat finally ends not through justice or healing, but through biology's inevitable progression. Some might attend his funeral, needing to see him dead to believe it real. Others will ignore it, having moved on as much as trauma allows, wanting nothing to do with him even in death. The prison system will study him, trying to extract lessons, trying to ensure they never create another Bronson. But will they learn the right lessons? Will they understand that their punishment-focused approach created the very thing it was meant to prevent? Will they implement meaningful reforms, or simply write reports that gather dust while they continue warehousing humans in Victorian cages? History suggests pessimism is warranted. Systems change slowly. Sometimes they don't change at all. Charles Bronson represents everything wrong with how Britain handles criminals. The petty offender transformed into maximum security lifer through institutional failure. The millions spent containing rather than treating. The victims created along the way. The decades wasted. The human potential destroyed. Not just Bronson's, but everyone touched by his violence. He's living indictment of a system that claims to rehabilitate but actually just punishes, that promises justice but delivers only vengeance, that warehouses humans and calls it corrections. But he's also more than symbol, more than case study, more than cautionary tale. He's human. Damaged, dangerous, deeply troubled human who spent 70 years on Earth and 50 of them in cages. He's made monstrous choices, hurt innocent people, earned his incarceration 1,000 times over. He's also victim of his own psychology, of systemic failures, of punishment that exceeded any reasonable proportion to his original crime. Both things are true. He's monster and victim, perpetrator and casualty, villain and tragic figure. The complexity resists easy narratives. Media wants simple stories, evil criminal or misunderstood artist, system's failure or individual's fault. Reality offers no such simplicity. Bronson is product of genetics, upbringing, choices, circumstances, and systemic failures all interacting across decades. Blame is complicated. Responsibility is shared. Solutions are elusive if they exist at all. As night falls over HMP Woodhill, Charles Bronson sits in his cell. Same cell he's sat in thousands of nights before. Same walls. Same routine. Same life he's lived for longer than many people live entire existences. He's 70 years old. He's been in prison since before most current inmates were born. He's outlived multiple prison reform movements, countless policies, several generations of prison staff. He's become institution himself, as permanent as the concrete surrounding him. What does he think about alone in those hours? Does he regret his choices? Wish he'd taken the original 7-year sentence and built a life afterward? Does he dream of freedom, imagining what life might have been if that post office robbery had never happened? Does he still believe he's warrior, victim, misunderstood genius trapped by unfair system? Or have the years brought clarity, understanding of how thoroughly he destroyed his own life and damaged so many others? Nobody knows. Even after 50 years, after countless evaluations, after millions of words written about him, Charles Bronson remains enigma. His inner life, his genuine thoughts, feelings, understanding, remains locked behind walls he built long before prison ever contained him. He performs for cameras, writes for audiences, presents versions of himself carefully crafted for effect. But the real Charles Bronson, if such a thing still exists, remains hidden, perhaps even from himself. The tragedy isn't just what he did, it's what he might have been. The young man who entered prison in 1974 could have served 7 years and emerged still young enough to build a life. He could have known his son, been present for grandchildren, found work, contributed something positive to society. That possibility existed once. It no longer does. That potential life was destroyed not by the system alone, not by Bronson alone, but by the catastrophic interaction between them, institutional failure meeting individual pathology in perfect storm of destruction. The sun will rise tomorrow on British prisons unchanged. Guards will report to work. Inmates will wake in cells. The system will continue operating as it has for decades, punishing rather than healing, containing rather than correcting, warehousing humans who emerge more damaged than when they entered. Charles Bronson will wake in his segregation cell, another day closer to death that may be the only release he ever receives. His victims will wake carrying their trauma. Society will continue paying the financial and human costs of its justice system's failures. And the story continues because the story never really ends. Not with parole denials, not with Bronson's eventual death, not with reforms that may never come. The Bronson Chronicles represent something ongoing, something fundamental about how humans treat humans, about what justice means, about whether redemption exists for anyone or is merely comfortable lie we tell ourselves. The questions raised by 5 decades of institutionalized violence demand answers society seems unwilling or unable to provide. Tonight, somewhere in maximum security, Charles Bronson or Michael Peterson or whoever he truly is, sits alone with his thoughts. 50 years of punishment stretch behind him. However many years remain stretch ahead. And in that cell, in that moment, one truth becomes inescapable. Everyone lost. Bronson lost his freedom, his life, his humanity. His victims lost their safety, their peace, their sense of security in the world. Society lost millions of pounds and any illusion that its justice system actually works. The system lost credibility, moral authority, claim to rehabilitation. There are no winners when rage becomes identity, when punishment becomes torture, when systems designed to help instead destroy. There's only Charles Bronson in his cage, and the wreckage of 5 decades spread behind him like bodies on a battlefield where everyone fought and nobody won. This is the Bronson Chronicles, the story of Britain's most violent prisoner, the story of institutional failure, the story of rage that consumed everything, including the man who wielded it. May we learn from it. May we do better. May we build systems that heal rather than harm, that rehabilitate rather than destroy, that recognize humanity even in monsters because monsters are made, not born, and what we make, we can unmake. But first, we must choose to try. And that choice, 50 years into this nightmare, remains unmade. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe. so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Axel Rudakabana, the Southport Killer. Blood pooled across a children's dance studio floor where laughter once echoed. Parents ran screaming through streets they'd walked 1,000 peaceful mornings. Emergency sirens shrieked through a suburban neighborhood that had never known real horror, until one summer day when evil walked through an unlocked door carrying 3 kitchen knives and a twisted obsession with violence that would shatter an entire nation's sense of safety. This is the story of Axel Rudakabana, the Southport Killer, a 17-year-old who transformed a Taylor Swift-themed dance class into a massacre site, ending 3 innocent lives and carving permanent scars into dozens more. What drove a teenager to commit one of Britain's most horrific attacks against children? The answer lurks somewhere between a fractured mind, ignored warning signs, and a system that failed catastrophically to see what was festering behind closed doors. Welcome to a nightmare that refused to stay hidden in darkness. This is true crime for the sleepless hours, when monsters feel closest and reality proves more terrifying than fiction. What you're about to hear demands your complete attention, because understanding how this happened might be the only way to prevent it from happening again. Hart Street stretched quiet and ordinary through Southport's residential sprawl, a ribbon of pavement connecting families who chose this coastal town for its promise of peace. Victorian terraces stood shoulder to shoulder with modern semis, their brick facades weathered by salt air drifting inland from the Irish Sea. Children's bicycles leaned against garden walls. Window boxes overflowed with summer petunias. Every detail whispered normalcy, the kind of place where neighbors knew each other's names and parents let their kids walk to the corner shop alone. The Hart Space Community Center occupied a converted commercial building where Hart Street met a cluster of small businesses. Its large windows faced the street, flooding the interior with natural light that made the place feel welcoming, safe. Local families had been gathering there for years: book clubs, yoga classes, children's activities. Nothing extraordinary ever happened within those walls, until July 29, 2024, when extraordinary evil found its way inside. Leanne Lucas had spent weeks preparing for the Taylor Swift-themed dance workshop. As a yoga instructor and children's wellness teacher, she understood how to create magic for young minds, how to transform an ordinary Monday morning into something special. 26 children had signed up, ages 6 to 11, their parents thrilled to give them a few hours of structured fun during the long summer holiday. The theme seemed perfect. Taylor Swift's music dominated radio stations. Her lyrics provided positive messages, and the kids adored her. Leanne planned choreography to Shake It Off and Anti-Hero, printing lyric sheets decorated with glitter stars. Parents dropped their daughters off between 9:30 and 10 o'clock that morning. Some lingered briefly, chatting with other mothers they recognized from school pickups and weekend football matches. Others rushed away to work or errands, grateful for the childcare. None of them sensed anything wrong. Why would they? Southport had always been safe. The Hart Space had always been welcoming. This was supposed to be a morning of innocent joy, little girls twirling in their favorite outfits, singing along to pop music, making friendship bracelets during the craft portion of the workshop. B.B. King arrived wearing pink, her favorite color. The 6-year-old radiated pure excitement, her blonde hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, her smile wide enough to light the entire room. She'd been talking about this dance class for days, practicing moves in her living room, singing Taylor Swift songs until her parents knew every word by heart. Her mother kissed her goodbye at the door, watching as BB skipped inside to join the other girls already gathering in the main studio space. Elsie Stankham, 7 years old, came dressed for dancing in comfortable clothes that allowed easy movement. Her gentle nature made her instantly likable, the kind of child who noticed when others felt left out and made sure everyone got included. She'd brought a water bottle covered in stickers and a small backpack containing her packed lunch. Her parents had no reason for concern. They'd researched the class, knew Leanne's excellent reputation, and trusted their daughter would spend a few happy hours doing what she loved most: dancing with friends. Alice Da Silva Aguiar, 9 years old, represented the workshop's older participants. Mature beyond her years, Responsible and kind, Alice had been looking forward to the class as a chance to express herself through movement and music. She arrived with the confidence of a child who'd found her passion. Dance had become her outlet, her joy, her way of connecting with the world. Her parents, originally from Portugal but long settled in Southport, had worked hard to give their daughter every opportunity. They never imagined that dropping her off for a dance class would be the last normal moment their family would ever know. 26 children filled the studio that morning. 26 innocent souls who wanted nothing more than to dance, to laugh, to enjoy being young during summer vacation. The workshop began promptly at 11 o'clock. Leon started with warm-up exercises, encouraging the girls to stretch and move, to shake off any shyness and embrace the fun ahead. Music played through portable speakers. Sunlight streamed through those large windows facing Hart Street. Everything unfolded exactly as planned. Outside, Axel Rudakabana moved through Southport with deadly purpose. The 17-year-old had left his home on Banks Estate earlier that morning, a location roughly 4 kilometers from Hart Street. He carried a green backpack, unremarkable in appearance, the kind any teenager might wear to school or while running errands. But inside that backpack, wrapped carefully to avoid detection, were 3 kitchen knives. Not pocket knives or utility tools, but proper kitchen blades designed for cutting meat and vegetables, their edges sharp enough to slice through flesh with minimal resistance. Rudakabana had chosen these weapons deliberately. He'd selected them from his family kitchen, testing their weight and balance, ensuring they'd serve his horrific purpose. The largest measured 8 inches long, its blade gleaming and recently sharpened. This wasn't a spontaneous decision, no moment of sudden rage or unexpected mental break. This was premeditated murder, planned, prepared for, carried out with chilling calculation. His journey to Hart Street took approximately 45 minutes. He walked part of the distance, took a taxi for another portion, then walked again. Security cameras would later capture fragments of his movement through Southport streets. A tall, thin teenager with a hood pulled over his head despite the summer warmth, his posture suggesting someone trying to avoid notice. He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with passers-by. His expression revealed nothing. No obvious rage, no visible distress, just empty determination. What thoughts filled his mind during that journey? What darkness consumed him so completely that he could walk toward a building full of children and feel no hesitation, no last-minute doubt, no flicker of human conscience? Investigators would spend months attempting to understand Rudakabana's psychology, to map the twisted pathways that led a teenager to commit mass murder. But some questions resist easy answers. Some evil defies simple explanation. Multiple people saw him that morning. Pedestrians passed him on sidewalks. Shop workers glimpsed him through windows. A taxi driver transported him partway to his destination, later recalling a quiet passenger who offered minimal conversation. None of them recognized danger. How could they? He looked like any other teenage boy. Slightly awkward, perhaps, but not threatening. Not someone capable of unimaginable violence. Rudakabana arrived at Hart Street around 11:45. The dance workshop had been running for 45 minutes. Inside the studio, children laughed and moved to music, their voices rising in cheerful chorus. Leon guided them through choreography, encouraging the shy ones, praising the confident ones, creating an atmosphere of pure, uncomplicated joy. This was childhood at its most innocent. Girls being girls, dancing because it felt good, singing because the music made them happy. The building's entrance stood unlocked. The Hart space operated as a community center. People came and went freely throughout the day. No security system guarded the door. No metal detectors or bag checks created barriers to entry. Why would there be? This was Southport, not a war zone. This was a dance class for children, not a high-security facility. The unlocked door represented trust, openness, community spirit, all the values that make society function. Axel Rudakabana walked through that door at approximately 11:47. He moved directly toward the studio where music played and children's voices echoed. He didn't hesitate in the corridor. He didn't pause to reconsider. He reached the studio entrance, pulled the knives from his backpack, and stepped inside. What happened next would haunt everyone who survived it for the rest of their lives. What happened next would break families, traumatize a town, and shock a nation. What happened next proved that evil doesn't always announce itself with clear warning signs. Sometimes it walks through an unlocked door on a sunny Monday morning and destroys everything in its path. The attack began at 11:48. Lee and Lucas saw him first. A tall figure suddenly present where no teenage boy should be, his hands gripping knives that caught the sunlight streaming through those windows. For one frozen heartbeat, her mind struggled to process the impossible. Then training and instinct kicked in simultaneously. She positioned herself between Rutacabana and the children, her body becoming a human shield, her voice rising in desperate command. "Run! Get out! Run!" Chaos erupted in that studio. Children who'd been dancing seconds earlier now scattered in terror, their screams piercing the summer air. Some ran toward the exit. Others froze, paralyzed by fear. Still others huddled together, their young minds unable to comprehend what was happening. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening. They'd come here to dance, to have fun, to be safe. Rutacabana attacked with savage efficiency. He stabbed repeatedly, targeting anyone within reach, his movements quick and determined. The knives rose and fell in brutal rhythm. Blood sprayed across walls painted cheerful colors. Children's screams mixed with the music still playing from those speakers. Taylor Swift's optimistic lyrics providing surreal soundtrack to unspeakable horror. Leanne fought back with everything she had. She grabbed at his arms, trying to stop the knives, trying to protect her students. She took multiple stab wounds to her hands, her arms, her torso, each injury sustained while shielding a child from the blades. Her yoga and wellness training had never prepared her for combat, but maternal instinct transcended preparation. These were her students. These were babies. She would die before letting him hurt them unchallenged. Other adults heard the screaming. Jenny Stankham, Elsie's mother, had stayed nearby after drop-off, waiting with other parents at a nearby cafe. She ran toward the heart space when screams reached the street, her mother's intuition screaming that something was catastrophically wrong. She burst through the entrance and into the studio to find a scene from hell itself. Children bleeding, a tall figure wielding knives, chaos and terror replacing what should have been innocent fun. She didn't hesitate. She threw herself into the fight, grabbing children and pulling them toward the exit, putting her own body between Rutacabana and the victims. She took stab wounds to her back and shoulder, injuries that could easily have been fatal, wounds sustained because saving children mattered more than personal safety. John Hayes, a local business owner who'd been working nearby, heard the commotion and ran to help. He entered the studio to find carnage. Blood everywhere, children screaming and crying. Leanne and Jenny already wounded but still fighting to protect the kids. Hayes tried to restrain Rutacabana, attempting to grab his arms, to stop the knives. He too suffered stab wounds in the struggle, the blades slicing through his clothing and into his flesh. Emergency services received the first call at 11:49, 1 minute after the attack began. Children being stabbed at the heart space on Hart Street. Words that should never need to be spoken. A sentence that should never describe reality. Dispatchers immediately sent everything available. Police, ambulances, rapid response units, air ambulances. Every resource mobilized toward Southport, toward Hart Street, toward a dance studio where children had gathered to celebrate summer. But those first minutes belonged to the victims and the heroes who fought for them. Those first minutes determined who would live and who would die. Those first minutes tested every ounce of courage ordinary people possessed. 8 more children suffered stab wounds during those terrible minutes. 8 young bodies pierced by blades wielded with murderous intent. Some injuries struck arms raised defensively, instinctive attempts to block the knives. Other wounds went deeper, puncturing vital organs, causing catastrophic internal damage. Blood loss began immediately, small bodies struggling to compensate for trauma they were never designed to survive. Police arrived at 11:52, 4 minutes after the attack began, for minutes that must have felt like hours to everyone trapped inside that studio. Armed officers rushed into the building, weapons drawn, prepared for active shooter protocols. They found Rudakabana still inside the studio, still gripping his knives, surrounded by wounded children and adults. "Drop the weapons. Get on the ground." For the first time since entering the building, Rudakabana hesitated. Multiple officers surrounded him, weapons trained center mass, orders shouted with absolute authority. He dropped the knives. He complied when ordered to lie face down on the floor. Officers cuffed his hands behind his back, securing him while others immediately began triage on the wounded. The attack had lasted approximately 4 minutes, 240 seconds that carved a permanent scar across Southport's identity. For minutes that ended 3 precious lives and forever changed dozens more. Paramedics flooded the heart space within minutes of the first emergency call, their training immediately put to its most desperate test. The studio resembled a battlefield. Blood pooled across hardwood floors where children had been dancing moments earlier. Small bodies lay motionless or writhing in agony. Adults clutched wounds while simultaneously trying to comfort terrified kids. The music had finally stopped, replaced by sirens wailing outside and desperate voices calling for help. Triage began immediately. Paramedics assessed each victim in rapid succession, determining who needed immediate evacuation versus who could wait precious additional seconds. Every decision carried life or death weight. Every choice meant prioritizing one child's survival over another's, a moral calculus no medical professional ever wants to make. BB King had suffered multiple stab wounds to her torso and neck. The 6-year-old lay unconscious, her small body shutting down from blood loss and catastrophic trauma. Paramedics worked frantically over her, applying pressure to wounds, establishing intravenous lines, preparing her for immediate helicopter evacuation. Her pink outfit, chosen so carefully that morning, was now soaked crimson. Her blonde ponytail, styled with such care by her mother, was matted with blood. An air ambulance landed in a nearby parking area, its rotor wash scattering debris and creating hurricane-force winds that did nothing to cool the summer heat. BB was loaded aboard within minutes, paramedics continuing resuscitation efforts during the short flight to Alder Hey Children's Hospital in Liverpool. Every compression, every medication administered, every desperate intervention aimed at keeping her heart beating just a little longer, giving surgeons a chance to save her. Elsie Stankham had taken wounds to her chest and abdomen. The 7-year-old remained conscious but fading, her gentle eyes wide with confusion and pain. Her mother, Jenny, despite her own stab wounds, refused to leave her daughter's side. She rode in the ambulance, holding Elsie's small hand, whispering reassurances through her own tears. "You're going to be okay, sweetheart. Mummy's here. The doctors are going to fix you. You're so brave, so strong." Alice De Silva Aguiar, 9 years old, had sustained a critical neck wound. The blade had severed major blood vessels, and despite immediate pressure and emergency interventions, her body was losing the fight. She was rushed to hospital with paramedics performing continuous CPR, their hands compressing her young chest in steady rhythm, willing her heart to keep beating, praying for a miracle that would never come. 8 other children required hospitalization for stab wounds ranging from defensive cuts on their hands and arms to deeper penetrations of their torsos and backs. Emergency rooms at multiple hospitals received the young victims: Alder Hey Children's Hospital, Aintree University Hospital, Southport and Formby Hospital. Surgical teams assembled rapidly, operating theaters prepared, blood supplies mobilized. Pediatric trauma specialists worked through lunch hours and beyond, their skills tested by injuries children should never sustain. Leon Lucas, the dance instructor who'd used her body as a shield, had suffered numerous stab wounds to her hands, arms, back, and torso. Surgeons would later count 13 separate injuries, each one sustained while protecting her students. She'd fought like a lioness defending cubs, never backing down, never stopping until police arrived. Her wounds told the story of heroism: defensive cuts across her palms where she'd grabbed at blades, deeper punctures in her back where she'd turned to block attacks on children behind her. Jenny Stankham's back and shoulder wounds required immediate surgical intervention. The knife had penetrated deep, narrowly missing her spine, causing significant muscle and tissue damage. She'd felt the blade go in, felt the searing pain, but hadn't stopped moving. Maternal instinct had overridden everything else. Pain, fear, self-preservation. Her daughter needed her. Other people's daughters needed her. She'd thrown herself into the fight without hesitation, without counting the cost. John Hayes, the business owner who'd rushed to help, had sustained multiple stab wounds to his arms and chest. He'd survive, but the psychological scars would prove as lasting as the physical ones. He'd seen things that Monday morning that would replay in his nightmares for years. Children bleeding, innocence destroyed, evil wearing a teenage face. Hart Street transformed into a crime scene. Police tape cordoned off entire blocks. Forensic teams in white protective suits moved carefully through the Hart space, documenting every detail, photographing blood spatter patterns, collecting evidence. The studio where children had danced now stood silent except for the methodical click of cameras and the quiet conversations of investigators processing unthinkable violence. Parents who dropped their children off that morning for a few hours of innocent fun now converged on hospitals across Merseyside, their phones exploding with notifications, their hearts hammering with terror. Some had received calls from police or hospital staff. Others had seen news alerts or frantic social media posts. All of them drove with singular purpose, reaching their children, confirming their safety, or confronting their worst nightmare. The parents of uninjured children who'd escaped the studio physically unharmed arrived to find their daughters traumatized but alive. They clutched their kids with desperate relief, tears streaming down their faces, unable to fully process their good fortune. Their children had been in that room. Their children had seen the attack. Their children had run past bleeding bodies, had heard screams, had witnessed horror that would mark them forever. But their children were alive, breathing, crying, present. It felt like winning a lottery no one should ever have to enter. The parents of injured children faced a different hell. They rushed through emergency room doors into worlds of clinical chaos. Doctors conferring urgently, nurses moving with purposeful speed, machines beeping their mechanical warnings. They demanded information. How badly is she hurt? Will she be okay? Can I see her? When can I see her? Some received cautious reassurance. Surgeons explained procedures, described injuries, outlined treatment plans with realistic optimism. She's stable. We've repaired the damage. She'll need time to heal, but she's going to recover. Others heard words no parent should ever have to hear. We're doing everything we can. That phrase, that terrible, ambiguous phrase that meant the outcome remained uncertain, that their child's survival hung in a balance medical science could influence but not control. B.B. King died at Alder Hey Children's Hospital at 1319, 2 hours and 31 minutes after the attack began. Despite emergency surgery, despite blood transfusions, despite every intervention modern medicine could provide, her small body couldn't overcome the catastrophic trauma. Her injuries were simply too severe, too numerous, too devastating. Her 6-year-old heart, which had beaten with excitement that morning as she'd skipped into the dance class, stopped forever on an operating table while surgeons worked desperately to save her. Her parents received the news in a private room, delivered by a trauma surgeon whose eyes reflected the anguish of failure despite maximum effort. Their daughter was gone. The little girl in pink who'd loved dancing, who'd been singing Taylor Swift songs just hours earlier, who'd had her whole life ahead of her, was dead, murdered by a stranger while attending a children's dance class in a town they'd chosen specifically for its safety. Elsie Stankham fought for hours. Surgeons repaired what they could, but internal damage was extensive. Her 7-year-old body rallied briefly, vital signs stabilizing enough to offer hope. Her mother, Jenny, despite her own surgical wounds, stayed by her bedside, holding her daughter's hand, praying for a miracle. But Elsie's injuries proved too severe. Her organs began failing despite aggressive treatment. She died at 17:43, 5 hours and 55 minutes after the attack, her gentle spirit slipping away while her mother whispered final words of love. Alice De Silva Aguiar survived the longest. The 9-year-old fought with remarkable resilience, her strong young body battling against impossible odds. Surgeons worked for hours, repairing vessels, controlling bleeding, maintaining her blood pressure through transfusions and medications. Her parents kept vigil outside the operating theater, praying in Portuguese and English, bargaining with God for their daughter's life. But the neck wound had been too severe, the blood loss too catastrophic. Alice died early the next morning, July 30th, at 2:13, 14 hours and 25 minutes after a stranger had walked into a dance studio and destroyed her future with 3 pieces of sharpened steel. 3 children dead, 3 families shattered, 3 sets of parents who would never again hear their daughters laugh, who would celebrate no more birthdays, who would attend funerals instead of dance recitals. Phoebe, Elsie, and Alice. Names that would become synonymous with tragedy. Innocence destroyed, lives stolen by senseless violence. 8 other children fought their own battles in hospital beds. Some underwent multiple surgeries. Others faced long recoveries complicated by infections, by psychological trauma, by the simple fact that young bodies heal differently when wounded by intentional violence rather than accidents. These 8 survivors would carry physical scars for life, visible reminders of the day evil found them in a place that should have been safe. Southport reeled in collective shock. A town of approximately 90,000 residents suddenly found itself at the center of national, then international, horror. News media descended on the coastal community. Satellite trucks lining streets. Reporters standing before police tape, delivering updates to viewers around the globe. Hart Street, previously known only to local residents, became instantly recognizable worldwide. Flowers appeared first. Bouquets left near the police cordon by residents who didn't know what else to do, who needed some tangible way to express their grief and horror. One bouquet became 10, then 50, then hundreds. By evening, a sea of flowers stretched along Hart Street. Roses, lilies, daisies, children's bouquets wrapped in cellophane and tied with ribbon. Handwritten cards accompanied many arrangements. Rest in peace, angels. Southport mourns. Fly high, beautiful souls. Teddy bears joined the flowers. Parents brought stuffed animals on behalf of their own children, who wanted to give comfort to the victims they'd never meet. Pink bears predominated, Phoebe's favorite color, according to early news reports. The spontaneous memorial grew throughout the evening and into the night, illuminated by candles and solar lights, tended by residents who took shifts ensuring flowers had water, that cards didn't blow away, that this physical manifestation of communal grief remained intact. Taylor Swift herself issued a statement late that evening, her words carefully chosen. "The horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously, and I'm just completely in shock. The loss of life and innocence, and the horrendous trauma inflicted on everyone who was there, the families and first responders. These were just little kids at a dance class. I am at a complete loss for how to ever convey my sympathies to these families." Her statement resonated globally because she'd inadvertently become connected to this tragedy. The children had died at an event celebrating her music, singing her songs, dancing to her rhythms. She bore no responsibility, of course, the blame belonged solely to Axel Rudakabana, but the association added another layer of surreal horror. Something joyful and innocent, a pop star, catchy music, dancing children, had been corrupted by violence into something that would forever carry darker connotations. The 8 hospitalized children faced long roads to recovery. Beyond physical wounds requiring surgical repair and weeks of healing, they carried psychological trauma that would demand years of processing. They'd witnessed murder. They'd seen friends die. They'd felt knives cutting into their own flesh. They'd learned at ages 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 that the world contains evil, that safety is an illusion, that terrible things happen to innocent people for no reason that makes sense. Child psychologists mobilized to provide support, but therapy can only do so much. Some wounds never fully heal. Some nightmares never stop visiting. Some children who survive violence emerge fundamentally changed. Their innocence stolen, their trust shattered, their understanding of the world permanently darkened. Leanne Lucas underwent surgery for her 13 stab wounds. Doctors repaired damaged muscles, sutured lacerations, stabilized her condition. She would survive physically, though recovery would take months. But the psychological burden of that Monday morning would weigh on her forever. She'd tried to protect them. She'd fought with everything she had. and 3 children had still died. Survivor's guilt would become her constant companion, irrational, undeserved, but utterly persistent. Jenny Stankom's physical wounds healed, but she'd held her daughter's hand while Elsie died. That memory would never fade. That final goodbye would replay endlessly. She'd done everything possible, had literally taken knives meant for children, had fought like a warrior, and her daughter had still slipped away. The what-ifs would torment her. What if she'd stayed inside the studio instead of waiting at the cafe? What if she'd arrived 30 seconds earlier? What if she'd positioned herself differently? Logic provided no comfort against grief's irrational mathematics. John Hayes would return to his business, but he'd never see his shop the same way. He'd never hear sirens without remembering. He'd never pass the heart space without feeling that Monday morning viscerally. The screams, the blood, the terrible feeling of helplessness despite his intervention. Heroism doesn't erase trauma. Saving some doesn't eliminate the anguish of those you couldn't save. As darkness fell over Southport that Monday night, the town existed in a state of collective trauma. 3 children were dead. 8 more lay in hospital beds. Countless others had witnessed horrors that would haunt them forever. An entire community faced the reality that safety had been an illusion, that evil could strike anywhere, that sending your child to a dance class might mean never seeing them alive again. And at the center of it all, in a cell at Merseyside Police Headquarters, sat Axel Rudakabana. 17 years old, silent, providing no explanations, offering no remorse. His mind remaining an impenetrable fortress hiding whatever darkness had driven him to commit mass murder against children. Axel Rudakabana came into existence on August 7, 2006, in Cardiff, Wales. His parents, Alphonse and Grace, had immigrated to the United Kingdom from Rwanda, seeking opportunities and stability away from their homeland's troubled history. Like many immigrant families, they worked diligently to establish themselves, to provide for their children, to build a life in their adopted country. The family eventually settled in Southport, specifically on the Banks Estate, a residential area mixing social housing with private homes, occupied by working-class families trying to get by. The Rudakabanas lived quietly, keeping largely to themselves, participating minimally in community activities. Neighbors would later describe them as polite but distant, present but not truly connected to the social fabric surrounding them. Axel grew up as an only child, though sources disagree on whether he had siblings. This detail matters less than the isolation he apparently experienced throughout his childhood and adolescence. Teachers, classmates, and neighbors all painted similar pictures of a young person who existed at society's margins, physically present but emotionally absent, surrounded by peers but fundamentally alone. His school years unfolded at various institutions in the Southport area. Early primary education passed without major incident, though teachers noted his difficulty connecting with other children. He struggled with social interactions, often standing apart during playground activities, preferring solitary pursuits to group games. Other children didn't actively bully him, but neither did they include him. He existed in that painful middle space, not persecuted enough to generate intervention, not integrated enough to thrive. As Axel entered secondary school, concerning patterns began emerging more clearly. He displayed obsessive interests in violence and death, spending extensive time researching school shootings, terrorist attacks, and mass casualty events. School officials became aware of these interests after discovering disturbing content in his schoolwork. Essays fixating on violence, drawings depicting weapons and death, search histories revealing extensive research into previous massacres. Multiple interventions occurred. School administrators contacted his parents. Mental health referrals were made. Prevent program officers, specialists trained to identify and redirect individuals at risk of radicalization or violence, became involved. Rudakabana was assessed multiple times by various professionals attempting to determine whether he posed genuine danger or simply represented a troubled teenager exploring dark interests as part of adolescent development. Each assessment concluded similarly, concerning but not actionable. He made no specific threats. He outlined no concrete plans. He expressed no clear intent to harm others. His interests were troubling, yes, but interest in violence doesn't automatically translate to violent action. Millions of people consume violent media, horror films, true crime content, video games featuring graphic combat, without ever committing violence themselves. Drawing a line between disturbing interests and genuine danger remains notoriously difficult. But warning signs accumulated like storm clouds gathering on a distant horizon. In 2019, when Rudakabana was 13 years old, police received reports of him bringing a knife to school. Officers investigated, confiscated the blade, interviewed the teenager and his parents. He claimed he'd brought it for protection, that he felt unsafe, that he needed a way to defend himself. The knife was relatively small, more pocket knife than weapon, but any blade on school property triggered automatic police involvement. Ultimately, no charges were filed. Rudakabana received warnings. His parents were advised to monitor him more closely, to secure any potential weapons in their home, to ensure he received appropriate mental health support. The incident went into records but generated no further formal consequences. In 2021, at age 15, another concerning incident occurred. Police received reports. Details remain partially sealed due to Rudakabana's status as a minor at the time, of violence directed toward another individual. Investigations proceeded, but again, circumstances didn't rise to the threshold for criminal prosecution. Warnings were issued. More referrals to mental health services were made. More meetings occurred between school officials, police, social services, and his parents. Each agency involved followed its protocols. Each professional did what regulations and training dictated. Yet somehow, collectively, the system failed to recognize or adequately respond to the danger Axel Rudakabana represented. Information existed in separate silos, school records here, police reports there, mental health assessments somewhere else, but no comprehensive picture emerged showing the full scope of his trajectory toward violence. Psychological professionals who assessed him noted several concerning traits. He displayed limited empathy, struggling to recognize or respond appropriately to others' emotions. He showed restricted affect. His facial expressions and emotional responses seemed muted, disconnected from situations that should provoke normal reactions. He engaged in obsessive research about violent events, able to recite details about famous mass killers, to discuss body counts and attack methodologies with disturbing enthusiasm. Yet none of this definitively indicated he would commit violence himself. Many individuals display similar traits without ever harming anyone. Psychopathy and sociopathy exist on spectrums. Not everyone with empathy deficits becomes a killer. Mental health professionals face an impossible balance. Intervene too aggressively and you may violate rights and waste resources on false positives. Intervene too cautiously and you risk missing genuine threats. Rudakabana's online activity painted a darker picture. Digital forensics conducted after his arrest revealed extensive engagement with violent content across multiple platforms. He frequented forums discussing mass shootings and terrorist attacks. He downloaded manifestos written by previous killers, studying their words, analyzing their methods. He searched for information about weapons, about causing maximum casualties, about avoiding detection before attacks. His browser history read like a roadmap to radicalization, not toward any specific political or religious ideology, but toward violence itself. He appeared fascinated by the act of killing, by the power over life and death, by the infamy achieved by those who commit spectacular acts of brutality. He researched the Columbine shooters, the Sandy Hook murderer, various European attackers. He consumed content about firearms, explosives, edged weapons, anything that could cause harm. Perhaps most chillingly, he researched his eventual target. Search histories showed him looking at information about children's activities in Southport, about dance classes and community centers, about locations where young people gathered. He'd identified the heart space specifically, studying its layout through available online images, understanding its location, planning his approach. This wasn't spontaneous violence. This wasn't a mental health crisis spiraling into sudden aggression. This was premeditated murder, carefully planned, methodically prepared for, deliberately executed. Axel Rudakabana spent time, weeks, possibly months, preparing for July 29, 2024. He selected his weapons. He identified his target. He planned his transportation to the location. He knew exactly what he intended to do when he walked through that unlocked door. Why children? Why a dance class specifically? These questions haunted investigators as they pieced together Rutabagan's digital footprint and psychological profile. Several theories emerged, though none provided fully satisfying explanations. One possibility: children represented the most vulnerable targets, least able to fight back, most likely to create maximum horror and media attention. Previous mass killers have specifically chosen schools and children's facilities for exactly these reasons. The shock value is immense, the public reaction guaranteed, the infamy assured. Another theory focused on the Taylor Swift theme. Some investigators suggested Rutabaga harbored resentment toward popular culture, toward things that represented normalcy and happiness, toward events that excluded him from their joy. Attacking a dance class celebrating a beloved pop star allowed him to corrupt something innocent, to inject his darkness into something bright. A third possibility considered potential targeting of the instructor or specific children, but investigations found no evidence of personal connections. Rutabaga had no prior relationship with Leon Lucas. He had no known grievances against any specific family whose children attended the workshop. This appeared to be random selection based on opportunity and vulnerability rather than personal vendetta. The most disturbing theory suggested he simply wanted to kill, that his specific targets mattered less than the act itself. Some individuals drawn toward violence fixate on the experience of taking life, on wielding ultimate power, on achieving notoriety through spectacular acts of cruelty. The target becomes almost incidental, chosen for practical reasons like accessibility and vulnerability rather than personal meaning. Rutabaga's family found themselves thrust into nightmare scrutiny following the attack. His parents, Alphonse and Grace, faced horrific questions. How did they not know? What signs had they missed? Could they have prevented this? Media camped outside their Banks estate home. Neighbors were interviewed extensively, every aspect of their family life dissected by investigators and journalists alike. By all accounts, they appeared to be ordinary parents attempting to raise their son in difficult circumstances. Alphonse worked as a taxi driver, maintaining irregular hours to support his family. Grace held various service industry positions over the years. They attended church regularly, maintained their home, paid their bills, caused no trouble. Friends and acquaintances described them as hardworking, respectful, devoted to their son despite his obvious struggles. But behind closed doors, what dynamics shaped Axel Rutabaga? What conversations occurred at family dinners? What concerns did his parents express privately? What interventions did they attempt? These intimate details remained largely hidden, protected by privacy considerations and the family's understandable retreat from public view. Some reports suggested tension in the household, that Rutabaga had become increasingly difficult to manage as he aged into adolescence, that conflicts erupted over his behavior and interests, that his parents felt overwhelmed and uncertain how to reach their increasingly isolated son. Other sources painted a picture of parental denial, parents unable or unwilling to accept the severity of their son's issues, minimizing warning signs, rejecting professional recommendations for more intensive intervention. The truth likely contained elements of both narratives. Parenting a troubled teenager challenges even the most skilled and resourced families. Immigrant families facing additional stressors, cultural adaptation, economic pressures, potential language barriers in navigating complex social services systems encounter even greater obstacles. The Rutabagas may have recognized their son's struggles but felt ill-equipped to address them adequately, or they may have convinced themselves his issues would resolve with time and maturity. Forensic examination of the Rutabaga home revealed disturbing materials. Investigators discovered additional weapons, more knives, tools that could be weaponized, items suggesting preparation for violence beyond what he'd carried to Hart Street. They found notebooks containing violent fantasies, drawings depicting mass casualty scenarios, written passages revealing his obsessive thoughts about death and destruction. His bedroom existed as a shrine to violence. Posters on walls depicted scenes from horror films and violent video games. Books about serial killers and mass murderers lined shelves. His computer contained thousands of files related to violence. Images, videos, documents, manifestos written by previous attackers. He'd created folders organizing this content by attack type, casualty count, weapon choice, demonstrating systematic study of mass violence. Most chillingly, investigators found a document that appeared to be planning notes for the Southport attack. While not a traditional manifesto, he'd written no lengthy explanation of motivations or ideological justifications. The notes outlined practical considerations: times when children's activities occurred, locations of community centers, observations about security or lack thereof at various facilities, weapon selection criteria, escape route considerations, though this last element remained underdeveloped, suggesting he hadn't seriously planned to survive or evade capture. Toxicology reports from the day of the attack revealed no drugs or alcohol in his system. He'd been completely sober when he murdered 3 children and attempted to murder many more. This wasn't substance-induced psychosis or drug-fueled loss of control. This was cold, calculated violence committed with clear mind and deliberate intent. Psychiatric evaluations ordered by the court following his arrest attempted to determine his mental state and fitness to stand trial. Multiple experts examined him, conducting interviews, administering tests, reviewing his history. Their findings remained complex and, in some ways, contradictory. He demonstrated above-average intelligence. His IQ tested in the superior range, indicating he possessed intellectual capacity to understand consequences of his actions. He showed no evidence of psychosis, no hallucinations, no delusions, no break from reality. He understood that killing children was illegal and morally wrong by societal standards. He'd taken steps to avoid detection before the attack, demonstrating awareness that his planned actions would result in arrest and punishment. These findings suggested he met legal criteria for criminal responsibility. He knew what he was doing, understood it was wrong, and chose to do it anyway. The law doesn't require that someone agree with moral standards, only that they comprehend them and possess capacity to control their behavior. However, evaluators also identified significant psychological abnormalities. He displayed markers consistent with antisocial personality disorder, profound lack of empathy, inability to form genuine emotional connections, disregard for others' rights and welfare. He showed traits associated with psychopathy, superficial charm in some contexts, manipulative behavior, lack of remorse or guilt. His effect remained flat during interviews, discussing the attack with emotional detachment that chilled experienced psychiatrists. One evaluator noted that Rutabaga discussed the murders as if describing a school project, factual, detailed, devoid of appropriate emotional content. He confirmed he'd planned the attack. He acknowledged stabbing the children. He provided specific details about his actions. But he offered no explanation for why, no expression of regret, no recognition of the immense suffering he'd caused. When asked how he felt about killing Bibi, Elsie, and Alice, he reportedly responded with silence, his face showing nothing. This profound absence of normal human emotion raised questions about whether any intervention could have prevented his violence. If someone lacks capacity for empathy, if they feel no emotional connection to others' suffering, can therapy or medication or any treatment really redirect them from violence? Mental health professionals debate these questions endlessly, with no clear consensus emerging. Autism spectrum disorder was also considered during evaluations. Rutabaga displayed some characteristics potentially consistent with autism: social difficulties, obsessive interests, challenges reading social cues. However, diagnosticians disagreed about whether autism explained his behavior or whether he represented a separate pathology that superficially resembled autism in certain respects. This distinction mattered for several reasons. Autism itself doesn't cause violence. The overwhelming majority of autistic individuals never harm anyone. But the social isolation and misunderstanding that sometimes accompany autism might contribute to trajectory toward violence when combined with other factors like lack of empathy and obsessive interest in harmful content. Understanding whether Rutabaga was autistic, sociopathic, or some combination thereof would influence how society approached prevention of similar cases in the future. Legal proceedings following the attack moved slowly through various stages. Initially charged as a juvenile given his age at the time of the offense, prosecutors petitioned to try him as an adult due to the severity of the crimes. Courts granted this request, recognizing that 3 counts of murder and multiple counts of attempted murder warranted adult prosecution regardless of the perpetrator's age. Rudakabana initially appeared in court via video link, his face pixelated to protect his identity under UK law regarding juvenile offenders. He spoke only to confirm his name and date of birth, offering no plea, showing no visible emotion. The brief hearing focused on procedural matters, scheduling, jurisdictional questions, preliminary motions. As legal proceedings progressed, debate erupted regarding whether his identity should be revealed publicly. UK law typically protects juvenile offenders' identities, preventing media from publishing names or photographs of anyone under 18 charged with crimes. This protection aims to allow young offenders opportunity for rehabilitation without the permanent stigma of public identification. However, the severity of Rudakabana's crimes and the immense public interest in the case created pressure for exception. Victims' families argued that the public deserved to know who had murdered their children. Media organizations filed motions seeking permission to identify him, arguing that transparency served public interest. Civil liberties groups countered that age-based protections existed for sound reasons and shouldn't be abandoned even for heinous crimes. Ultimately, courts ruled that Rudakabana could be publicly identified given the seriousness of his offenses and the fact that he would turn 18 before trial concluded. On certain dates, his name was released to media, his photograph published, his identity becoming public knowledge. Axel Rudakabana was no longer a pixelated figure on video screens but a real person. Tall, thin, with dark features and dead eyes that revealed nothing of whatever churned behind them. His trial was scheduled for early 2025, allowing time for both prosecution and defense to prepare their cases. The proceedings promised to be emotionally devastating. Survivors would testify, parents would describe losing their children, medical examiners would detail injuries, all of it replayed for judge and jury. The prosecution's case seemed straightforward. Overwhelming evidence proved Rudakabana had deliberately attacked children with deadly weapons, causing 3 deaths and multiple serious injuries. Witnesses saw him commit the crimes. Physical evidence linked him definitively to the scene. His own online activity demonstrated planning and preparation. Conviction on multiple murder and attempted murder charges appeared inevitable. The defense faced a nearly impossible task. They couldn't dispute the basic facts. Too much evidence, too many witnesses, their client's own admissions. Their only realistic strategy involved presenting mitigating circumstances for sentencing purposes. His age, his troubled mental health history, his dysfunctional childhood, anything that might persuade a judge that some possibility of rehabilitation existed, that life imprisonment with parole eligibility represented appropriate punishment rather than life imprisonment without possibility of release. But what mitigation could possibly suffice? He'd murdered 6-year-old Bibi as she tried to dance. He'd killed 7-year-old Elsie while her mother fought to protect her. He'd taken 9-year-old Alice's life when she had so much left to experience. He'd traumatized dozens of other children, destroyed multiple families, scarred an entire community. What childhood difficulties or mental health struggles could balance against such evil? As 2024 turned to 2025 and the trial date approached, Southport continued processing its collective trauma. The flower memorial on Hart Street remained, carefully maintained by volunteers who replaced wilted blooms, lit fresh candles, ensured the physical manifestation of grief stayed vibrant. The Hart space remained closed, its future uncertain. Some argued it should reopen to reclaim the space from evil. Others felt it could never shake association with horror, that it should be demolished and replaced with a memorial garden. Bibi, Elsie, and Alice were laid to rest in separate ceremonies that drew hundreds of mourners. Their funerals became community events, residents lining streets as hearses passed, standing in silence to honor lives cut impossibly short. Parents carried small coffins that shouldn't exist, that represented futures stolen, that held bodies that should still be alive, laughing, dancing, growing. The 8 surviving children continued recovery, some thriving physically despite psychological scars, others struggling with complications. All of them fundamentally changed. They'd survived, but survival came with costs that would compound throughout their lives. Birthdays would be tinged with guilt that they lived while others died. Sudden movements would trigger panic responses. Loud noises would send them diving for cover. Trust in safety would remain permanently fractured. The question haunting everyone who followed the Southport massacre remained brutally simple yet impossibly complex. Why? Why did Axel Rudakabana walk into a dance studio and murder children? What combination of factors, psychological, social, environmental, neurological, transformed a 17-year-old from someone who existed in society, however marginally, into someone who committed mass murder against the most innocent targets imaginable? Investigators spent thousands of hours attempting to construct an answer. They interviewed everyone who'd known Rudakabana, family members, teachers, classmates, neighbors, mental health professionals who'd assessed him, police officers who'd investigated previous incidents. They analyzed his digital footprint with forensic precision, mapping every website visited, every search query entered, every file downloaded. They examined his physical environment, his possessions, his writings. They built timelines tracking his movements and activities in the weeks and months before the attack. What emerged was a portrait of progressive isolation and darkness. Rudakabana had never truly connected with the world around him. From early childhood, he'd existed at society's edges, observing but not participating, present but not engaged. Other children sensed something off about him even when they couldn't articulate what, instinctively maintaining distance. As he aged, his isolation deepened rather than resolved. Adolescence typically brings increased social connection. Friendships intensify, romantic interests develop, peer groups form and reform with dramatic regularity. But Rudakabana experienced none of this normal development. He remained alone, his social interactions limited to unavoidable encounters in school and at home. He made no friends. He pursued no romantic relationships. He joined no clubs or sports teams. He existed in profound solitude. Into this isolation, he imported violence. His obsessive research into mass killings provided parasocial connection to infamous attackers. He studied their lives, memorized their actions, consumed their manifestos and writings. These killers became his reference points, his examples of how someone rejected by society could force the world to acknowledge them through spectacular violence. Psychologists call this identification with aggressors a defense mechanism where someone facing powerlessness aligns themselves mentally with powerful, violent figures. For Rudakabana, isolated and ineffective in normal life, the idea of wielding ultimate power over life and death held seductive appeal. Violence represented agency in a life that otherwise offered him none. The internet amplified these destructive tendencies. Previous generations of troubled, isolated teenagers had limited access to content celebrating violence. They might encounter it in movies or books, but finding detailed information about weapons, tactics, and previous attacks required significant effort. The digital age eliminated these barriers. Rudakabana could access unlimited violent content from his bedroom, watching videos of actual attacks, reading step-by-step planning guides, connecting with online communities that glorified violence. Some of these online spaces operate openly, cloaked in claims of educational purpose or free speech protection. Others hide in dark corners of the internet, accessible only to those who know where to look. In both, Rudakabana found validation for his violent fantasies. He encountered others who shared his interests, who discussed mass killings not with horror but with analytical detachment or outright admiration. These spaces normalized violence, presenting it as a reasonable response to alienation and rejection. Should internet companies bear responsibility for providing platforms where violent content flourishes? This question generated fierce debate following the Southport attack. Civil liberties advocates argued that censorship creates dangerous precedents, that free speech must be protected even when that speech disturbs us. Tech companies claimed they enforced terms of service prohibiting violent content but couldn't possibly monitor billions of posts and files in real time. Critics countered that algorithms actively promoted violent content to users like Rudakabana. When he searched for information about one attack, recommendation engines suggested related content about other attacks. When he watched one violent video, autoplay features cued similar videos. The platforms didn't just passively host harmful content. They actively directed users deeper into darkness, optimizing for engagement without considering consequences. The debate paralleled earlier arguments about video games, violent films, and heavy metal music, each generation identifying new media that might corrupt youth and contribute to violence. Research consistently shows that media consumption alone doesn't create violent individuals. Millions play violent video games without committing violence. Millions consume true crime content without developing murderous intent. Millions watch horror films without acting on any impulses they generate. But for a small subset of individuals already predisposed toward violence through psychological abnormalities or environmental factors, violent media might provide inspiration, instruction, and validation. Rutabaga belonged to this dangerous minority. Someone for whom access to violent content didn't just entertain but educated, showing him what was possible, teaching him how to transform fantasy into action. Mental health services also faced scrutiny following the attack. Rutabaga had been referred multiple times to various programs. He'd received assessments from mental health professionals. He'd been flagged by the Prevent program designed specifically to identify individuals at risk of committing violent acts. Yet he'd still progressed from troubling warning signs to actual mass murder. Where did the system fail? Multiple breakdowns became apparent upon investigation. First, information wasn't shared effectively between agencies. School officials knew about his violent interests and concerning behavior. Police had records of previous incidents, including bringing a knife to school. Mental health professionals had assessment notes documenting his psychological issues. But these pieces of information existed in separate databases, never assembled into a comprehensive picture showing escalating risk. Even when professionals recognized concerns, options for intervention remained limited. Unless someone makes specific, credible threats or commits prosecutable offenses, authorities cannot indefinitely detain them or force intensive treatment. Rutabaga made no explicit threats. His violent research and disturbing interests didn't constitute crimes. His previous incidents resulted in warnings and referrals, but not criminal convictions that might have triggered mandatory interventions. Mental health professionals also faced resource constraints. Proper assessment and treatment of potentially dangerous individuals requires significant time and specialized expertise. But mental health services throughout the UK operate under severe budget pressures, with long waiting lists and limited availability of intensive services. Even when practitioners recognized Rutabaga needed help, getting him that help in timely fashion proved difficult. This resource limitation creates terrible risk calculations. Mental health systems must triage, prioritizing the most acute cases while putting others on waiting lists or referring them to lower intensity services. But distinguishing truly dangerous individuals from merely troubled ones remains imperfect science. Many people display concerning warning signs without ever committing violence. Aggressive intervention in all such cases would overwhelm systems and potentially violate rights of those who pose no genuine threat. Yet failing to intervene aggressively enough produces tragedies like Southport. 3 children died because the system made wrong calculations about Rutabaga's risk level. If he'd received more intensive intervention, perhaps residential treatment, perhaps more aggressive medication management, perhaps closer monitoring, maybe the attack could have been prevented. Or maybe not. Maybe nothing short of permanent incarceration could have stopped someone so determined to commit violence. The Prevent program, specifically designed to identify potential attackers, came under particular criticism. Rutabaga had been referred to Prevent, had undergone assessment, had been deemed concerning but not requiring intensive intervention. In hindsight, this assessment proved catastrophically wrong. But how many other individuals receive similar assessments without ever committing violence? If Prevent treated everyone flagged as concerning as immediate high-risk threats, the program would overwhelm both its own resources and downstream mental health and law enforcement systems. These aren't excuses. 3 children are dead, and systems that might have prevented their deaths failed. But understanding failure requires acknowledging complexity. Prevention isn't simple. Risk assessment isn't precise. Resources aren't unlimited. Every decision involves trade-offs between liberty and security, between resource allocation and comprehensive coverage, between false positives and false negatives. Some proposed solutions focused on restricting access to weapons. Rutabaga used kitchen knives, common items found in virtually every home, easily purchased from countless retailers, impossible to effectively regulate. Unlike firearms, which can be controlled through licensing and registration systems, knives serve essential daily purposes. Banning or strictly regulating them would create enormous practical problems while likely proving ineffective given their ubiquity. Other suggestions targeted online content, calling for more aggressive moderation of violent material, better detection of users researching mass violence, and mandatory reporting when platforms identify potentially dangerous individuals. These proposals face significant technical and legal challenges, defining what content should be prohibited, determining where lines between legitimate interest and dangerous obsession lie, balancing privacy rights against security concerns, and navigating complex jurisdictional questions in global internet systems. Education emerged as another focus area, teaching children and adolescents about healthy emotional processing, about recognizing warning signs in themselves and peers, about seeking help when they experience violent thoughts or urges. But education alone cannot address severe mental health issues or fundamental personality disorders. Someone like Rudakabana, lacking basic empathy and viewing others as objects rather than people, wouldn't likely benefit from lessons about emotional regulation and help-seeking behavior. Some commentators seized on Rudakabana's immigrant background, suggesting this tragedy reflected problems with immigration policy or integration failures. These arguments typically ignored inconvenient facts: that Rudakabana was born in the UK, that his parents were law-abiding residents who'd lived in Britain for years, that troubled, violent teenagers emerge from all ethnic and cultural backgrounds. These racially charged responses culminated in riots that erupted in Southport and other UK cities in the days following the attack. Far-right agitators used the tragedy to promote anti-immigrant sentiment, organizing protests that devolved into violence. Rioters attacked a mosque in Southport despite no evidence connecting the Muslim community to the attack. Rudakabana had no known religious affiliation. Police officers were injured. Property was damaged. The tragedy was weaponized to advance political agendas that had nothing to do with actual facts of the case. These riots added another layer of trauma to an already devastated community. Southport residents had just experienced the murder of 3 children in their town. Now they watched as outsiders descended to commit violence in the streets, falsely claiming to act on behalf of victims while actually exploiting their deaths for ideological purposes. Many victims' family members explicitly condemned the riots, pleading for people to stop using their children's murders to justify more violence and hatred. The riots illustrated a broader challenge in responding to mass violence: the tendency to seek simple explanations and solutions that align with pre-existing beliefs rather than engaging with uncomfortable complexity. People wanted to blame immigration or mental health failures or internet platforms or weak gun laws despite guns not being used, or poor parenting or any single factor that could explain why this happened and how to prevent it from happening again. Reality offered no such simplicity. Rudakabana's path to mass murder involved multiple contributing factors: his psychological abnormalities, his social isolation, his access to violent content online, his family dynamics, the limitations of mental health and intervention systems, his own choices and agency. No single change, no single policy, no individual intervention would have guaranteed prevention. This complexity frustrated people desperate for answers and solutions. Accepting that some tragedies result from convergence of multiple factors, many beyond anyone's control, feels unsatisfying. It doesn't provide clear villains to blame or obvious reforms to implement. It suggests that despite our best efforts, despite adequate resources and perfect information sharing and optimal policies, some violence might remain inevitable. Yet, acknowledging complexity doesn't mean accepting helplessness. Multiple improvements could reduce risk even if they can't eliminate it entirely. Better mental health funding would allow more comprehensive assessment and treatment of troubled youth. Improved information sharing between agencies would help identify escalating threats before they become catastrophic. More research into psychology of mass violence could improve risk assessment accuracy. Responsible content moderation by internet platforms could make violent material harder to access. None of these changes would prevent all attacks, but together they might prevent some. The Southport community itself sought meaning and healing in various ways. Some found comfort in religion, gathering for prayer services and memorial masses. Others created art, murals commemorating the victims, songs celebrating their lives, poetry processing collective grief. Still others channeled anguish into advocacy, working to improve mental health services, to enhance school security, to honor the victims through action rather than just mourning. The parents of Bibi, Elsie, and Alice faced impossible challenges. They had to navigate overwhelming grief while simultaneously participating in legal proceedings, managing media attention, and somehow continuing to exist in a world that no longer contained their daughters. Each family processed differently. Some spoke publicly about their loss, others retreated into privacy, all of them carrying burdens no parent should ever bear. Leon Lucas, the dance instructor who'd fought to protect her students, slowly recovered from her physical wounds but struggled profoundly with psychological aftermath. She experienced survivor's guilt, replaying the attack endlessly, questioning every decision she'd made that day. Could she have positioned herself differently? Should she have locked the door? Might she have disarmed Rutacabana if she'd moved faster, fought harder, made different choices? Therapy helped somewhat, but no amount of professional support could eliminate the fundamental reality. She'd been responsible for those children's safety, and 3 of them had died. Logic insisted she'd done everything possible, that she'd literally taken stab wounds while protecting kids, that without her intervention more might have died. But logic offered cold comfort against the visceral agony of feeling she'd failed. Jenny Stankham faced similar struggles. She'd fought courageously, taking knife wounds while defending children, but her own daughter had died despite her efforts. She'd held Elsie as life slipped away, unable to stop it, unable to fix it, unable to do anything but witness her child's death. That experience left scars no surgery could repair. The surviving injured children showed remarkable resilience in some ways while struggling profoundly in others. Children's capacity for adaptation sometimes allows them to bounce back from trauma more effectively than adults. Their brains remain plastic, still developing, capable of forming new pathways around damaged ones. Many trauma survivors who experience violence in childhood grow into functional adults who lead satisfying lives despite what they endured. But outcomes varied dramatically among the Southport survivors. Some appeared to recover well, returning to school, reconnecting with friends, engaging in activities they'd enjoyed before. Others remained trapped in trauma, afraid to leave home, unable to sleep without nightmares, jumping at unexpected sounds, unable to return to any semblance of normal childhood. Families struggled to support their traumatized children while processing their own trauma and grief. Parents who'd nearly lost their daughters experienced complicated emotions, profound relief mixed with guilt about feeling grateful when other families had lost everything. Survivors' guilt affected not just those directly involved, but extended to families of children who'd been in the studio but escaped uninjured. As Rutacabana's trial date approached in early 2025, Southport braced for renewed trauma. The proceedings would force everyone to relive that July day, to hear detailed testimony about what happened in that studio, to see crime scene photographs, to watch video footage from security cameras, to confront again the full horror of what they'd experienced or lost. Victims' families faced painful decisions about attending trial. Presence in the courtroom meant witnessing the person who'd murdered their children, hearing him speak, seeing him show no remorse. But absence might feel like abandonment, like failing to represent their daughters, to ensure justice was done, to look evil in the face and refuse to flinch. The trial itself promised to be lengthy and emotionally devastating. Prosecutors would present overwhelming evidence of guilt, witness testimony, forensic analysis, Rutacabana's own digital footprint showing planning and preparation. Defense attorneys would likely acknowledge basic facts while attempting to present mitigating circumstances for sentencing purposes. But what sentence could possibly be adequate? What punishment fits the crime of murdering children at a dance class? British law doesn't allow capital punishment. Life imprisonment represented the maximum sentence. For someone Rutacabana's age, the question became whether he should ever have possibility of parole or whether he should die in prison decades from now. An old man who'd spent his entire adult life incarcerated for crimes committed as a teenager. Arguments existed on both sides. Life without parole for juvenile offenders troubles some criminal justice experts who believe adolescent brains remain developmentally immature, that even serious young offenders retain capacity for change and rehabilitation. They point to neuroscience research showing that brain regions responsible for impulse control and long-term planning don't fully mature until the mid-20s, that teenagers inherently possess less capacity for sound judgment than adults. Others countered that Rutabagan's crimes exceeded any reasonable threshold for mercy. He'd planned the attack carefully, demonstrating capacity for complex forethought. He'd targeted the most vulnerable victims imaginable. He'd shown no remorse, no recognition of wrongdoing, no indication that rehabilitation was possible. Someone who could murder children deserved to spend life in prison regardless of age when crimes were committed. These debates about justice and punishment would ultimately be decided by judges applying established law rather than by public opinion. But the discussion itself reflected deeper questions about evil, responsibility, and redemption, whether anyone who commits such acts can ever be fully rehabilitated, whether society can ever safely integrate them back into communities, whether some crimes simply place perpetrators beyond redemption's reach. For Southport residents, philosophical debates about sentencing theory mattered less than concrete needs. Supporting survivors, honoring the dead, rebuilding sense of safety in their community. The town would never return to what it was before July 29, 2024. That innocence was gone forever, destroyed by 3 kitchen knives and 1 teenager's inexplicable evil. But communities prove remarkably resilient. Southport would heal, not completely, not without scars, but sufficiently to continue existing, to provide good lives for residents, to eventually integrate this tragedy into town history rather than letting it define town identity. The flowers on Hart Street would eventually be cleared away. The Hart space would either reopen under new purpose or be demolished and replaced. Life would continue because life always does, even after terrible interruptions. B.B. King, Elsie Stankham, and Alice De Silva Aguiar would be remembered, not just as victims but as real children who'd lived, who'd laughed, who'd brought joy to everyone who knew them. Their deaths would not be the final word on their existence. Their families would ensure they were celebrated for who they'd been rather than reduced to how they'd died. And perhaps, somehow, their tragedy would motivate changes that might prevent future violence. Perhaps mental health systems would receive better funding. Perhaps information sharing between agencies would improve. Perhaps society would find better ways to identify and help troubled youth before they become dangerous. Perhaps internet platforms would take responsibility for violent content they host. Perhaps parents would watch for warning signs more carefully. Perhaps communities would reach out to isolated individuals before isolation metastasized into violence. These hopes offered no comfort to families grieving murdered children. No future prevention justified present loss. But finding meaning in tragedy, using horror as motivation for positive change, represented one way survivors and communities could respond to senseless violence. The story of Axel Rutabaga and the Southport Massacre would continue unfolding for years, through trial and sentencing, through survivors' ongoing recovery, through the community's long process of healing. But the essential facts remained unchangeable. On July 29, 2024, evil walked through an unlocked door in a quiet British town and destroyed innocence that can never be recovered. 3 children died. Dozens more were traumatized. Hundreds of families were affected. An entire community was scarred. And no explanation, no punishment, no amount of analysis or understanding would ever make it right. Some horrors simply exist, demanding we acknowledge them, learn from them, and honor their victims, while recognizing that complete understanding of such evil may forever elude us. The monsters are real. They walk among us. And sometimes, despite our best efforts, we fail to see them until horror has already been unleashed. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our 4th story. Story 4, Richard Fielding, the arsonist murderer. Flames don't just consume wood and flesh. They devour secrets, erase evidence, and transform murder into ash. Richard Fielding understood this better than most. A man who smiled at neighbors while plotting their cremation. A landlord who collected rent checks by day and sparked infernos by night. Between 1981 and 1983, across the shadowed boroughs of London, 12 fires erupted without warning. 12 properties engulfed. 9 souls burned alive in their beds, their final screams swallowed by roaring orange walls. For 2 years, investigators chased smoke while a killer walked free, his fingerprints hidden in soot, his conscience buried somewhere darker than any burned site. This is the story of a man who weaponized fire, who turned ordinary buildings into crematoriums, and who believed, right until the moment handcuffs bit into his wrists, that flame was the perfect accomplice. Welcome to the calculated terror of Richard Fielding, the arsonist who made murder look like accident, and nearly got away with it all. Richard Fielding wore respectability like a mask carved from wax, convincing from a distance, grotesque under scrutiny. Born in 1943 in the grey sprawl of North London, he grew into adulthood during Britain's post-war recovery, a time when ambition could be disguised as entrepreneurship and cruelty rebranded as business acumen. By his late 30s, Fielding had accumulated a modest empire of rental properties scattered across Islington, Hackney, and Kentish Town. These weren't luxury apartments with marble countertops and river views. They were cramped bedsits and converted flats where immigrant families, elderly pensioners, and the working poor squeezed their entire lives into single rooms with shared bathrooms down hallways that smelled of boiled cabbage and damp plaster. Fielding presented himself as a reasonable man. He arrived for rent collection in pressed shirts and polished shoes, always punctual, always smiling that thin smile that never quite reached his eyes. Tenants described him as proper, almost gentlemanly, the sort of landlord who didn't shout or threaten eviction over a few days' delay. But prosperity requires maintenance, and maintenance requires money, and money was something Richard Fielding increasingly lacked as the 1980s dawned cold and unforgiving. The properties he owned were deteriorating. Roofs leaked, electrical wiring sparked behind walls, decades old and never updated to code. Plumbing groaned and burst during winter freezes. Structural issues crept through foundations like cancer through bone. Repairs would cost thousands, tens of thousands, and Fielding's income stream couldn't support such hemorrhaging. His tenants, already paying modest rents dictated by their precarious financial positions, couldn't absorb increases. The mathematics of slumlord economics cornered him against a wall of his own construction. But Richard Fielding discovered something during those desperate calculations hunched over ledgers in his cramped office. Fire didn't care about property values or repair costs. Fire simply erased problems. More importantly, fire insurance paid generously when buildings burned, asking few questions if the blaze looked accidental enough. A faulty heater, old wiring finally giving up its ghost, a careless tenant falling asleep with a lit cigarette. London's fire brigade investigated dozens of such incidents monthly. Who would notice one more? The first fire ignited on a November night in 1981. The property sat on a quiet street in Islington where streetlights cast sickly yellow pools across cracked pavement. Inside, 3 families slept. A Pakistani couple with 2 children, an elderly widow who'd lived there since the Blitz, and a young Irishman working construction who sent most of his wages home to Cork. Fielding had visited that afternoon, his eyes scanning the building's bones rather than its occupants. He noted the wooden staircase dry as kindling, the single exit, the lack of fire escapes clinging to the brick exterior, the old furnace in the basement, its gas connections jury-rigged decades ago. He returned after midnight, when London sleeps its deepest sleep, when even the city's perpetual hum drops to a whisper, carrying a can of accelerant, petrol purchased at a station miles away, paid in cash, face averted from security cameras. Fielding descended into the basement through a rear entrance. The lock offered no resistance. He owned the keys to every door, every chain, every bolt. Down there in the darkness that smelled of mold and earth and ancient coal dust, he worked methodically, splashing liquid along the furnace base, trailing it across the floor toward the wooden support beams that held the building upright. soaking rags and stuffing them into corners where flames would feed undisturbed until they grew strong enough to climb. The match head scraped against the striker's strip with a sound like a whispered prayer. Orange light flared in the blackness, painting Fielding's face in demonic shadow before he dropped it onto the accelerant trail. The fire caught instantly, racing along its liquid path with hungry enthusiasm, spreading into a pool of yellow-white heat that began licking at the ancient wood. Fielding didn't run. He watched for nearly 30 seconds, ensuring the flames established themselves, that they wouldn't sputter and die before accomplishing their purpose. Only when smoke began coiling toward the basement ceiling did he turn and climb back into the night, pulling the door closed behind him with the casual finality of someone finishing a day's work. The fire devoured the building's structural supports first, weakening the skeleton that held 3 families suspended in sleep above a growing inferno. By the time smoke detectors began their futile shrieking, those that worked at all, many rendered useless by age and neglect, flames had already consumed the staircase, turning the only exit into a chimney of blistering heat. The Pakistani father woke to the smell of burning wood and his daughter's coughing. He stumbled from his bed, opened the door to the hallway, and confronted a wall of fire rolling across the ceiling like liquid hatred. He slammed the door shut, already screaming at his wife to get the children to the window. But windows become traps in fires. The glass may open onto air and hope, but the drop to concrete below breaks bones and skulls just as surely as flames char flesh. The family huddled at the window, smoke pouring into their room through every crack and gap, the temperature rising until breathing felt like swallowing hot coals. Fire brigade sirens wailed in the distance, but distance measures itself in minutes, and minutes in a fire can be the difference between life and ash. The elderly widow died in her bed, overcome by smoke before she fully woke. The toxicology report would later show carbon monoxide saturation in her blood, the invisible killer that steals consciousness before pain can register. A mercy, perhaps, compared to what the fire would have done. The Irishman made it to his window, kicked out the glass with his boot, and jumped. He landed badly, both legs shattering on impact, but he lived. The flames ate his possessions, his photographs, his letters from home, but they didn't get his life. The Pakistani family faced a choice no parent should confront: stay and burn or jump and gamble. The father went first, dangling from the windowsill to reduce the drop before releasing, hitting the pavement hard enough to fracture his spine. He lay there unable to move, screaming up at his wife to drop the children to him, to neighbors gathering below with arms outstretched in desperate, inadequate rescue attempts. The mother lowered their 5-year-old daughter as far as her arms could reach, then let go. The child plummeted into the arms of a neighbor who stumbled backward with the impact but held on. The 3-year-old son followed, and again someone caught him, barely, children so light that momentum didn't overwhelm adult strength. But the mother hesitated too long. Smoke inhalation makes decisions difficult. The mind grows foggy, thoughts slow, the simplest actions become monumental. By the time she climbed onto the windowsill, flames had entered the room behind her, and the heat shattered her focus. She lost her grip. The fall killed her instantly, her skull splitting on the pavement beside her paralyzed husband, their children screaming into the smoke-filled night while fire consumed everything they'd owned in this world. When the fire brigade finally suppressed the blaze 3 hours later, they found structural damage so severe the building had to be condemned. The investigator who sifted through the debris noted signs consistent with accelerant use, but the burn pattern had destroyed most evidence. The furnace's gas connections showed signs of tampering, but old buildings accumulate modifications like scars accumulate on skin. Who could say which alteration caused the fire? The case file labeled it suspicious but inconclusive, joined hundreds of similar files gathering dust in archive boxes. Richard Fielding attended the funerals. He stood at the back of the church during the widow's service, head bowed, hands clasped, the portrait of a devastated landlord mourning his tenant. At the cemetery where they buried the Pakistani mother, he approached the grieving family with tears in his eyes and pressed an envelope into the father's hand. A check for £2,000, a gesture of guilt and sympathy, or so it appeared. The father, wheelchair-bound and destroyed, thanked him through sobs. Fielding squeezed his shoulder, murmured condolences, and walked away feeling nothing but relief that his insurance claim had cleared without investigation. The money rebuilt nothing. The check barely covered funeral expenses and hospital bills. But the insurance payout covered Fielding's debts on that property and left him with profit besides. As he deposited the funds, he made a calculation colder than any London winter. This method worked. Fire erased problems and created solutions. The police hadn't even questioned him beyond routine inquiries. If he remained careful, if he varied his methods slightly, if he never established a pattern obvious enough to draw attention, he could solve all his financial difficulties one match at a time. Over the following months, Fielding studied fire with the dedication of a university student cramming for examinations. He read arson investigation manuals available at public libraries. He learned about burn patterns, about how investigators determine points of origin, about the telltale signs of accelerant use. He discovered that electrical fires produced different damage patterns than gas fires, that cigarettes left distinctive evidence, that fires started in multiple locations immediately triggered suspicion. Knowledge became his ally. Understanding how investigators thought, what they looked for, how they distinguished accident from arson, this education would keep him free. His second fire erupted 4 months later in Hackney. This time, he chose a property with fewer tenants. Just 2 elderly brothers who'd rented the ground floor flat for 15 years. They were quiet men, retired dock workers who spent their days playing chess and listening to radio cricket matches. They bothered no one, paid rent punctually, and asked for nothing. Fielding felt no animosity toward them. He simply needed their building to burn. He staged this one differently. No accelerants this time. Instead, he tampered with the electrical panel, loosening connections until bare wires touched metal housing. He waited for a rainy night when moisture might reasonably cause short circuits, then triggered the fire remotely by calling the brothers' telephone repeatedly until the vibrations from the ringer caused the loosened wires to arc and spark. The fire started in the walls, spreading through the building's ancient wiring insulation, feeding on decades of accumulated dust and lint inside the wall cavities. By the time flames broke through into living spaces, they'd already compromised the structure's integrity. Both brothers died. The smoke took them while they slept, their bodies found still in their beds, chess pieces scattered on the table between them, frozen in a game they'd never finish. The fire consumed their flat entirely but stopped before spreading to adjacent buildings. Firefighters praised the brick firewalls that contained the blaze. Investigators ruled it electrical failure in an aging building. Richard Fielding collected another insurance check and bought himself a new car with part of the proceeds. A sleek sedan that turned heads on London streets. He'd murdered 4 people now. 4 souls transformed to ash and memory because they'd had the misfortune of renting from a man who valued insurance money over human life. But in Fielding's mind, he'd committed no direct violence. He'd simply created conditions where accidents might occur. The fire killed them, not him. The building's age and disrepair killed them. Their bad luck killed them. He was merely a businessman making difficult decisions in difficult times. This rationalization became his comfort, his permission to continue. The third fire, the fourth, the fifth. They came with increasing frequency throughout 1982 as Fielding grew bolder, more confident in his methods. He varied techniques, alternating between gas leaks, electrical fires, and staged accidents involving heating equipment. He never used accelerants again after that first blaze, too risky, too obvious. Instead, he exploited the genuine hazards lurking in every old building, amplifying natural dangers until they became lethal. A gas stove with a loosened connection, a space heater positioned too close to curtains, frayed electrical cords he'd deliberately damaged during repairs. Each fire killed. Sometimes 1 victim, sometimes 3 or 4. Families destroyed. Lives ended in screaming agony or silent suffocation. Children orphaned. Elderly people who'd survived Hitler's bombs incinerated in their own beds. The death toll climbed while Richard Fielding's bank account swelled with insurance payouts. He reinvested some money into his remaining properties, just enough to avoid suspicion, to maintain his facade as a diligent landlord struck by tragic misfortune. The rest he saved, tucked away in accounts bearing modest interest, a retirement fund built on bones and ash. London's fire investigators began noticing a pattern by late 1982. Too many fires in rental properties. Too many deaths among vulnerable tenants. Too many insurance claims from landlords with aging buildings. But patterns alone don't constitute evidence. Each fire scene showed different causes. Each investigation concluded with accidental or undetermined. No single investigator had access to all the case files. Information lived in separate filing cabinets across different fire stations, different police districts. The pattern remained invisible because no one stood back far enough to see the whole picture. Until Detective Inspector Morris Lambton requested every suspicious fire case file from the past 18 months and spread them across the conference table at Islington Police Station. Lambton was old school, 3 years from retirement, career built on pavement-pounding persistence rather than brilliant deduction. He studied those files for 2 weeks, comparing addresses, dates, property owners, insurance claims. And there, scattered among dozens of legitimate accidents, he found the thread. Richard Fielding's name appearing with disturbing frequency. 6 properties, 12 fires, 9 deaths. Lambton began surveillance in January 1983. Discreet inquiries into Fielding's finances. Interviews with surviving tenants from properties that hadn't yet burned. He discovered a man living slightly beyond his legitimate income, driving a new car, taking holidays to Spain, all while claiming his rental business barely broke even. He found tenants who reported recent inspections by Fielding where the landlord spent unusual time examining electrical panels and gas connections. He spoke with insurance adjusters who'd processed Fielding's claims, finding nothing individually suspicious, but collectively troubling in their frequency. But suspicion isn't proof. Lambton needed evidence, and evidence in arson cases comes from fire scenes that have already been destroyed. He needed to catch Fielding in the act, or failing that, find something concrete linking him to at least one of the fires beyond reasonable doubt. So Lambton waited and watched, building his case slowly, knowing that rushing would alert Fielding and drive him deeper into caution. The detective understood he was hunting a particular type of killer, not passionate, not impulsive, but coldly rational. Such men don't confess when confronted. They don't break down under pressure. They lawyer up and wait for prosecution to fail against insufficient evidence. Richard Fielding had no idea death was circling him with the same patient inevitability he'd shown his victims. He planned his next fire, selecting another problem property in Kentish Town where repairs would exceed the building's value. For tenants lived there, a young couple expecting their first child, a university student from Nigeria studying engineering, and an older woman who cleaned offices at night and slept during the day. Fielding had already decided which method to use. A staged gas leak, slow and subtle, building up overnight until a single spark, from a light switch, a doorbell, anything, would transform the entire building into a bomb. He didn't know that Detective Lambton had identified this property as a likely target based on financial analysis of Fielding's portfolio. He didn't know surveillance teams watched the building in shifts, waiting for him to make his move. He didn't know that when he approached the building at 2 in the morning on February 14, 1983, carrying his toolbox and wearing dark clothing, multiple cameras captured his arrival. He didn't know that when he descended into the basement and began tampering with the gas main, an arrest team waited upstairs, letting him incriminate himself completely before they moved. The handcuffs closing around Richard Fielding's wrists in that basement, surrounded by the smell of gas and his own intentions, ended his career as Britain's most prolific arsonist murderer. But they opened a legal battle that would captivate the nation and force uncomfortable questions about justice, evidence, and how many deaths can be proven when fire has consumed all the answers. The basement arrest should have felt triumphant. Detective Inspector Morris Lambton had imagined this moment during countless sleepless nights. Richard Fielding in handcuffs, his toolbox of death seized as evidence, justice finally catching a killer who'd hidden behind flames for too long. But triumph requires certainty, and certainty proved elusive when dealing with a man who'd weaponized fire's destructive totality. Catching Fielding in the act stopped him from killing that night, from transforming 4 more lives into obituaries and ash. It didn't, however, solve the monumental problem of proving he'd committed the previous murders. Attempted arson carried a sentence measured in years. 9 counts of murder carried life imprisonment. The difference mattered. Fielding said nothing during the arrest. No dramatic confession, no breakdown, no desperate attempts to justify or explain. He simply stood with wrists extended, face expressionless, while officers read his rights in the gas-reeking darkness of that Kentish town basement. Even when they led him upstairs into the harsh glare of police vehicles' flashing lights, when neighbors emerged onto doorsteps to witness his perp walk, he maintained absolute silence. His eyes revealed nothing. No fear, no regret, no relief that his campaign of death had ended. Those eyes resembled the vacant stare of a butcher who'd simply been interrupted mid-work, annoyed by the inconvenience but otherwise unmoved. The interrogation room at Islington Police Station smelled of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. Its walls painted that particular shade of institutional beige that seems designed to sap hope from human souls. Lambton sat across from Fielding for 14 hours over 3 days, laying out the pattern of fires, the deaths, the insurance claims. He presented financial records showing Fielding's debts before the fires and his improved circumstances after. He detailed the surveillance that had caught him tampering with gas lines. He described the 4 people sleeping upstairs, the pregnant woman whose child would have died with her if the building had exploded. Fielding listened with the patience of a man attending a slightly boring lecture. When Lambton finished each presentation, he simply said, "No comment," in a voice as flat and empty as a bombed-out building's shell. His solicitor, a sharp-featured man named Pemberton who specialized in defending white-collar criminals, interjected frequently, reminding his client he need not answer questions, that silence couldn't be used against him. The law protected suspects from self-incrimination. Fielding exploited that protection like a shield, hiding behind it while Lambton's frustration grew. But the detective possessed one significant advantage: physical evidence from the Kentish town incident. Police had photographed Fielding in the basement with tools in hand, gas connections visibly loosened. They documented the smell of gas, measured its concentration, proven it had reached levels requiring only a spark to ignite. They'd seized his toolbox containing wrenches that matched marks on the gas valves. This evidence alone guaranteed conviction for attempted arson, potentially attempted murder. The Crown Prosecution Service could put Fielding away for 15 years minimum without ever mentioning the previous fires. Yet justice demands proportionality. 15 years for attempted murder while 9 actual murders went unpunished felt obscene, a mockery of the lives extinguished in flames. Lambton and the prosecution team knew they needed to connect Fielding definitively to at least some of the previous fires, to ensure he faced consequences matching his crimes. The challenge lay in fire's nature. It destroys evidence by definition. Every scene Fielding created had been compromised by the very flames he'd ignited. Accelerant traces burned away. Fingerprints turned to ash. Tool marks on tampered equipment melted into slag. What remained told stories of fire's passage but rarely identified its author. The prosecution team, led by Crown Prosecutor Helena Grantham, spent months reconstructing Fielding's campaign of murder from fragments. Grantham was formidable, 43 years old, 20 years prosecuting complex cases, known for her ability to weave circumstantial evidence into unbreakable chains of proof. She'd sent terrorists to prison on bomb-making residue and financial records. She'd convicted serial killers using geographic profiling and pattern analysis. She believed absolutely that juries, presented with enough interconnected facts, could see truth even when each individual fact carried reasonable doubt. Her strategy focused on establishing pattern beyond coincidence. 6 properties owned by Fielding had burned over 18 months. 9 people had died. Fielding had collected over £300,000 in insurance payouts, equivalent to nearly £1 million in current valuation. Each property faced repair costs exceeding its value before burning. Each fire occurred after Fielding had visited the property for inspections. Surviving tenants reported his unusual interest in gas lines, electrical panels, heating systems. His financial records showed debts before the fires and solvency after. Taken individually, each fact proved nothing. Assembled together, they painted a portrait of calculated murder. The challenge was admissibility. British courts require evidence meeting specific standards. Proving Fielding attempted arson in Kentish Town didn't automatically prove he'd committed previous arsons. Each crime demands separate proof. Grantham needed to convince the judge that evidence from all 6 properties was relevant to demonstrating a pattern, a modus operandi that identified Fielding as the arsonist in each case. She filed extensive legal briefs arguing that the similarities between fires, targeting of vulnerable tenants, methods exploiting building defects, timing correlated with financial pressure, established a signature linking them to one perpetrator. The defense, naturally, fought this approach viciously. Pemberton argued that allowing evidence from multiple fires prejudiced the jury, encouraging them to convict based on suspicion rather than proof. He pointed out that London experienced hundreds of fires annually in old buildings with vulnerable occupants. Correlation wasn't causation. Fielding's financial troubles were hardly unique among landlords in recession-hit Britain. The insurance claims were legitimate responses to tragic accidents. Nothing proved his client deliberately set any fire except the Kentish Town incident, which itself could be explained as a landlord's incompetent attempt at repair gone wrong. The legal arguments consumed 6 months. The judge, Lord Justice Pemberton, no relation to the defense solicitor, heard arguments from both sides, reviewed precedents, and ultimately issued a ruling that satisfied neither party completely. He would allow evidence from 3 of the 6 properties, the cases where similarities to the Kentish Town incident were strongest, but exclude the others as potentially prejudicial. Grantham had hoped for more. Pemberton had hoped for less. Both prepared for trial knowing the outcome would hinge on how well they could argue their interpretation of fragmentary evidence. The trial began in September 1983 at the Old Bailey, London's Central Criminal Court, a building whose history stretches back centuries, whose walls have witnessed countless murderers facing judgment. The courtroom itself exuded authority. High ceilings, wooden paneling darkened by age, the bench positioned to force defendants to look up at their judges. Richard Fielding sat in the dock looking neither defiant nor remorseful, his expression carefully neutral, a man attending a meeting that concerned him only peripherally. The public gallery filled immediately. Cases involving fire and death draw spectators the way flames draw moths. Journalists occupied half the seats, notebooks ready, sketching Fielding's appearance since cameras weren't permitted. Family members of victims filled other seats. The Pakistani father in his wheelchair, children who'd lost parents, siblings seeking closure. They stared at Fielding with hatred so intense it seemed capable of igniting its own fires. He never looked back, never acknowledged their presence, his gaze fixed always forward or downward, never meeting eyes that held accusation. Grantham's opening statement laid out the prosecution's theory with ruthless clarity. Richard Fielding was not merely a landlord who'd experienced unfortunate fires. He was a serial killer who used arson as his murder weapon, who'd systematically targeted buildings containing vulnerable people, who'd exploited fire's destructive nature to hide his crimes. She described each fire in detail. The Islington blaze that killed the widow and Pakistani mother, the Hackney fire that suffocated elderly brothers, the third fire in Finsbury Park that incinerated a family of 5. She presented photographs of burned victims, their bodies charred beyond recognition, forcing the jury to confront the reality of death by fire. Then she pivoted to evidence. Financial records showing Fielding's desperation before the fires and his improved circumstances after. Testimony from fire investigators detailing the suspicious circumstances at each scene. Tampered gas lines, disabled smoke alarms, blocked exits. Accounts from surviving tenants describing Fielding's pre-fire visits and his unusual interest in building systems. The arrest in Kentish Town, caught literally in the act of creating conditions for explosion. Each piece of evidence alone proved nothing conclusively. Together, they formed a web that caught Fielding and held him tight. The defense strategy relied on attacking weak points in that web. Pemberton, in his opening statement, acknowledged that Richard Fielding had attempted something foolish in Kentish Town. A misguided effort to repair a gas leak himself rather than calling proper professionals. A mistake that endangered lives but reflected incompetence rather than malice. As for the other fires, tragic accidents in aging buildings that never should have passed safety inspections. Fielding was guilty only of being a poor landlord who'd neglected maintenance, not a murderer. The prosecution wanted jurors to conflate negligence with premeditation, to see murder where only unfortunate circumstance existed. Testimony consumed weeks. Fire investigators explained burn patterns, describing how they determined ignition points and distinguished accidents from arson. The technical language, poor patterns, V-shaped burns, spalling, alligatoring, required translation for jurors unfamiliar with fire science. Grantham walked each investigator through their conclusions, establishing that while no single fire scene provided definitive proof of arson, the cumulative pattern suggested deliberate action. Each fire shared characteristics: ignition in areas where building systems were vulnerable, timing that coincided with Fielding's financial pressure, deaths concentrated among tenants who'd lived in the properties longest and whose rent-controlled leases prevented rate increases. Pemberton cross-examined aggressively, forcing investigators to admit uncertainties. Could they prove beyond doubt that the Islington fire started from deliberate accelerant use rather than accidental fuel spill from the furnace's own supply? No, fire had destroyed that evidence. Could they definitively rule out cigarette ignition in the Hackney fire? No, both brothers had been smokers, and while no cigarette evidence remained, absence of evidence wasn't evidence of absence. Could they confirm the electrical panel in Finsbury Park had been tampered with rather than simply failing from age? Not with absolute certainty, no. Each admission weakened the prosecution's case marginally. But Grantham had anticipated this, had built her strategy on accumulation rather than single points of proof. She called insurance investigators who testified about the suspicious frequency and timing of Fielding's claims. She presented financial experts who demonstrated that Fielding's debts would have bankrupted him without the insurance payouts. She brought forward surviving tenants who described Fielding's unusual behavior before fires, his intense interest in basements and utility areas, his questions about tenant schedules, his visits late at night or early in the morning. One witness proved particularly damaging. Margaret Sullivan, a 68-year-old woman who'd rented a flat in one of Fielding's Hackney properties for 2 decades, testified that Fielding had visited her 3 days before a fire in the adjacent building. He'd spent an hour examining the shared wall between properties, tapping it, measuring something in a notebook, asking whether she ever smelled gas or noticed electrical problems. For days later, fire swept through the adjacent building, killing 2 families. Sullivan's building survived only because firefighters contained the blaze before it spread. She'd thought nothing of Fielding's visit at the time. Landlords inspect properties. But looking back, remembering the intensity of his focus, the detailed notes, she'd felt sick realizing he'd been planning, calculating, determining whether her building would burn if he ignited the one next door. Under cross-examination, Pemberton attacked her recollection. 2 years had passed since this supposed visit. Could she truly remember the details clearly? Wasn't it possible she'd reconstructed the memory based on later knowledge of the fire, unconsciously adding sinister elements that hadn't existed in reality? Sullivan held firm. She remembered because Fielding had frightened her with his intensity, the way he'd ignored her when she spoke, treating her as an obstacle to his inspection rather than a person. She'd mentioned it to her daughter that very night, concerned about the strange landlord. The daughter confirmed this under oath, recounting her mother's telephone call describing Fielding as cold, like something dead behind his eyes. The trial's emotional peak came when victims' families testified. The Pakistani father, still wheelchair-bound 2 years after the fire, described waking to flames, the impossible choice between burning or jumping, his wife's final moments before she fell. He spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, tears streaming down his face, requiring frequent pauses to compose himself. He described his children's nightmares, their screams in the night reliving the fire. He looked directly at Fielding and asked why, what had they done to deserve incineration, why their lives mattered so little compared to insurance money. Fielding stared back emotionless, his face revealing nothing. Some jurors wept openly. Others looked away, unable to bear the father's grief. But Fielding might have been carved from stone, unmoved by suffering he'd caused. That lack of reaction perhaps damaged him more than evidence could. Jurors could see before them a man apparently devoid of human empathy, for whom 9 deaths meant nothing. The prosecution rested after 5 weeks of testimony. They'd presented over 60 witnesses, hundreds of documents, dozens of photographs. The sheer volume of evidence created weight even if individual pieces lacked perfect clarity. Grantham concluded by reminding jurors that fire destroys evidence by nature, that demanding fingerprints and DNA from burn sites set an impossible standard. Pattern, motive, opportunity, and the Kentish Town arrest, these together proved guilt beyond reasonable doubt. The defense case lasted 3 days. Pemberton called character witnesses describing Fielding as a respectable businessman, a church attendee, a man with no criminal history beyond parking tickets. He presented an alternative financial expert who argued Fielding's debts weren't desperate, that his business remained viable even without insurance payouts. He suggested the insurance money had gone largely toward rebuilding and repairing damaged properties rather than personal enrichment, a lie easily disproven but offered nonetheless. Critically, Fielding himself never testified. British law allows defendants to remain silent, and Pemberton advised strongly against taking the stand. Fielding had nothing to gain from testimony. His personality read as cold even to supporters, and under cross-examination Grantham would have destroyed him. Better to remain silent and force prosecution to prove its case without his own words providing ammunition. The closing arguments spanned 2 days. Grantham delivered a passionate summary, walking jurors chronologically through each fire, each death, each insurance claim. She emphasized pattern, the astronomical improbability of coincidence, explaining 6 fires in 18 months, all benefiting one man. She described Fielding not as a person but as a calculating machine that processed human lives as financial problems requiring elimination. She reminded them of the Kentish Town arrest, caught in the act, tools in hand, preparing to murder 4 more people. That crime was undeniable. Did they truly believe it was his first attempt? Pemberton countered by attacking uncertainty. Every fire scene investigation concluded undetermined or accidental. Prosecution hadn't proven arson in even one case beyond the Kentish Town incident. They'd presented suspicion, coincidence, and interpretation, but not proof. Convicting based on pattern rather than evidence set dangerous precedent. Any landlord experiencing multiple fires could face murder charges based solely on bad luck. British justice demands proof beyond reasonable doubt, not beyond possible doubt. Doubts existed at every turn in this case. Those doubts required acquittal. Judge Pemberton's instructions to the jury stretched across an entire day. He explained the legal definitions of murder, manslaughter, and arson. He described the burden of proof, the necessity of finding guilt beyond reasonable doubt on each count separately. He warned against convicting based solely on Fielding's apparent lack of remorse or emotional response. Defendants weren't required to display expected emotions, and absence of sympathy didn't prove guilt. He instructed them to evaluate evidence dispassionately, to distinguish between facts proven and suspicions suggested. The jury retired to deliberate on a Friday afternoon. They would spend 6 days closeted in deliberation, requesting evidence review multiple times, asking for testimony to be read back, clearly wrestling with the complexities Grantham and Pemberton had laid before them. The public waited. Media camped outside the Old Bailey, interviewing legal experts who offered contradictory predictions about the verdict. Victims' families prayed for justice. Fielding waited in holding cells, reading newspapers, eating meals, sleeping soundly according to guards who monitored him for suicide risk and found none. When the jury returned on the following Thursday, the courtroom fell silent with that particular quality of quiet that precedes either celebration or devastation. The forewoman stood, a middle-aged schoolteacher whose expression revealed nothing. The clerk asked for verdicts on each count. The forewoman's voice remained steady as she delivered judgment on Richard Fielding's fate. Guilty. The word fell into the courtroom's silence like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of reaction spreading through the gallery. Guilty on 4 counts of murder. Guilty on 2 counts of manslaughter. Guilty on attempted murder for the Kentish Town incident. Not guilty on 3 counts where evidence proved insufficient to meet the standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt. The verdict represented compromise, the jury acknowledging both the strength of pattern evidence and the weakness of proof in individual cases. 6 of 9 dead victims had their deaths officially attributed to Richard Fielding. 3 remained in that judicial limbo where everyone suspected but no one could prove definitively. Fielding's expression didn't change when the verdicts were read. He stood motionless as each guilty echoed through the room, hands clasped behind his back, eyes focused somewhere in the middle distance. No dramatic collapse, no emotional outburst, no last-minute confession driven by the weight of judgment. Even conviction produced nothing from him beyond a slight tightening around his jaw, barely perceptible unless you watched specifically for reaction. The man who'd felt nothing while setting fires that consumed families showed equal emptiness when facing consequences. This absence of human response chilled observers more profoundly than rage or tears would have. It confirmed they'd witnessed something genuinely monstrous, a creature wearing human skin but missing essential components of soul. The gallery erupted. Victims' families sobbed with relief, clutching each other. Years of grief finally validated by institutional recognition of their loss. The Pakistani father in his wheelchair let out a sound somewhere between laugh and cry, his daughter holding his shaking shoulders while tears coursed down both their faces. Others shouted at Fielding, hurling insults and curses the judge made no effort to quiet immediately. He allowed 30 seconds of catharsis, understanding these people had earned their moment of raw emotion, before gaveling for order and threatening to clear the courtroom if outbursts continued. Sentencing would wait 3 weeks for pre-sentence reports, though everyone knew the outcome. For murder convictions in Britain carried mandatory life sentences. The only question was minimum term before parole eligibility. Would the judge recommend 20 years? 25? 30? Given the premeditated nature of the crimes, the vulnerability of victims, the use of fire which guaranteed agonizing deaths, legal experts predicted Fielding would die behind bars regardless of minimum term set. Parole boards rarely release serial killers, especially those who show zero remorse, zero rehabilitation potential. The 3-week wait allowed media to dissect every aspect of the trial. Newspapers ran extensive coverage, complete with photographs of victims when alive, their homes before burning, forensic diagrams of fire damage. The tabloids dubbed Fielding the landlord from hell and the fire killer, running lurid headlines that emphasized the horror of death by burning. Broadsheets took more measured approaches, analyzing the legal questions raised by convicting based on pattern evidence, debating whether the verdict set precedent that might be misused in future cases. Some editorials expressed discomfort with the convictions. Civil liberties advocates worried about the implications. If pattern alone could prove murder when individual crime scenes lacked definitive evidence, what prevented abuse of this approach? Others noted the acquittals on 3 counts demonstrated the jury's careful deliberation, their refusal to simply convict on all charges based on assumption of guilt. The verdict represented justice threading a needle between punishing obvious guilt and maintaining evidentiary standards. Not everyone agreed the thread had passed through successfully. Fielding spent those 3 weeks in Belmarsh Prison, a high-security facility in southeast London housing Britain's most dangerous criminals. Guards described him as a model prisoner, polite, quiet, compliant with all rules and regulations. He read extensively, mostly historical biographies and financial newspapers. He exercised in his cell, maintaining the routine he'd followed as a free man. He received no visitors. His ex-wife, divorced 5 years before his arrest, issued a statement expressing shock and horror at the revelations but declining further comment. His adult children from that marriage refused all interview requests, presumably struggling with the knowledge their father had incinerated families, including children not much younger than they'd been when he tucked them into bed years earlier. Psychologists who evaluated Fielding for pre-sentence reports found him fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. Dr. Patricia Henshaw, a forensic psychiatrist with 30 years' experience evaluating murderers, spent 6 hours interviewing him across 3 sessions. Her report, portions of which later leaked to media, described Fielding as profoundly narcissistic with psychopathic features. He viewed other people as objects rather than subjects, as means to ends rather than beings with intrinsic worth. He showed no capacity for empathy, no ability to emotionally comprehend the suffering he'd caused. When asked about victims, He discussed them in purely abstract terms, the tenants in the Islington property, rather than the family with 2 children. Dr. Henshaw found him intelligent, articulate, and completely unmoved by moral considerations. He never admitted guilt directly, but he engaged in hypothetical discussions about motivation. If someone had committed these fires, hypothetically speaking, what would drive such actions? Fielding suggested it would be simple economics. Properties cost money to maintain. Insurance provided financial relief. Fire represented the most complete solution to structural problems, eliminating buildings beyond repair and providing capital for fresh starts. When Henshaw pointed out this hypothetical scenario involved murdering innocent people, Fielding shrugged. People died every day from structural failures, electrical fires, gas explosions. Buildings killed occupants regularly through age and neglect. Was there meaningful moral difference between passive neglect leading to accidental death and active creation of conditions that produced the same result? The question revealed his pathology clearly. Yes, Dr. Henshaw explained, there was a fundamental difference between tragic accident and deliberate murder. Intent mattered. Choice mattered. Fielding listened to her explanation with the polite interest of someone hearing a foreign language, intellectually comprehensible but emotionally meaningless. He understood society condemned his actions. He simply couldn't internalize why at any level beyond abstract legal prohibition. Morality for him was game rules rather than truth, constraints to navigate rather than imperatives to follow. Her conclusion: Fielding posed extreme danger to society if ever released. He lacked the internal constraints preventing most humans from committing murder. His intelligence made him capable of sophisticated planning. His emotional emptiness meant rehabilitation was impossible. You cannot teach empathy to someone neurologically incapable of experiencing it. She recommended life imprisonment without possibility of parole, though British law didn't permit such absolute sentences. The best the system could do was recommend a minimum term so lengthy that natural death would arrive before eligibility. The sentencing hearing occurred on a November morning, gray and drizzling, London weather matching the somber occasion. The courtroom filled again with families, journalists, legal observers, and curious public members who'd queued for hours to witness judgment. Richard Fielding entered wearing the same neutral expression he'd maintained throughout trial, taking his position in the dock with the posture of someone attending a routine appointment. Judge Pemberton began by summarizing the case, the investigation, the evidence, the verdicts. He acknowledged the jury's careful deliberation, their willingness to acquit where evidence fell short while convicting where it sufficed. He then turned attention to Fielding directly, his voice carrying the weight of institutional authority built over centuries of British jurisprudence. Richard Fielding, you have been found guilty of 4 murders and 2 manslaughters, crimes of exceptional gravity. You systematically used fire as a weapon to kill vulnerable people who had the misfortune of renting properties from you. You prioritized profit over human life in ways that shock the conscience. The suffering you inflicted cannot be adequately described. Victims burned alive, families destroyed, children orphaned. You showed not merely an absence of mercy, but an absence of basic human feeling. The judge paused, allowing his words to settle, then continued. What makes your crimes particularly heinous is their calculated nature. These were not acts of passion or momentary madness. You planned each fire methodically, exploiting your knowledge of buildings and your access as a landlord. You targeted the elderly, immigrants, young families, people you perceived as powerless. You believed fire would hide your crimes, that investigators would classify deaths as accidents. You nearly succeeded. Only diligent police work and your own overconfidence in Kentish Town prevented further murders. Fielding listened without visible reaction, his face a mask that revealed nothing. The judge's voice hardened further. I have reviewed Dr. Henshaw's psychiatric evaluation. Her assessment that you lack capacity for empathy or remorse is evident from your demeanor throughout these proceedings. You have shown no contrition, no acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no human feeling for victims or their families. This absence of remorse cannot affect your guilt. That was determined by jury verdict. But it speaks directly to the danger you pose and the appropriate sentence. The courtroom held collective breath. Everyone knew life sentences were mandatory. The question was duration before parole consideration. On each count of murder, I sentence you to life imprisonment. I recommend that you serve a minimum term of 30 years before eligibility for parole consideration. However, I must state clearly my belief that you should never be released. You represent a profound danger to society. Your intelligence, combined with your complete absence of moral constraints, makes you capable of resuming your campaign of murder if ever given opportunity. I trust future parole boards will recognize this reality. 30 years. The sentence rippled through the gallery with mixed reactions. Some families felt relief. Fielding would die behind bars given his age and the minimum term. Others wanted more, wanted the judge to explicitly deny any possibility of release, though law prevented such absolute prohibition. The mathematics were straightforward. Fielding was 40 years old at sentencing. 30 years meant age 70 before parole eligibility, and parole remained unlikely. Life expectancy for male prisoners in Britain averaged mid-60s due to stress, poor health care, and violence. The sentence functioned as death penalty by attrition. Fielding finally spoke, his first words during sentencing. "I wish to appeal." His voice carried no emotion, stating fact rather than expressing feeling. The judge nodded acknowledgement. Appeal was his right under British law. The process would consume years and ultimately fail, but Fielding could pursue it. Guards escorted him from the dock. He walked with head high, posture straight, maintaining dignity or displaying arrogance depending on interpretation. Families watched him disappear through the door that led to holding cells and transport back to prison. Some felt closure. Others felt the emptiness that comes when justice, though served, cannot resurrect the dead or undo suffering. Outside the Old Bailey, families and prosecutors faced media scrums. Helena Grantham stood before microphones, rain dampening her hair, and delivered a brief statement. Today's sentence reflects the severity of Richard Fielding's crimes. He used fire as a murder weapon, targeting the most vulnerable members of our society. While we cannot restore what was lost, we can ensure he never threatens another life. Justice has been served. Questions erupted from journalists. Would she have preferred life without parole? Did the acquittals on 3 counts represent failure? How confident was she that parole boards would keep Fielding imprisoned? Grantham fielded them professionally, emphasizing the successful convictions, praising the jury's careful deliberation, expressing trust in the parole system while acknowledging its imperfections. The Pakistani father spoke next, wheeled to the microphone cluster by his daughter. His English remained accented but clear. "My wife died because a man valued money more than life. My children grew up without their mother because he wanted insurance payment. Today, justice said her life mattered. Cannot bring her back. Nothing can. But knowing he will die in prison gives small comfort. I hope he suffers every day as we have suffered." Media coverage dominated headlines for days. Television programs examined the case in detail, interviewing fire investigators, legal experts, and criminologists. The consensus held that Fielding represented a particular type of killer, the rational calculator who murders without passion, viewing homicide as problem-solving. Such criminals were rare but particularly dangerous because traditional rehabilitation focused on managing anger, processing trauma, developing empathy. You cannot rehabilitate an absence. You cannot teach feeling to someone neurologically incapable of experiencing it. Academic papers followed in criminology journals. Researchers analyzed Fielding's case as example of instrumental murder, killing as means to practical ends rather than expression of psychological disturbance. Some compared him to insurance killers who murdered spouses for payouts, noting similar emotional coldness and financial motivation. Others examined the investigative challenges posed by arson murders. How fire's destructive nature creates evidentiary problems that allowed Fielding's campaign to continue longer than it should have. The case prompted legislative action. Parliament passed stricter regulations regarding building safety inspections, requiring third-party certification rather than allowing landlords to self-certify compliance with fire codes. Insurance companies implemented more rigorous investigation protocols for property fires, particularly when multiple claims came from single owners. Fire investigation techniques advanced, with investigators receiving better training in recognizing subtle signs of arson even in heavily damaged scenes. These systemic improvements represented cold comfort for families. No amount of regulation resurrects the dead, but preventing future Richard Fieldings from succeeding provided meaning to losses suffered. The victims hadn't died completely in vain if their deaths catalyzed changes protecting others. Fielding's appeal process began 6 months after sentencing. His new legal team, different solicitors replacing Pemberton who'd retired, argued multiple grounds. That pattern evidence should never have been admitted, that the judge's instructions to jurors were inadequate, that media coverage prejudiced the trial, that conviction based on circumstantial evidence alone violated standards of proof. The Court of Appeal heard arguments over 3 days, reviewed transcripts and evidence, and ultimately rejected the appeal unanimously. The original verdict stood. Fielding's convictions were sound. A final appeal to the House of Lords, Britain's highest court at the time, similarly failed. The Lords found no legal error significant enough to warrant overturning jury verdict. The case was closed. Richard Fielding would spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Prison swallowed him into its grinding routine. He adapted easily, finding prison's rigid structure suited his personality. He worked in the library organizing books, assisting inmates with legal research. He participated in educational programs not from desire for self-improvement, but because they provided distraction from tedium. He avoided conflict, maintained cordial relationships with guards, and stayed apart from the violence and gang activity that characterized life in high-security prisons. Other inmates knew his crimes. Prison populations always know who's who, what everyone did to earn their spot. Arsonists who kill children occupy low status in prison hierarchies, but Fielding's age and intelligence earned him a degree of protection. He never faced the brutal attacks that target child killers and rapists. Perhaps other inmates sensed something in him that suggested fighting back would be more dangerous than it appeared. Or perhaps they simply didn't care enough about an old man who kept to himself and bothered no one. Years passed. The 1980s became the 1990s, then the 2000s. Fielding aged in confinement, hair graying, body weakening. He developed diabetes, then heart disease, conditions managed with medication but never cured. By his 60th birthday, he walked with a cane. By 65, he required assistance with basic tasks. The vibrant man who'd climbed through buildings tampering with gas lines and electrical panels became a shuffling figure dependent on others for survival. In 2010, 27 years into his sentence, Fielding suffered a major stroke that left him partially paralyzed and impaired his speech. Prison officials transferred him to the medical wing where he remained bedridden, incapable of caring for himself. The question arose, what purpose did continued imprisonment serve when the prisoner was already effectively dead, kept alive only through medical intervention? This question sparked debate among legal ethicists, victims' families, and the parole board. Some families argued his suffering represented justice, let him experience helplessness and pain as his victims had. Others felt indifferent, he was dying slowly, and whether that happened in prison or a care facility mattered little so long as he remained confined. A few advocated for compassionate release on medical grounds, arguing that keeping a vegetative man in prison served no societal purpose and drained resources better spent elsewhere. The parole board reviewed his case in 2012. Fielding, now 69 and 3 years away from minimum term completion, sat in a wheelchair during the hearing, drooling slightly, capable of understanding but unable to articulate responses clearly. Medical experts testified he posed zero threat. He couldn't walk unassisted, couldn't perform basic tasks, would require round-the-clock nursing care until death. The board denied parole unanimously. Whatever his physical condition, Richard Fielding remained a convicted serial killer serving a sentence for heinous crimes. Compassion didn't erase justice. He died on March 15, 2015, in the prison medical wing. Heart failure, the official cause. He was 72 years old. He'd spent 32 years imprisoned, longer than the minimum term specified at sentencing. He died having never expressed remorse, never acknowledged guilt beyond what conviction legally established, never showed human feeling for the lives he'd extinguished. His last words, garbled by stroke damage, were reportedly a complaint about lunch quality. News of his death generated minimal coverage, a few paragraphs in newspapers, brief mentions on news programs. The fire killer had become historical footnote rather than current event. Most public attention had moved on decades earlier. Only families remembered viscerally, and for them the news brought complicated emotions. Relief that he was finally, definitively gone. Emptiness because his death didn't restore what they'd lost. Anger that he died relatively peacefully in bed rather than burning as he'd made their loved ones burn. The Pakistani father, now elderly himself and still wheelchair-bound, told reporters he felt nothing. That man died for me 32 years ago when they locked him away. His physical death today changes nothing. My wife is still gone. My children still grew up without their mother. Justice was his imprisonment, not his death. I wanted him to live long enough to understand what he took from us, but he never did. He died as empty as he lived. Fielding was cremated, an irony not lost on observers. The man who'd killed with fire was himself reduced to ash. No service was held. No family claimed his remains. Prison officials scattered the ashes on institutional grounds, unmarked and unmourned. He disappeared from the world as completely as he'd tried to make his victims disappear, leaving behind only records, memories, and scars on souls he'd damaged. Richard Fielding's death closed a chapter but didn't end the story. Murder ripples outward across time, touching lives in ways that extend decades beyond the final heartbeat of killer or victim. The families he destroyed continued living in the shadow of his actions, their grief evolving but never disappearing, their losses compounding as years passed and milestones arrived that should have included the dead. The Pakistani children, 5 and 3 when their mother fell burning from that window, grew into adulthood carrying trauma that shaped every choice, every relationship, every quiet moment when memory ambushed them. The daughter, now named Amara, became a social worker specializing in trauma counseling. She told interviewers in a 2018 documentary about the case that her career choice stemmed directly from understanding how violence echoes across generations. I grew up with nightmares. I still have them. Flames climbing walls, my mother's screams, the smell of smoke. Therapy helped me function, but nothing erased the fundamental truth that a man murdered my mother for money. Understanding that people can be evil helped me help others process their own traumas. Her brother, Qasim, took a darker path. He struggled with substance abuse throughout his 20s, using drugs to numb memories that surfaced whenever sirens wailed or buildings burned on television. He cycled through rehabilitation programs, experienced homelessness, and eventually found stability working with other addicts, translating his pain into purpose. Fielding didn't just kill my mother, he said in the same documentary. He killed parts of all of us. My father never walked again. My sister spent years in therapy. I spent years trying to chemically erase memories. The fire spread beyond that night, burning through our entire lives. Their father, Abdul Rahman, died in 2003 at age 68. He'd spent 22 years in that wheelchair, his spine shattered by the fall he'd taken trying to save his family. He never remarried, dedicating himself entirely to raising his children and keeping his wife's memory alive. Photographs of her filled his small apartment. Her smile before the fire, before Fielding, when life stretched forward with promise rather than backward into ash. Friends described him as gentle but haunted, a man who'd experienced evil directly and couldn't quite reconcile it with his faith's teachings about divine justice and human goodness. The children from other fires carried similar burdens. Some found ways to integrate their losses into lives that became meaningful despite tragedy. Others collapsed under the weight, succumbing to addiction, mental illness, or suicide. The ripple effects of Fielding's murders extended beyond the 9 who died in flames to dozens more whose lives twisted around the absence his actions created. Survivors faced their own struggles. The Irishman who jumped from the Islington fire, shattering both legs, never fully recovered his mobility. He walked with pronounced limps, experienced chronic pain, and battled depression for decades. He returned to Ireland eventually, unable to remain in London where every siren, every smell of smoke, triggered memories of burning alive. He died in 2008, liver disease from decades of drinking to manage pain, both physical and psychological. His family considered it a late casualty of Fielding's murders. He'd survived the fire physically but died from its psychological aftermath. Margaret Sullivan, the elderly woman who'd witnessed Fielding's suspicious inspection shortly before fire consumed the adjacent building, developed severe anxiety that persisted until her death in 2001. She became terrified of fire, installing excessive smoke detectors throughout her home, checking them obsessively multiple times daily. She couldn't sleep without light because darkness reminded her of smoke obscuring everything. Her final years were consumed by fear that Fielding had planted seeds of her own death during that inspection, that somehow fire would come for her too. Friends described her as imprisoned by trauma, living in a cage built from Fielding's evil even though she'd never been his direct target. The broader community also bore scars. Property values in neighborhoods where Fielding's fires occurred dropped significantly after the trial as potential buyers avoided buildings with violent histories. Landlords faced increased scrutiny and regulation, forced to meet higher standards that many resented even while acknowledging their necessity. Trust between tenants and property owners eroded. Every inspection became suspect. Every maintenance visit prompted anxiety. Fire investigators interviewed for retrospective analyses of the case described how Fielding changed their profession. Before his capture, arson investigation focused primarily on insurance fraud, criminals burning their own properties for payouts. Fielding demonstrated a different threat. Property owners willing to murder tenants rather than face financial losses from maintaining aging buildings. This realization prompted development of new investigative protocols, particularly for fires in rental properties with multiple casualties. Dr. Patricia Henshaw, the psychiatrist who'd evaluated Fielding for sentencing, published a book in 2005 examining instrumental murderers, killers motivated by practical goals rather than psychological compulsion. She devoted 2 chapters to Fielding, analyzing what his case revealed about the nature of evil. Her conclusion challenged comfortable assumptions. Evil didn't require sadism, mental illness, or childhood trauma. Sometimes evil was simply rational self-interest unrestrained by empathy. Fielding hadn't enjoyed killing. He'd simply viewed it as the most efficient solution to his problems, and nothing internal prevented him from acting on that conclusion. The terrifying truth about Richard Fielding, she wrote, is his ordinariness. He wasn't a raving lunatic or obvious monster. He was an unremarkable man who happened to lack the emotional circuitry that prevents most humans from committing atrocity. This absence, what we might call inverse mutation, created someone capable of monstrous acts without monstrous feelings. He murdered 9 people as casually as most people file paperwork. Understanding this challenges our comfortable belief that evil must be obviously detectable, that murderers advertise their nature through visible dysfunction. Sometimes evil walks among us wearing a perfectly normal face, invisible until it acts. Her analysis sparked debate in psychiatric and criminological communities. Some colleagues argued she pathologized normal human variation, that labeling lack of empathy as inverse mutation medicalized moral failure. Others countered that understanding the neurological basis of conscience or its absence was essential for protecting society. If people like Fielding existed, born without capacity for moral feeling, society needed to develop better screening mechanisms to identify them before they acted on their capabilities. This debate remained unresolved decades later. How do you identify potential murderers who've committed no crime? What tests could detect absence of empathy reliably enough to justify institutional intervention? Even if detection were possible, what intervention could transform someone neurologically incapable of moral feeling into a safe member of society? The questions raised by Fielding's case exposed uncomfortable truths about human nature's boundaries and society's limited tools for addressing outliers who fell beyond those boundaries. The fire service used Fielding's case extensively in training. Investigators studied his techniques, learning to recognize signs of deliberately staged accidents. They examined how he'd exploited knowledge of building systems, using legitimate hazards as weapons. They practiced distinguishing between genuine accidents in aging infrastructure and malicious exploitation of infrastructure vulnerabilities. The fire killer became a case study in how intelligence, access, and absence of conscience could combine into deadly effectiveness. Building codes tightened substantially in the decade following Fielding's conviction. London's local councils implemented mandatory third-party safety inspections for all rental properties, particularly older buildings with multiple occupants. Landlords could no longer self-certify compliance with fire regulations. Insurance companies began requiring detailed safety documentation before issuing policies on rental properties. These changes added costs and bureaucracy, generating complaints from property owners, but they also prevented future Fieldings from finding such easy opportunities for profitable murder. The regulatory response highlighted an uncomfortable reality. Fielding had succeeded initially because existing systems prioritized property rights over tenant safety. Landlords faced minimal oversight. Buildings decayed without intervention until catastrophic failure occurred. Vulnerable populations, immigrants, elderly, poor, occupied spaces that would never have passed rigorous inspection. Fielding's murders exposed systemic negligence that enabled individual malice. Preventing recurrence required addressing both the monster and the environment that allowed him to hunt effectively. Some argued this broader culpability deserved recognition. Yes, Fielding murdered 9 people through arson, but society created conditions where his crimes became possible. Lax regulations, minimal inspections, tenant populations too vulnerable to demand better conditions. Buildings that should have been condemned remained occupied. Electrical systems that should have been replaced decades earlier continued functioning until they sparked into infernos. Gas lines that should have been upgraded when modern safety standards emerged remained ancient and dangerous. This perspective generated controversy. Critics argued it minimized Fielding's responsibility, transforming him from murderer into symptom of systemic failure. Defenders countered they weren't excusing his actions but contextualizing them, recognizing that prevention required addressing both individual malice and structural vulnerabilities. Both views contain truth. Fielding chose to murder. No systemic failure forced that choice, but systemic failures provided tools and opportunities he exploited. Addressing one without the other left society incompletely protected. Media coverage of the case evolved across decades. Initial reporting focused on sensational aspects, the fires, the deaths, the trial. 10-year anniversaries brought retrospectives examining Fielding's capture and conviction. 20 years later, documentaries explored long-term impacts on survivors and families. By the 30th anniversary in 2013, coverage adopted more analytical tones, examining what the case revealed about criminal psychology, investigative techniques, and societal vulnerabilities. True crime enthusiasts discovered Fielding's case through these documentaries and podcasts. His story became material for content creators exploring forgotten killers or unusual murder methods. This secondary exploitation troubled families who found their grief commodified for entertainment. Podcasts dissected their trauma with casual irreverence, analyzing Fielding's psychology while treating victims as narrative devices rather than human beings. Some families declined interview requests, preferring privacy to participation in true crime industry machinery. Others participated hoping their loved ones would be remembered as people rather than statistics. The ethical questions surrounding true crime media intensified around cases like Fielding's. Did public interest justify reopening family wounds? Could entertainment about real murders ever escape exploitation? Where was the line between education and voyeurism? These debates continued without resolution as true crime content proliferated across platforms. Fielding's case featuring regularly alongside more famous killers in lists and rankings. Top 10 British serial killers, most unusual murder weapons, arsonists who killed. Academic interest persisted in more respectful forms. Criminologists studied Fielding's case to understand instrumental murder. Fire science programs examined his techniques to improve arson detection. Legal scholars analyzed the trial's use of pattern evidence, debating whether it represented appropriate evolution of evidentiary standards or dangerous precedent risking wrongful convictions. Psychology departments included his case in courses on psychopathy and antisocial personality disorders, using him to illustrate how absence of empathy manifests behaviorally. This scholarly attention ensured Fielding's legacy extended beyond tabloid headlines into serious academic discourse. His case contributed to understanding of human behavioral extremes, of how individuals neurologically incapable of moral feeling navigate societies built on assumptions of shared ethical frameworks. He demonstrated that such individuals could appear entirely normal while internally lacking fundamental human characteristics most people assumed universal. The question that haunted researchers: how many other Fieldings exist? How many people walk among us devoid of empathy, restrained from violence only by external consequences rather than internal prohibition? Estimates suggest roughly 1% of the population meets diagnostic criteria for psychopathy: lack of empathy, shallow affect, manipulativeness, absence of remorse. Most never murder. They become corporate executives, politicians, surgeons, professions where ruthlessness confers advantages. But what separates those who exploit their nature legally from those like Fielding who turn to murder? Opportunity probably matters most. Fielding possessed access to vulnerable victims and a method, fire, that promised profit and escape from consequences. Remove opportunity and he might have remained a mediocre landlord nursing resentments but committing no violence. This suggested prevention strategies focusing on limiting opportunities for harmful action rather than trying to identify and intervene with individuals lacking empathy before they acted. But opportunity reduction approaches faced practical limits. Society couldn't eliminate all situations where ruthless individuals might cause harm. The goal became creating enough obstacles, enough oversight, enough consequences that rational calculation, the only arithmetic such individuals understood, favored law-abiding behavior over violence. Make murder more difficult and less profitable than alternatives, and instrumental killers would choose differently. This pragmatic approach acknowledged uncomfortable truths. Some people couldn't be reached through moral education or appeals to conscience because they lacked the neural substrate such interventions required. Society couldn't install empathy in brains not wired for it. But it could manipulate external incentives, making violence sufficiently risky and unrewarding that even those who felt no internal prohibition against killing would choose not to act. Fielding himself provided data supporting this theory. When caught in Kentish Town, he stopped immediately. He didn't fight, didn't continue attempting fires from prison, didn't express burning compulsion to kill. He'd murdered because it solved problems, and when that solution became unavailable, he simply stopped. No addiction to violence, no psychological need, just rational response to changed incentives. This contrasted sharply with compulsive serial killers who continue fantasizing about murder even when imprisoned, who describe urges they can't control. Fielding felt no urges. He'd felt nothing but cold calculation. In 2020, 40 years after his first fire, BBC produced a comprehensive documentary titled The Landlord Who Killed, The Richard Fielding Case. It featured interviews with surviving family members, investigators who'd built the case against him, psychiatrists who'd evaluated him, and fire science experts analyzing his techniques. The documentary achieved something rare. It treated victims with dignity while exploring the killer's psychology without sensationalizing, educated viewers about fire investigation while acknowledging families' ongoing pain. Amara participated in that documentary, now 54 and still working as a trauma counselor. She sat before cameras and described her mother with love, showing photographs of a woman who'd crossed continents seeking better life for her family, who'd worked hard and saved carefully, who deserved decades more than the years she got. Then Amara discussed Fielding, her voice steady but cold. He was empty. That's what people don't understand. He wasn't driven by hate or rage. He felt nothing toward us. We were just expenses on his balance sheet, problems to eliminate. That absence of feeling is more terrifying than violence motivated by passion. At least passion is human, understandable even when wrong. Fielding was something else, a human-shaped hole where a person should have been. The documentary concluded with reflection on what Fielding's case taught. That evil doesn't always announce itself dramatically. That ordinary people can commit extraordinary horrors when internal constraints are absent and external incentives align wrong. That societal systems matter because they create the environment where individual choices occur. That prevention requires both addressing structural vulnerabilities and recognizing that some individuals will exploit any weakness they discover. It ended with Qasim visiting the site where his childhood home had stood, now rebuilt into modern apartments. He stood on the sidewalk staring up at windows where his family had slept before fire consumed everything. "Fielding died years ago," he said quietly, "but he's still killing us slowly. The trauma he inflicted doesn't end with his death or even with ours. It passes down. My children know their grandmother only as tragedy, as the woman murdered by the landlord. How many generations does evil echo through before finally falling silent?" The question lingered unanswered as the documentary faded to black, leaving viewers with the uncomfortable knowledge that Richard Fielding represented a threat not entirely eliminated by his death or imprisonment. Other Fieldings existed, would always exist, people neurologically capable of violence, restrained only by external consequences, waiting for opportunities when those consequences seemed avoidable. Society's task was eternal vigilance, constant reinforcement of systems preventing opportunity from meeting capability. Today, Fielding's name appears primarily in professional contexts, criminology textbooks, fire investigation manuals, legal case law regarding pattern evidence. The general public largely forgot him, his crimes overshadowed by more sensational killers, his methodical evil less memorable than spectacular violence. But among those who study human darkness professionally, he remains significant. The unremarkable landlord who demonstrated that monsters don't always look monstrous, that the most dangerous predators sometimes wear the most ordinary masks. The buildings he burned were rebuilt. The families he destroyed found ways to continue living. The systems that enabled him were reformed, made safer, less vulnerable to exploitation by calculating minds. But Richard Fielding's true legacy isn't found in buildings or regulations. It lives in the nightmares of survivors, in the absence felt at family gatherings when chairs remain empty, in the questions children ask about grandparents they never met, murdered before those children existed. 9 people died in flames, Richard Fielding said. But the fire spread further than any building, consuming more than any individual life. It burned through families, communities, and the comfortable assumption that landlords won't murder tenants for insurance money. That fire still burns in subtler ways, in enhanced regulations born from tragedy, in heightened vigilance among fire investigators, in the careful fear that makes people check smoke detectors obsessively and plan escape routes from buildings they enter. Fielding extinguished 9 lives but ignited something else. Awareness that evil operates rationally as well as passionately, that monsters wear business suits and collect rent checks, that fire can be a weapon as calculated as any bullet or blade. This awareness constitutes his permanent legacy. A lesson written in ash and blood that cannot be unlearned, that shapes how society understands the darkness dwelling not in the shadows but sometimes in the most banal and ordinary places imaginable. The mathematics of Richard Fielding's evil finally resolved to this. 9 people murdered, dozens more damaged, thousands made more cautious, systems reformed, and a cautionary tale that echoes across decades. He destroyed more than buildings. He destroyed faith in the basic assumption that people won't murder for modest financial gain, that human life holds value beyond balance sheets. Rebuilding that faith required acknowledging its absence in people like him, and constructing external protections strong enough to prevent calculation from becoming carnage. In the end, Richard Fielding was what Dr. Henshaw described, an ordinary man missing essential components that make humans humane. He demonstrated that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones who never raise their voices, never lose control, never experience the emotions that make violence a failure of humanity. For Fielding, violence was simply mathematics, and 9 lives equaled one acceptable solution to his financial problems. Understanding this calculus remains perhaps the most chilling lesson his fires taught, that for some among us, murder requires only opportunity and absence of internal prohibition, no passion or pathology necessary. The flames he lit have long since been extinguished, but the darkness he revealed continues burning, a cold fire that illuminates the truth about human nature's outer boundaries, that conscience is not universal, that empathy cannot be assumed, and that protecting the vulnerable requires more than hoping humanity's better angels will prevail. Sometimes those angels are simply absent, and only vigilance, regulation, and consequences stand between calculation and catastrophe. The records sit in archive boxes now, stacked in climate-controlled storage facilities across London. Crime scene photographs yellowed with age, witness statements typed on manual typewriters, Evidence logs cataloging fragments of lives reduced to ash. These documents constitute the physical residue of Richard Fielding's existence. Paper trails marking where a human-shaped void moved through the world, leaving destruction. Researchers occasionally request access, requiring special permissions and justifications for disturbing materials families wish would simply disappear. The photographs particularly haunt those who view them. Charred bodies frozen in positions suggesting their final desperate movements, buildings collapsed into themselves like dying stars, items that survived the flames rendered grotesque by heat. A child's toy melted into unrecognizable shapes, family photographs with faces burned away leaving only empty frames. These images serve as testament to what fire does, what Fielding unleashed repeatedly. They preserve the horror he felt nothing about, forcing those who view them to confront the reality of death by burning in ways abstract descriptions cannot convey. The human mind struggles to fully imagine immolation. These photographs eliminate imagination's protective buffer, presenting reality unfiltered. The Fire Brigade maintains its own archives, using Fielding's cases in training programs designed to help new investigators recognize deliberately staged accidents. Instructors walk trainees through each scene methodically, pointing out subtle indicators Fielding left despite his careful planning. Tool marks that suggested tampering rather than normal wear, accelerant traces in locations where such materials shouldn't naturally occur, patterns of fire spread that defied expectations for accidental ignition. The key to catching arsonists like Fielding, one instructor explained to a class of recruits in 2023, is understanding they're playing a game against you. They study what investigators look for, then try to avoid leaving those specific signatures. But perfection is impossible. Fire is chaotic, uncontrollable once initiated. It creates evidence even when the arsonist tried to prevent it. Your job is finding those pieces he didn't know he was leaving. The instructor projected photographs of the Islington basement where Fielding started his first fire. Decades-old images showed burn patterns on concrete floors, patterns that suggested liquid accelerant trails despite Fielding's attempts to ensure complete combustion. See these stains? He thought fire would erase them, but concrete is porous. It absorbed traces deep enough that flames couldn't reach. This evidence convicted him posthumously. We knew from these marks that someone had deliberately poured flammable liquid in patterns meant to spread flames efficiently. The recruits studied the images with the focused intensity of students learning techniques they might need to save lives. Somewhere in their future careers, they'd encounter another Fielding, another person who viewed fire as tool rather than tragedy. The training these photographs provided might mean the difference between catching that person after one fire or after 9. In academic settings, Fielding's case appears in curricula spanning multiple disciplines. Criminal justice programs examine the investigation and trial. Psychology courses analyze his personality structure and absence of empathy. Ethics classes debate the moral questions his existence raises about free will and responsibility. Can someone neurologically incapable of moral feeling be held morally accountable, or only legally accountable? These debates produce no consensus. Some argue Fielding deserves no moral condemnation because he lacked the neural equipment for moral reasoning, that condemning him makes as much sense as condemning someone born blind for not appreciating paintings. Others counter that regardless of his internal experience, his choices caused immense suffering that society must condemn and punish. Intent matters less than impact when 9 people die screaming in flames. The philosophical complexity doesn't change practical reality. Fielding murdered, society caught him, justice demanded punishment, he died imprisoned. But the questions linger in classrooms and journals, fertilizing debates that may never resolve because they touch fundamental mysteries about consciousness, choice, and the boundaries of human variation. Meanwhile, in the neighborhoods where Fielding's fires burned, memory fades with each passing year. Younger residents don't know the histories of buildings they occupy, don't recognize addresses that once dominated headlines. The elderly residents who remember grow fewer annually, their memories dying with them, taking first-hand knowledge of that terrifying period into graves. But some memories persist through deliberate preservation. In 2016, community activists in Islington installed a small memorial plaque on the site where Fielding's first fire killed the widow and Pakistani mother. The plaque lists the victims' names and dates, offering no explanation of how they died, just acknowledgement that they lived and deserved remembering. Family members gather there occasionally, usually on anniversaries, bringing flowers and standing in silence while traffic flows past unaware. Amara visits every year on the anniversary of her mother's death, bringing her own children, teenagers now who know their grandmother only through photographs and stories. She tells them about the woman who crossed oceans seeking better futures for children she'd never see grow old. She explains about the landlord who valued money over life, who set the fire that took their grandmother. She makes them understand that evil isn't always obvious, that monsters don't always look monstrous. Your grandmother died because someone felt nothing, Amara tells her daughter, who shares her grandmother's eyes in photographs taken before the fire. He looked at her and saw only expense. That absence of feeling is what you must watch for in life. People who talk smoothly, act normally, but whose eyes reveal nothing. Those are the dangerous ones, the ones who can hurt you while smiling. Her children listen solemnly, then ask questions about their grandmother's life before tragedy. What did she cook? What songs did she sing? What dreams did she harbor that never materialized? Amara answers what she remembers and invents what she doesn't, building a person from fragments of memory and childhood impression. She gives her children the grandmother Fielding stole, reconstructing her through words because photographs show only one-dimensional images, silent and still. Across London, similar conversations occur in families touched by Fielding's fires. Parents explain to children why certain dates bring sadness, why relatives grow quiet and distant when smoke smells drift through windows, why fire alarms prompt anxiety disproportionate to actual danger. The trauma transmits across generations, diluting somewhat but never disappearing entirely, carried forward in DNA and family narrative. Psychologists studying intergenerational trauma cite Fielding's victims among many examples of how violence echoes across time. The children who survived his fires developed PTSD symptoms, hypervigilance, nightmares, anxiety, trust issues. Their own children, raised by traumatized parents, absorbed patterns of fear and caution even without experiencing the original trauma. Some developed their own anxiety disorders, inheriting their parents' heightened threat perception. The ripples spread outward, each generation processing residual trauma in different ways. This phenomenon raises troubling mathematical questions. How many lives did Fielding actually destroy? 9 died directly in flames. But what about the Pakistani father whose paralysis and depression arguably shortened his life? What about survivors whose alcoholism and drug abuse stemmed from trauma? What about children of victims who developed mental health issues from growing up with traumatized parents? What about suicides potentially linked to the fires? The death toll expands depending on how causation is measured. Some estimates suggest Fielding's actions contributed to 20 or more deaths when indirect casualties are included. Others argue such calculations overreach, attributing to Fielding consequences too distant from his direct actions. The debate mirrors broader questions about responsibility's boundaries. Where does the killer's accountability end and victim's own agency begin? These abstract debates offer little comfort to those whose lives Fielding damaged. They don't care about philosophical precision regarding causation. They know their loved ones died or suffered because one man chose profit over humanity. The mechanism of his accountability matters less than the fact of it. He was caught, convicted, imprisoned, dead. Justice was imperfect but present. In 2025, 44 years after Fielding's first fire, the case has largely faded from public consciousness. Younger people don't recognize his name. True crime enthusiasts who discover his story find less material than more famous killers generated. No best-selling books, no major films, no extensive media coverage beyond documentaries most people never watch. Fielding killed fewer people than many serial killers, used less theatrical methods, generated less sensational narrative. But among professionals who deal with fire, arson, and murder, his name retains significance. Fire investigators reference the Fielding case when discussing deliberately staged accidents. Criminologists cite him in papers about instrumental murderers. Insurance investigators study his methods to recognize similar patterns. He remains professionally relevant even as public memory fades. This dual existence, forgotten by the public, remembered by specialists, represents perhaps appropriate legacy. Fielding sought invisibility during his killing spree, hoping fires would hide his crimes beneath accidents and misfortune. He achieved partial success. He operated for 2 years before capture, might have continued longer if overconfidence hadn't driven him to Kentish Town. That invisibility persists in death. He remains obscure, overshadowed by flashier killers, his evil documented but not dramatized. The families he destroyed exist in similar twilight, remembered by some, forgotten by most, their suffering acknowledged in academic papers and memorial plaques but absent from broader cultural consciousness. They live with permanent scars in a society that's moved on, that considers their tragedy historical rather than immediate. Time hasn't healed their wounds so much as rendered those wounds invisible to everyone except those who bear them. This invisibility of suffering represents its own tragedy. 9 people died in flames. Dozens more were damaged. But the world continued spinning. Other crises emerged demanding attention, and Richard Fielding's victims faded into statistical footnotes except to those who loved them. Their deaths mattered immensely to small circles of family and friends. Beyond those circles, they became numbers in criminology textbooks, names on memorial plaques, fading photographs in archive boxes. Perhaps this is how most evil operates, not through spectacular atrocities that scar collective consciousness, but through smaller horrors that destroy individual worlds while leaving the broader world largely untouched. Fielding murdered 9 people, but for billions of humans, those deaths meant nothing because they didn't know the victims, weren't touched by the fires, could forget easily because remembering required no effort. Only those directly affected carry the weight permanently. Only they live with the absence, the empty chairs at family gatherings, the milestones celebrated with awareness of who should be present but isn't. Only they understand viscerally what Richard Fielding was, not a figure in a case study, but the man who murdered their mother, their brother, their child. For them, he remains intensely real despite his death, a presence defined by absence, a void that shaped their entire lives. As the decades advance and the last survivors of Fielding's fires die natural deaths, direct memory will disappear entirely. His crimes will become purely historical, documented but not felt, known but not experienced. Future researchers will study his case with complete emotional detachment, analyzing patterns and methods without connection to the human suffering those patterns represent. The fires will become abstract, tragic but distant, separated from contemporary life by time's erosion of immediacy. But certain truths persist regardless of memory's fading. Richard Fielding demonstrated that ordinary people can commit extraordinary evil when internal constraints are absent. He proved that murder doesn't require hatred or passion, only calculation and opportunity. He showed that fire can be weapon as deliberate as any blade or bullet. These lessons remain relevant because human nature hasn't changed. People like Fielding still exist, still move through society wearing normal faces, still wait for opportunities when calculation suggests violence as viable solution. The vigilance his crimes prompted cannot be relaxed simply because he's dead and memory fades. Building codes requiring safety inspections exist because of what he did. Insurance investigation protocols exist because of what he did. Fire investigator training exists because of what he did. These systemic protections constitute his true legacy, measures built from tragedy to prevent repetition. In this sense, the 9 who died in Fielding's fires contributed posthumously to protecting others. Their deaths, though unjust and horrifying, catalyzed changes that have saved countless lives in subsequent decades. Buildings that would have burned now meet safety standards. Fires that would have killed are caught earlier by better detection systems. Arsonists who would have succeeded are caught by investigators trained on Fielding's methods. This provides cold comfort to families. Their loved ones would have preferred living to becoming catalysts for reform. But it offers meaning where meaning seemed impossible, purpose extracted from purposeless violence. The victims didn't die for nothing if their deaths prevented others from suffering similarly. As night falls across London, in neighborhoods where Fielding's fires once burned, people sleep peacefully in buildings now required to meet safety standards his crimes helped establish. Smoke detectors monitor for danger. Fire escapes provide escape routes that didn't exist when Fielding hunted. Inspectors verify that gas lines and electrical systems meet codes designed to prevent exploitation by those who might view fire as solution rather than catastrophe. These sleeping people don't think about Richard Fielding. They don't know his name or his crimes. They simply live, protected by systems built on lessons learned from 9 people who died screaming in flames because one man felt nothing when he struck matches. Their safety represents the final verdict on Fielding's existence. He destroyed, but from that destruction came protection. He killed, but those deaths eventually saved others. The cold fire he lit still burns in this way, not consuming but illuminating, not destroying, but revealing truths about human nature that society needed to confront. The flames have long since been extinguished, but their light persists, showing us the darkness that dwells in people who look like neighbors, who smile like friends, but who inside carry only the mathematics of murder where conscience should reside. Richard Fielding's story ends not with his death but with this eternal flame of awareness. The knowledge that evil walks among us wearing ordinary faces, that protection requires vigilance, that some among us feel nothing while we sleep, and that only systems, regulations, and consequences stand between their calculation and our incineration. This knowledge cannot be unlearned, cannot be forgotten completely, even as specific memory of Fielding fades into history. The ashes of his victims have long since scattered, but the fire they died in burns forever in the lessons learned, the changes implemented, the vigilance maintained. In this eternal burning lies the only justice possible for crimes that stole not just 9 lives, but also the innocence of believing that landlords don't murder tenants, that neighbors don't incinerate families, that ordinary evil doesn't exist. Richard Fielding taught us otherwise. The flames he lit consumed more than buildings and bodies. They burned away comfortable illusions, leaving behind the cold truth that monsters are sometimes disappointingly mundane, that evil calculates as efficiently as it destroys, and that fire, ancient and primal, remains a weapon as contemporary as any invented, waiting always for hands willing to strike matches while feeling nothing but satisfaction at solutions efficiently implemented. This is his legacy, not memory of the man, but awareness of what men like him can be. Not the specific fires he set, but knowledge that such fires will be set again by others like him unless society remains perpetually vigilant. Not the 9 who died, but the thousands who live because those 9 deaths taught lessons bitter enough to change systems, harsh enough to never be entirely forgotten. The cold fire burns on, and we, having learned to read its light, watch the darkness more carefully now, knowing that somewhere in that darkness, another Richard Fielding waits, patient, calculating, feeling nothing, watching for opportunity. Our task is ensuring that when he acts, systems catch him after 1 fire, not 9. That protection, purchased with 9 lives and immeasurable suffering, represents the only redemption possible for evil that cannot be undone, only remembered and guarded against. The story ends. The fire continues, and we remain vigilant because Richard Fielding, though dead, showed us that some fires never truly go out. They simply wait in the hearts of those born without heat, without light, without the warmth that makes humans humane. Against that eternal cold, we must burn forever watchful, or risk waking to flames that consume everything while a smiling landlord collects insurance checks and feels absolutely nothing at all. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5, The Monster of North Wales, Peter Moore's Reign of Terror. December 1995, the ancient coastal villages of North Wales, places where grandmothers still spoke in hushed Welsh tongue, where fog rolled off the Irish Sea like phantom breath, where centuries-old stone cottages had witnessed countless generations, became hunting grounds for something unspeakable. A predator walked among them, wearing the mask of respectability. Cinema owner, businessman, neighbor. But when darkness fell across Anglesey and the CLWID coast, Peter Moore transformed into what detectives would later call one of Britain's most sadistic serial killers. For men died in ways that defy comfortable description. Their final moments were orchestrations of calculated cruelty, performances of violence so theatrical, so deliberately brutal, that seasoned homicide investigators would struggle to maintain composure while reviewing the evidence. This is not a story about why evil exists. That question has tormented philosophers for millennia. This is about how evil operated, methodically and without remorse, through the hands of a man who smiled at customers during the day and tortured human beings for entertainment when night descended. What you're about to hear will disturb you. It should, because Peter Moore's crimes weren't committed in some distant, abstract place. They happened in communities where people left doors unlocked, where strangers received warm greetings, where the very notion that such darkness could flourish seemed impossible. Until 4 families received news that would shatter their worlds forever. Until a pattern of unthinkable violence finally revealed itself. Until investigators realized they were hunting someone who killed not from rage or desperation, but from pleasure. Welcome to the true story of the man North Wales would never forget, no matter how desperately they might wish to. Peter Edward Moore presented himself to the world as success incarnate. Standing just under 6 feet tall, heavy-set with thinning dark hair and wire-rimmed spectacles that gave him an almost scholarly appearance, he seemed the embodiment of middle-class respectability. At 49 years old, Moore had built what appeared to be an enviable life in Kinmel Bay, a seaside town on the North Wales coast where the Irish Sea crashes against ancient rocks and the Welsh language still flows naturally from the tongues of locals at morning markets and evening pubs. He owned not 1 but 2 cinemas, the Wedgwood in Bagalt and the Apollo in Rhyl. These weren't multiplexes with corporate backing. They were local institutions, places where families took children for birthday celebrations, where teenage couples shared first kisses in darkened back rows, where elderly residents enjoyed matinee showings of films they discuss over tea afterward. Moore's name appeared on community bulletin boards. He employed local teenagers, paid his taxes, made small talk about weather and weekend plans. To casual observers, he was simply another businessman navigating the economic challenges of provincial cinema operation during an era when video rental shops threatened traditional moviegoing. But respectability formed only the outermost layer of Peter Moore's existence. Those who knew him more intimately, who spent time beyond the transactional exchanges of business, recognized something fundamentally wrong. His sense of humor carried a cruel edge. He laughed at others' misfortunes with genuine delight. Animals seemed to sense something in him. Dogs would growl and strain at leashes when he approached. Cats would flee from rooms he entered. Former employees later recalled how his moods could shift without warning. Jovial one moment, coldly furious the next, his face transforming into something that made them instinctively step backward. Moore lived alone in a detached house at 3 Conway Road, Kinmel Bay. The property sat unremarkable among similar dwellings, distinguished only by curtains that remained perpetually drawn even on brilliant summer afternoons. Neighbors rarely saw visitors. No woman ever stayed overnight. No friends arrived for dinner parties or weekend barbecues. The isolation struck some as sad, others as simply private. No one suspected that behind those closed curtains, Moore was constructing something monstrous. His home had become a museum of violent fantasy. The walls displayed an extensive collection of knives, not culinary instruments or camping gear, but weapons designed explicitly for combat and killing. Commando daggers with blackened blades, stilettos with needle-thin points, survival knives with serrated edges capable of sawing through bone, bayonets that had perhaps seen service in long-forgotten wars. Each blade hung in careful arrangement, polished to reflective brilliance, positioned where Moore could admire them from his favorite chair. But the knives represented only the visible portion of his obsessions. Concealed in drawers and cabinets, hidden from any chance visitor, Moore accumulated other items. Lengths of rope in varying thicknesses, rolls of duct tape, plastic sheeting, zip ties, rubber gloves. Items that individually meant nothing, but together formed a toolkit for restraint and suffering. He studied violence the way scholars study ancient texts, poring over true crime books and newspaper accounts of murders, analyzing techniques and outcomes with academic thoroughness. His sexual interests revealed themselves through pornographic materials that cataloged increasingly extreme scenarios. He joined adult contact services, placing advertisements that hinted at desires many would find disturbing. Moore was homosexual in a time and place where such orientation remained deeply closeted, North Wales in the 1990s was not London or Manchester, where LGBTQ communities thrived openly. Here, among conservative communities where chapel attendance still mattered, where family reputation held weight, being gay meant secrecy, meant coded language and hidden encounters. But Moore's sexuality intertwined with something far darker than simple orientation. His attractions centered not on mutual pleasure or emotional connection, but on dominance and suffering. He fantasized about control, about rendering other human beings helpless, about watching fear transform faces. The pornography he collected grew progressively more violent. The advertisements he placed suggested interests that alarmed even those operating in underground sexual networks. Several men who responded to his overtures later reported feeling profoundly uncomfortable during initial meetings. Something in Moore's eyes, some quality in how he looked at them, triggered primal warning systems. He was careful, though, always careful. Moore never pushed too hard, never created scenes that might prompt police involvement. If someone seemed uninterested or alarmed, he backed away smoothly, laughing off any concerns, maintaining that respectable mask. He understood instinctively that his deepest desires required patience, required waiting for proper opportunities, required victims who wouldn't be immediately missed. Throughout 1995, as summer heat gave way to autumn chill, and then to winter's harsh cold, Moore felt something building inside himself. Fantasy no longer satisfied. Reading about violence, collecting implements of torture, imagining scenarios in excruciating detail, none of it provided sufficient release anymore. The compulsion had grown beyond control, beyond the boundaries he'd maintained for decades. He was 50 years old. Time itself seemed to accelerate, each year passing more quickly than the last, mortality pressing closer. How much time remained to fulfill these consuming desires? How long could he suppress what demanded expression? The answer came on a September evening in 1995. Moore sat in his living room, curtains drawn tight, studying a map of North Wales spread across his coffee table. He'd marked certain locations: isolated rural paths, deserted parking areas, stretches of coastline where sound carried out to sea rather than toward habitation. He'd cataloged which areas had CCTV cameras and which remained unwatched. He'd noted traffic patterns, pedestrian routines, seasonal variations in tourist activity. Planning, meticulous, patient planning. Because Moore understood that the difference between fantasy and reality, between imagining murder and committing murder, lay entirely in preparation and execution. He would need to select victims carefully, individuals whose absence wouldn't trigger immediate alarm, who existed on society's margins. He would need to create scenarios that allowed him time, that gave him privacy to do what he'd spent so many years imagining. And he would need to be smart to leave minimal evidence, to move in ways that wouldn't establish patterns investigators could recognize. That night, studying his map under lamplight, Peter Moore made his decision. The boundary between fantasy and action dissolved. Whatever vestigial conscience or fear of consequences had restrained him simply ceased functioning. He would become what he'd always been inside, a predator who hunted human prey. His first kill would happen within days. A man would die in circumstances of calculated brutality, his life ending not quickly or mercifully, but slowly, accompanied by suffering that served no purpose except Moore's entertainment. And when it finished, when the body cooled and the blood dried, Moore would feel something he'd never experienced before: fulfillment, completion, the intoxicating realization that he'd finally become fully himself. 3 more men would die before Christmas, for murders in less than 4 months, each more sadistic than the last, each revealing new depths to Moore's capacity for cruelty. Detectives would eventually classify him among the most dangerous killers in British criminal history. Not because of body count, but because of methodology, because of the evident pleasure he derived from others' agony, because he represented something people desperately wanted not to believe existed: evil without explanation, cruelty without cause, violence as entertainment. But those revelations lay in the future. In September 1995, as Peter Moore folded his map and switched off the lamp, as he climbed the stairs to his bedroom where knife collection cast strange shadows on walls, as he lay in darkness imagining what would soon become reality, he was simply a predator preparing for his first hunt. The villages and towns of North Wales, Pensarn, Kinmel Bay, Colwyn Bay, communities where people knew their neighbors and believed themselves safe, had no idea what was coming. Couldn't imagine that someone who sold them cinema tickets and made pleasant conversation about the latest Hollywood releases was about to unleash a campaign of terror that would haunt the region for generations. For families still had their loved ones. For men went about their daily routines with no premonition that their futures had been reduced to days or weeks. For lives continued in their ordinary patterns, working, eating, sleeping, laughing, making plans that would never materialize. Peter Moore had decided their fates. He'd selected them, though they didn't know it yet. And he was ready. The killing was about to begin. September 21st, 1995, dawned cold and overcast across North Wales, the kind of gray autumn day where moisture hung in the air without quite becoming rain. Henry Roberts, 56 years old, began his morning with usual routine, kettle whistling for tea, radio murmuring news he barely processed, the slow accumulation of small tasks that structured his solitary days. Henry lived rough more often than not, moving between temporary accommodations and the street, one of those men society had gradually forgotten, who'd slipped through whatever safety nets existed until he occupied that uncomfortable category of homeless but not entirely without resources. He was a gentle soul despite life's hardships. Those who knew Henry spoke of his quiet dignity, how he never begged aggressively or made others uncomfortable, how he'd share whatever food or cigarettes he possessed with others in similar circumstances. He had no family nearby to check on him regularly, no employer wondering why he hadn't appeared for work. Henry Roberts existed on the margins, visible but unobserved, one of those souls who could disappear without triggering immediate alarm. Peter Moore had noticed him weeks earlier, had watched Henry's patterns, noted where he spent nights, observed how he interacted with others. Henry represented an ideal first victim precisely because his absence would register slowly, if at all. Moore could take his time, could indulge every fantasy without pressure, without fear that police were already searching. That evening, as dusk transformed into full darkness and street lamps flickered to life across Pensarn, Moore drove slowly through the area in his car. He'd prepared meticulously. Gloves tucked in his jacket pocket, knife secured in a sheath at his belt, plastic sheeting lining his trunk, emergency story prepared in case anyone questioned his presence. His heart hammered with anticipation, hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. This was it. The moment fantasy became reality, the point of no return. He spotted Henry walking along a residential street, collar turned up against the chill, hands buried in pockets. Alone. Perfect. Moore pulled alongside him, lowering the passenger window, arranging his features into an expression of friendly concern. "Rough night to be out," Moore called, his voice warm, conversational. "You need a lift somewhere? Maybe a warm meal?" Henry hesitated, natural caution warring with desire for warmth and food. He'd accepted kindness from strangers before without incident. And there was something respectable about this man. The glasses, the clean car, the ordinary middle-aged appearance that suggested harmlessness. "That's kind of you," Henry replied, his Welsh accent soft. "If it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all," Moore assured him, reaching across to unlock the passenger door. "Get in, get warm." The moment Henry settled into the seat and pulled the door closed, sealing himself inside that confined space, his fate crystallized. Moore drove away from the residential streets, making casual conversation about the weather and local news, gradually heading toward a destination he'd scouted previously. A deserted industrial area where businesses closed at 5 o'clock, where no residential properties overlooked the access roads, where screams would carry only to empty buildings and indifferent sky. Henry noticed the route deviating from populated areas. Some survival instinct flickered to life. "Where are we going exactly?" he asked, voice tightening. Moore's demeanor shifted instantly. The friendly mask vanished, replaced by something cold and predatory. "Somewhere quiet," he said simply. "Somewhere we won't be disturbed." Henry reached for the door handle. Locked. Moore had engaged the child safety mechanisms. His window wouldn't lower. Henry was trapped, and he understood with horrible clarity what that meant. "Please," he began. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me out." Moore said nothing, just smiled. That smile would become his signature. The expression witnesses would later describe with visceral disgust. Not joyful or excited, but satisfied, the look of someone about to indulge a long-anticipated pleasure. He parked in the darkest section of the industrial area, killing the headlights. For a moment, both men sat in darkness and silence. Then Moore moved with surprising speed for his size, producing the knife, pressing the blade against Henry's throat hard enough to draw a thin line of blood. "You're going to do exactly what I tell you," Moore whispered, his face inches from Henry's, close enough that Henry could smell cigarettes and something sour beneath. "If you scream, I'll cut your throat. If you fight, I'll make this last longer. Understand?" Henry nodded minutely, tears streaming down his weathered face, body shaking with terror. He'd survived years on the street, navigated countless dangerous situations, and now found himself in a scenario beyond his worst nightmares. Moore forced him from the car, maintaining the knife at his throat, marching him to an area behind an abandoned building where industrial waste containers provided visual barriers. Here, shielded from any chance observation, Moore released the monster he'd restrained for 50 years. What happened to Henry Roberts over the next hour cannot be described in full detail without descending into gratuitous horror. Moore did not simply kill him. He tortured him with theatrical deliberateness, experimenting with different applications of pain, observing reactions with clinical interest. He used the knife not to end life quickly but to prolong suffering, making carefully measured cuts that maximized agony while avoiding immediately fatal trauma. Henry begged, pleaded for mercy, for quick death, offered anything and everything if Moore would just stop. But begging only seemed to intensify Moore's pleasure. He mocked Henry's prayers, laughed at his tears, transformed human suffering into personal entertainment. The attack was also sexual in nature, though not in ways requiring explicit description here. Moore violated Henry in multiple ways, asserting absolute dominance, reducing another human being to nothing more than an object for his gratification. This combination of sexual violence and sadistic torture formed the foundation of Moore's methodology, his signature as a killer. When Henry finally died, from blood loss and shock and trauma, Moore experienced something he'd later described to psychiatrists as ecstasy, the ultimate high, power made absolute. He'd transformed fantasy into reality and discovered that reality exceeded anything imagination had provided. He spent additional time with the body, positioning it in ways that held meaning only to himself, taking mental photographs he'd replay endlessly in coming weeks. Then, methodically and carefully, Moore cleaned up, wiped down surfaces, collected the knife and any personal items, used the plastic sheeting he'd brought to wrap portions of the body, preventing blood transfer to his vehicle. He left Henry Roberts in that abandoned industrial area, concealed behind waste containers where he wouldn't be discovered immediately. The body lay alone in darkness as Moore drove away, returned to his ordinary life, stopped at a drive-thru for a late meal, went home to his house on Conway Road. He slept soundly that night, deeply satisfied, already planning the next one. Henry Roberts' body was discovered 3 days later by a worker arriving early for a shift. The scene horrified responding officers. The positioning of the remains, the evidence of prolonged torture, the clear indication that someone had taken enormous pleasure in causing maximum suffering. Detectives recognized immediately that they were dealing with something beyond standard homicide. This was the work of someone profoundly dangerous, someone who would almost certainly kill again. But they had minimal evidence. No witnesses had seen Henry entering anyone's car. The crime scene, exposed to elements and foot traffic, yielded little forensic material. Henry's lifestyle meant no established routine to trace, no obvious connections to investigate. The inquiry generated leads that went nowhere, theories that collapsed under scrutiny. The investigation stalled. Moore watched the news coverage with barely contained excitement. He cut newspaper articles about the murder and filed them carefully. He'd done it, killed someone and gotten away with it. The fear that he might have left evidence, that police might be closing in, gradually dissipated. They had nothing. He was safe, and the experience had been everything he'd imagined and more. The sense of power, the intoxication of complete control over another person's existence, the physical and psychological gratification of indulging his darkest compulsions without restraint. It was addictive. Moore knew with absolute certainty that he would do it again. Soon, Edward Carthy, 28 years old, worked as a stableman at a riding school near Colwyn Bay. He was openly gay in a region where such openness required courage, living authentically despite knowing that some would judge or reject him. Edward was kind, hard-working, devoted to the horses under his care. He had friends who loved him, a family who accepted him, plans for the future. On November 1st, 1995, Edward went missing. He'd been seen leaving a local pub alone around 10:30 p.m., walking toward the town center. After that, nothing. He simply vanished as though the night had swallowed him whole. His family reported him missing immediately. Unlike Henry Roberts, Edward's absence triggered urgent concern. Police issued appeals, conducted searches, interviewed everyone who'd seen him that evening. But they found nothing. No body, no evidence of foul play. Edward Carthy had simply ceased to exist in any traceable way. Peter Moore had taken him, had spotted Edward leaving the pub, followed him to a dark street, offered something. A ride, a proposition, some lure that momentarily overcame Edward's natural caution. What happened next mirrored Henry Roberts' final hours. Abduction, transportation to an isolated location, prolonged torture that combined sexual violence with sadistic cruelty. But Moore had learned from his first kill. This time he didn't leave the body where it might be discovered. He had Edward Carthy's remains carefully, methodically, spending hours ensuring concealment would remain permanent. To this day, Edward's body has never been recovered. His family endures the special agony of missing persons cases, unable to mourn properly, unable to achieve closure, tormented by permanent uncertainty about their loved one's final moments. Moore kept trophies, items belonging to Edward that he stored in his house on Conway Road, objects he could handle while replaying memories of that night. The psychological gratification of owning pieces of his victims' lives, of having physical reminders of his power over them, became integral to his pattern. 2 men dead or missing within 6 weeks. But police hadn't connected the cases. Henry Roberts' murder seemed random, probably homeless-on-homeless violence or a street robbery gone wrong. Edward Carthy's disappearance generated theories about voluntary departure, about meeting someone who'd convinced him to start a new life elsewhere. The possibility that a serial killer was operating in North Wales hadn't yet crystallized in investigators' minds. Peter Moore was invisible. He killed and returned to his ordinary life, selling cinema tickets, chatting with customers, maintaining perfect normalcy. And with each successful attack, his confidence grew. He felt invincible, chosen, special. The monster was feeding now, and it was hungry for more. November 30th, 1995. Keith Randalls, 49 years old, fought in the fading light of a desperate afternoon. A devoted husband and father who worked as a traffic warden in Kinmel Bay, Keith represented everything solid and respectable about working-class Welsh life. He attended chapel regularly, knew his neighbors by name, coached youth football on weekends. If you'd asked residents to name someone trustworthy and dependable, Keith Randalls would have appeared on many lists. That afternoon, Keith was working his usual route, placing violation notices on improperly parked vehicles, making notations in his official book, doing the job that made him simultaneously necessary and unpopular. Traffic wardens occupy a strange social position, performing essential functions while enduring public hostility. Keith handled it with good humor, defusing angry motorists with self-deprecating jokes and genuine warmth. Peter Moore had been watching him for weeks, had studied Keith's routes and timing, noted his consistent patterns, recognized another opportunity. Keith's work often took him to isolated streets during late afternoon hours when natural light was failing and residents remained inside their homes. Moore could approach without raising suspicion. After all, he was a local businessman, his face familiar around town. What made Moore select Keith Randalls specifically? The randomness of predatory selection is perhaps its most terrifying aspect. Keith did nothing to invite attack, made no choices that increased risk. He simply existed in Moore's hunting territory at a time when Moore's compulsion demanded fresh satisfaction. Moore drove past Keith several times that afternoon, watching and waiting for the perfect moment. When Keith turned down a residential side street to check parked vehicles, Moore followed. He emerged from his car carrying a knife concealed inside his jacket, approaching rapidly while Keith bent over his notepad, concentrated on writing a violation. "Excuse me," Moore called, voice friendly and casual. Keith straightened, turning with an automatic smile, the expression of someone whose job required constant public interaction. "Yes? How can I help you?" The knife came out with shocking speed. Moore closed the distance before Keith could react, driving the blade into his torso with brutal force. Keith gasped, eyes widening with incomprehension, hands instinctively grabbing at the wound as blood poured between his fingers. But Keith Randles was a fighter. Unlike Moore's previous victims, he wasn't isolated or vulnerable. He was a strong man in the prime of life, and survival instinct kicked in with primal force. Keith lunged forward, slamming into Moore, trying to grapple, to control the knife, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. Moore panicked. This wasn't going according to plan. Keith was supposed to collapse immediately, allowing Moore to drag him to the car and transport him to a prepared killing site. Instead, they were locked in mortal combat on a public street where anyone might look out a window and see them. They crashed against a parked car, bounced off, staggered into the middle of the road. Keith's blood made everything slippery, made maintaining grip difficult. Moore stabbed again and again, frenzied now, desperate to end this before they were discovered. The knife punched through Keith's jacket, through flesh, seeking vital organs with increasing desperation. Keith's strength was fading rapidly, blood loss weakening him by the second. He knew he was dying, knew his children would grow up without a father, knew his wife would find him here, in this terrible state. With his last reserves of energy, Keith drove a fist into Moore's face, bloodying his nose, marking him. Then Keith collapsed, folding onto the pavement, gasping for breath that came in liquid rasps. Moore looked around frantically. No one had emerged from the houses lining the street. No cars approached. The attack had lasted less than 2 minutes, an eternity of violence compressed into impossibly brief time. He could leave now, escape while he still had advantage. But something in him resisted. The kill wasn't finished. Keith was dying but not dead, and Moore's compulsions demanded completion. He dragged Keith between 2 parked vehicles, partially concealing them from casual view, and finished what he'd started. When Keith Randles finally died, when the light went out of his eyes and his body went slack, Moore experienced that familiar rush of satisfaction, though this time tainted with adrenaline and fear. This kill had been messy, risky, too exposed. He forced himself to calm down, to think. Blood covered his hands and jacket. His nose was bleeding from Keith's punch. He couldn't just walk back to his car looking like this. Moore stripped off his jacket, bundled it to hide the worst stains, wiped his hands on Keith's clothing. Then, moving as casually as possible, he returned to his vehicle and drove away. Behind him, Keith Randles lay dead in the street, his blood pooling on cold pavement, his violation notice book scattered nearby, ordinary objects rendered heartbreaking by their proximity to tragedy. A neighbor discovered Keith's body 15 minutes later. Her screams brought others running. Within an hour, the street filled with police vehicles and ambulances, with officers establishing crime scene perimeters, with detectives beginning what they knew would be an intensive murder investigation. This was different from Henry Roberts' death. Keith Randles was a respected community member, someone with family and friends and a prominent social position. His murder demanded attention, demanded resources, demanded answers. North Wales police mobilized everything they had. And this time there was evidence. Witnesses reported seeing a heavy-set man in glasses near the area shortly before the attack. Forensic teams recovered material from Keith's body, fibers, biological traces, evidence that would prove crucial once they had a suspect to match it against. Most importantly, Keith had fought back. His hands showed defensive wounds, and forensic examination revealed that he'd struck his attacker hard enough to leave transfer evidence. Detectives began the painstaking process of investigating Keith's final hours, interviewing everyone who'd seen him that day, checking CCTV footage from nearby shops, appealing for witnesses who might have noticed anything unusual. The inquiry generated hundreds of tips and leads, each requiring careful follow-up. Peter Moore, watching the news coverage from his living room, felt fear for the first time. This hadn't gone as planned. He'd been seen. He'd left more evidence than with previous kills. Police were actively searching for someone matching his description. The walls were closing in. But as days passed without arrest, without detectives appearing at his door, the fear transformed back into confidence. He'd gotten away with it again. Even with witnesses and evidence, police couldn't identify him. He was simply one middle-aged man among thousands in the region who matched that generic description. The killing compulsion, briefly subdued by fear, roared back stronger than ever. Moore had tasted danger now, had experienced the added thrill of killing someone who fought back, who made him work for the victory. The psychological stimulation of near discovery, of almost being caught, became intoxicating in its own right. He wanted more, needed more, and he wouldn't wait long. December 5th, 1995, brought Anthony Davies into Peter Moore's orbit. Anthony, 34 years old, worked as a sex worker, a profession that placed him in especially vulnerable circumstances. He operated in shadows and margins, meeting clients in cars and hotel rooms, navigating a world where violence was an ever-present possibility, and reporting attacks to police meant exposing himself to legal consequences and social judgment. Moore had frequented areas where male sex workers solicited business. He'd established himself as a potential client, someone who might provide income. When he approached Anthony that cold December evening, offering substantial payment for extended services, Anthony accepted. He'd worked with dozens of clients without serious incident. He had rent to pay, obligations to meet. The money Moore offered would help significantly. They drove to a location Moore had prepared specifically for this purpose. A remote area near Pensarn Beach where crashing waves would mask any sounds, where darkness was complete, where discovery was virtually impossible. Anthony began to feel uneasy during the drive, sensing something wrong in Moore's demeanor, in his silence, in the way he gripped the steering wheel. But by the time morning transformed into genuine alarm, they'd arrived at the killing site. What Peter Moore did to Anthony Davies over the next several hours represents the absolute nadir of human cruelty. He'd learned from previous kills, developed techniques for prolonging suffering, perfected methods of torture that maximized pain while preventing premature death. Anthony endured torments that testing descriptive capacity, violations that destroyed him physically and psychologically long before his body finally surrendered. Moore used weapons beyond knives this time. Implements he'd collected specifically for torture, items designed to inflict maximum agony. He transformed murder into prolonged performance, with himself as sole audience member, savoring every moment of Anthony's suffering as though it were exquisite entertainment. Anthony Davies died sometime in the early morning hours of December 6th. Moore left his body on the beach, partially concealed among rocks where high tide would eventually wash over it. He returned home as dawn lightened the eastern sky, physically exhausted but psychologically energized. This had been his masterpiece, his ultimate expression of the darkness within. Anthony's body was discovered later that morning by a dog walker. The crime scene horrified even the most experienced detectives. The level of sadistic violence, the clear evidence of prolonged torture, the sexual component of the attack. Everything indicated they were dealing with someone extraordinarily dangerous. And now, finally, detectives began connecting the dots. 3 violent deaths in less than 3 months, all in the same geographic area, all involving elements of torture and sexual violence. Edward Carthy's disappearance fit the pattern as well. North Wales police formed a special task force specifically to investigate what they now believed was a serial killer operating in their region. The media descended on North Wales with predatory enthusiasm. Headlines screamed about the Welsh serial killer and the monster of North Wales. Fear gripped local communities. Parents wouldn't let children outside alone. People installed new locks and security systems. The very atmosphere changed. The casual friendliness that had characterized the region evaporated, replaced by suspicion and hypervigilance. Everyone was a potential victim. Everyone was a potential suspect. The social fabric that held communities together began fraying under pressure of sustained terror. Peter Moore watched all of this unfold with satisfaction bordering on pride. He'd created this atmosphere of fear. His actions had transformed an entire region. The power he wielded extended beyond individual victims to impact thousands of people. He was significant, important. His existence mattered in ways it never had before. But the task force was closing in. Detectives were using sophisticated criminal profiling, consulting with experts who specialized in serial killer psychology, employing forensic techniques at the cutting edge of 1990s capability. They knew their killer was a local, someone familiar with the area's geography. They knew he had access to private transportation and isolated locations. They knew he was growing increasingly reckless, killing more frequently, leaving more evidence. The profile they developed matched Peter Moore almost perfectly. But profiles mean nothing without evidence linking specific individuals to crimes. They needed that crucial connection, that piece of evidence that would transform suspicion into certainty. They were about to get it. December 12, 1995. Precisely 1 week after Anthony Davies drew his final agonized breath on that desolate beach, Peter Moore stood before his bedroom mirror, adjusting the collar of his jacket, examining his reflection with critical eye. He saw a predator looking back, powerful, intelligent, successful, invincible. The news coverage continued unabated. Every channel, every newspaper, every conversation in every pub and shop and workplace centered on the killings. Fear had metastasized into something approaching hysteria. North Wales police were receiving hundreds of calls daily from residents reporting suspicious behavior, seeing threats in every shadow, transforming neighbors into potential monsters. Moore loved it, absolutely reveled in the chaos he'd created. Power manifested not just in the moment of killing, but in these rippling consequences that extended outward like waves from a stone dropped in still water. He'd become legendary even if no one knew his name. Yet, that evening, Moore drove into Holyhead, Anglesea's largest town, prowling streets where he'd hunted before. The compulsion burned inside him with renewed intensity. 1 week was too long between kills. The psychological gratification faded quickly now, requiring fresh stimulation, new victims, continued escalation. He spotted a young man hitchhiking along the A55, thumb extended hopefully toward passing traffic. The young man was heading home after visiting friends, wanting to avoid the long walk in December cold. He looked responsible and ordinary, not someone involved in risky behavior, just an everyday person trying to get from one place to another in the most convenient way possible. Moore pulled over, leaning across to open the passenger door. "Where are you headed?" he called. "Anywhere toward Bangor." The young man replied gratefully, jogging to the car. "Perfect," Moore smiled. "I'm going that direction. Get in." But fate intervened in unexpected form. A patrol car, 2 officers on routine patrol, driving the same route, maintaining the heightened vigilance that had become standard since the killings began, happened to be traveling behind Moore's vehicle. They watched him pull over, observed the young man get in, noted the registration number as matter of routine. Something about the interaction triggered instinct in the senior officer. Nothing specific, nothing he could articulate exactly, just a feeling that warranted attention. "Run that plate," he told his partner. The registration came back to Peter Moore, Kinmel Bay businessman. Nothing remarkable in the record. No warrants, no previous arrests. But the officers remembered the profile circulated by the task force investigating the serial killings. Local man, middle-aged, access to transportation, likely to select vulnerable victims. "Let's follow for a bit," the senior officer decided, just to be safe. Moore, unaware of the police presence behind him, drove away from populated areas, heading toward one of his prepared sites. The young man beside him made nervous conversation, sensing something wrong but unable to pinpoint what exactly. Moore barely responded, focused instead on the route, on what was coming. on the dark anticipation building inside him. The patrol car maintained discreet distance, headlights dimmed, following the increasingly rural route with growing concern. When Moore turned onto a side road leading toward an abandoned quarry, a location with no legitimate reason for nighttime visitation, the officers made their decision. They activated lights and sirens, closing the distance rapidly. Moore glanced in his rearview mirror and felt his stomach drop. No, this couldn't be happening. Not now, not when he was so close. He considered running, briefly imagined attempting escape. But the rational portion of his mind recognized futility. He was in a dead-end road, in a vehicle that couldn't outrun a police cruiser, and fleeing would only confirm guilt. Better to stop, to maintain the respectable businessman persona, to talk his way out of this. Moore pulled over, arranging his features into an expression of mild confusion. The young man beside him looked relieved. He'd been seconds from demanding Moore stop and let him out, convinced something terrible was about to happen. The police approached from both sides, flashlights cutting through darkness. "License and registration, please," the senior officer requested, his tone professional but firm. Moore complied smoothly, hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his system. "Is there a problem, officer? Where are you headed this evening?" "Just giving this young man a lift," Moore replied easily. "Saw him hitchhiking, thought I'd help out. Dangerous to be out alone these days, with everything that's been happening." The officer turned to the passenger. "Is that correct? Did you ask for a ride?" The young man nodded quickly. "Yes, sir. I was trying to get to Bangor, but actually, I've changed my mind. I'd like to get out now, if that's all right." Something in the young man's voice, relief mixed with residual fear, sharpened the officer's attention. "Step out of the vehicle, please. Both of you." As Moore emerged from the car, one officer noticed his jacket was slightly askew, revealing something at his waistband. "Sir, what's that under your jacket?" Moore's hand moved instinctively to cover it, but the gesture came too late. The officer stepped forward, pulling aside the fabric to reveal a large hunting knife in a leather sheath. "Why are you carrying a weapon, Mr. Moore?" "Protection," Moore answered quickly. "With the murders happening, I thought." "Protection." The officer's tone made clear he didn't believe it. "Step away from the vehicle, please. Keep your hands where I can see them." The second officer was searching the car with his flashlight, methodically examining the interior. What he found in the boot made his blood freeze. Plastic sheeting, rope, duct tape, another knife, rubber gloves. A toolkit for abduction and murder, laid out as clearly as if labeled with their intended purposes. "Radio for backup," he called to his partner, voice tight with controlled urgency. "Right now." Moore's mind raced through options, scenarios, escape routes. Everything was collapsing. Years of careful planning, of meticulous preparation, undone by random patrol car and instinctive suspicion. The unfairness of it ignited rage in his chest. He'd been perfect, done everything right. This shouldn't be happening. "Mr. Moore, you're going to need to come with us," the senior officer said, hand resting on his baton. "We have questions. I haven't done anything wrong." Moore's voice remained steady, but his eyes betrayed him, darting, calculating, searching for advantage that didn't exist. "Then you won't mind answering those questions at the station." Within minutes, additional police vehicles arrived, flooding the isolated road with lights and activity. The young man was taken to safety, giving a statement about how Moore's behavior had seemed increasingly wrong, how he'd felt growing certainty that something terrible would have happened if police hadn't intervened. He'd been minutes, perhaps seconds, away from becoming the fifth victim. Peter Moore was transported to Colwyn Bay Police Station in handcuffs, his mask of respectability finally stripped away. As detectives learned of the arrest, as word spread through the task force that they had a suspect in custody with potential murder implements in his vehicle, excitement and grim determination electrified the investigation. They had one chance to get this right, one opportunity to build an ironclad case before Moore could lawyer up, before evidence could be challenged, before the system's protections for the accused could be weaponized by defense attorneys. Detectives who'd been working 20-hour days for weeks, who'd seen crime scene photographs that haunted their sleep, who'd listened to grieving families beg for justice. They assembled in conference rooms and interview suites, preparing for the interrogation that would determine everything. Moore was placed in a holding cell while search warrants were prepared for his home and vehicles. He sat on the concrete bench, head in hands, mind working through possibilities. They had circumstantial evidence, suspicious items, but nothing directly connecting him to specific murders. If he stayed silent, refused to answer questions, they might not have enough for charges. British law required more than suspicion. They needed proof. He could beat this. He just needed to stay calm, stay smart, stay silent. But detectives had one advantage Moore hadn't anticipated. They'd been building their case for weeks, accumulating evidence piece by piece, waiting for the crucial link that would connect their suspect to the crimes. When they searched 3 Conway Road, when they entered that house with its drawn curtains and its awful secrets, they found that link multiplied 100-fold. The knife collection on the walls. Forensic analysis would eventually match microscopic blood traces to victims. The trophies, items belonging to Edward Carthy and Anthony Davies, hidden in drawers, carefully preserved. Newspaper clippings about the murders, annotated in Moore's handwriting with comments that revealed intimate knowledge of details never released to the public. Pornographic materials depicting scenarios eerily similar to how victims had been killed. But most damning, fibers matching those found on Keith Randall's body, connecting more directly to that murder scene. DNA evidence that would prove, with scientific certainty, that Peter Moore had been in physical contact with multiple victims at the time of their deaths. The evidence was overwhelming, insurmountable. As detectives cataloged each item, as forensic teams worked through the night analyzing materials, as the case against Moore transformed from circumstantial suspicion to documented certainty, they knew they had him. The interrogation began the following morning. Moore sat across from 2 experienced detectives in a small, windowless room, everything recorded on video and audio. His solicitor sat beside him, already looking grim. He'd been briefed on what police had found, and he recognized a hopeless case when he saw one. "Mr. Moore, let's start with a simple question." The lead detective began, his tone conversational. "Can you explain why you had plastic sheeting, rope, and knives in your vehicle last night?" "No comment," Moore replied, following his solicitor's advice. "We've searched your home. We found items belonging to Edward Carthy and Anthony Davies. How did you come to possess those items?" "No comment. We have forensic evidence placing you at the scene of Keith Randall's murder. We have your blood. You were injured during that attack, weren't you? Keith fought back, hit you in the face. We found your DNA on his clothing." Moore's jaw tightened, but he maintained silence. The detective leaned forward. "Peter, we know what you did. We have the evidence. What we need to understand is why. Help us understand." And there it was, the hook that would eventually pull Moore out of his defensive crouch. Not the threat of consequences, not the presentation of evidence, but the invitation to explain himself, to talk about what he'd done, to finally share what he'd been forced to keep hidden for so long. Moore looked at his solicitor, who gave a minute shake of his head, advising continued silence. But the compulsion that had driven Moore to kill, that same need for recognition and importance and validation, now demanded he speak. What was the point of having done these things, of having been so clever and powerful and successful, if no one ever knew? If he went to prison in silence, he'd be just another criminal. But if he talked, if he explained, he'd be understood, remembered, legendary. "I want to tell you," Moore said quietly. "I want you to understand what it was like." His solicitor put a restraining hand on his arm. "Peter, I strongly advise." "No," Moore shook off the hand. "They deserve to know. The families deserve to know." What followed over the next several hours was a detailed confession that chilled everyone who heard it. Moore described each killing with disturbing clarity, recounting specific details that only the perpetrator could know. He talked about the planning, the selection of victims, the execution of attacks. He described his feelings during the murders, the satisfaction, the pleasure, the sense of ultimate power. He showed no remorse, none whatsoever. When detectives asked if he felt any guilt about the suffering he'd caused, about the families he'd destroyed, about the lives he'd ended, Moore looked genuinely confused by the question. They were just... He paused, searching for the right word. Objects. Toys. I don't feel guilty about toys. The detectives maintained professional composure, but everyone in that room understood they were in the presence of something genuinely sociopathic. Peter Moore was not a man who'd killed in rage or desperation or under some external pressure. He'd killed for entertainment, for pleasure, because he enjoyed it. He provided information about Edward Carthy's remains, leading police to the location where he'd hidden the body. The recovery brought some closure to Edward's family, though the details of how he died would haunt them forever. Moore's confession was legally sound, given with solicitor present, properly cautioned, recorded in full. Combined with the physical evidence from his home and vehicles, from the crime scenes, from forensic analysis that grew more damning by the day, the case against him became absolutely bulletproof. Peter Moore was charged with 4 counts of murder: Henry Roberts, Edward Carthy, Keith Randalls, and Anthony Davies. The trial, held at Chester Crown Court in late 1996, lasted several weeks. The prosecution presented evidence methodically and thoroughly, building a case so comprehensive that even Moore's defense team couldn't find meaningful cracks. Moore showed no emotion throughout the proceedings. He sat in the dock watching testimony with detached interest, as though observing a film rather than his own trial for multiple murders. When victims' families testified about their losses, describing the devastation Moore had caused, he appeared unmoved. When crime scene photographs were displayed, images so disturbing that several jury members visibly struggled to maintain composure, Moore studied them with what looked like nostalgic appreciation. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. When the judge sentenced Moore to life imprisonment with a recommendation that he never be released, Moore simply nodded, as if the outcome had been expected and accepted. "You are an exceptionally dangerous man," the judge told him. "You killed for pleasure, without remorse, without humanity. Society must be protected from you permanently." Moore was escorted from the courtroom to begin what would be the rest of his life in custody. He was sent to HMP Wakefield, a maximum security prison housing some of Britain's most dangerous criminals. There, among other serial killers and predators, he would spend decades in a small cell, his freedom permanently removed, his ability to harm others finally neutralized. In prison, Moore initially tried to cultivate notoriety. He gave occasional interviews, wrote letters, attempted to craft his legacy as some kind of criminal mastermind. But over time, as years blurred into decades, as the world moved on and forgot about him, Moore faded into obscurity. New serial killers captured media attention. His crimes, while no less horrific, became historical footnotes rather than current concerns. The communities he'd terrorized slowly healed. The acute fear that had gripped North Wales during autumn and winter of 1995 gradually diminished, replaced by cautious normality. Parents let children play outside again. People stopped seeing threats in every shadow. Life continued because life always does, even after terrible things happen. But the families, Henry Roberts' relatives, Edward Carthy's parents and siblings, Keith Randall's widow and children, Anthony Davies' loved ones, they never fully healed. How could they? Moore had taken not just lives but futures, had created voids that could never be filled. Birthdays and holidays became occasions of grief rather than celebration. Simple pleasures were forever tainted by the knowledge of how their loved ones had died, how much they'd suffered, how alone and afraid they'd been in their final moments. Peter Moore remains incarcerated as of this writing, serving his whole life tariff at HMP Wakefield. He is now in his late 70s, aging and increasingly infirm, spending his final years in the same small cell where he's existed for nearly 3 decades. He will die in prison. His name will be forgotten except by those whose lives he destroyed and by true crime researchers documenting Britain's darkest criminals. The question that haunted investigators, why, never received a satisfying answer. Moore's psychology has been analyzed extensively by forensic psychiatrists, who diagnosed him as a sexual sadist with severe antisocial personality disorder, a man fundamentally incapable of empathy or normal human emotional connection. But diagnoses don't really explain. They categorize, They provide frameworks, but they don't answer the core question. Why does such evil exist? Perhaps there is no answer. Perhaps some human beings simply carry darkness within them that no environment or experience created, that simply exists as part of their fundamental nature. Peter Moore was that darkness made flesh, a predator who discovered how to satisfy his most terrible impulses and did so without hesitation or remorse. For four men, Henry Roberts, Edward Carthy, Keith Randalls, and Anthony Davies, the autumn and winter of 1995 brought terror and agony and death. They deserved so much more. Deserved long lives, happiness, the ordinary pleasures that make existence meaningful. Instead, they encountered pure evil on quiet streets in communities that should have been safe. We remember them not as victims, though they were victimized terribly, but as human beings whose lives mattered, whose absences created irreparable losses, whose deaths diminished us all. Their names should be spoken far more often than their killers. Their stories, who they were before that terrible autumn, deserve preservation and honor. Peter Moore is a name that should be forgotten, a reminder of humanity's capacity for cruelty that we acknowledge only to prevent, to recognize, to ensure never happens again. The four men he murdered deserve to be remembered always. They were sons and brothers, friends and colleagues, human beings who laughed and loved and lived until someone decided they were nothing more than objects for his entertainment. They were real. They mattered. They still matter. And in remembering them, in telling their stories alongside the story of the monster who killed them, we deny Peter Moore his final victory. He wanted to be legendary, to be remembered, to be significant. Instead, history records him accurately. Not as some dark legend, but as a pathetic predator who destroyed lives because he was too broken to create anything meaningful himself. The monster of North Wales has been caged for decades. The communities he terrorized have healed as much as possible. Justice, imperfect but real, was served. But the scars remain. They always do. And four families still feel the absences, still carry the grief, still live with the knowledge that their loved ones suffered unimaginably before dying alone in darkness at the hands of a man who felt nothing but pleasure at their pain. That is the true legacy of Peter Moore. Not power or legend or importance, but grief and loss and permanent, irreparable harm to those left behind. Evil exists. It walked the streets of North Wales in 1995, and it destroyed everything it touched before finally being stopped. May the victims rest in peace. May their families find what healing is possible. And may Peter Moore spend every remaining day of his miserable existence remembering that he will die forgotten, having contributed nothing to the world except suffering and pain. Justice was served, but justice can never restore what was taken. That is the final, terrible truth of this story. Some things, once broken, can never be repaired. Some losses can never be recovered. Some evil leaves permanent marks that time cannot erase. We remember. We must remember, because remembering the victims honors their lives. And remembering the monster ensures we remain vigilant, that we recognize evil when it appears, that we never allow such darkness to flourish unchecked again. The story of Peter Moore is finished, but the pain he caused continues, rippling outward through generations, a permanent stain on the history of North Wales and on the collective conscience of everyone who learned what happened during those terrible months in 1995. Evil walked among us. We stopped it, but we can never undo what it accomplished. That is the truth. Harsh, unforgiving, permanent, and we must never forget. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.